All right. Hello, everyone, and welcome to my stream today. Um, Come and say hi in the chat if you're here. It's exciting. We're gonna have a number of people on the stream at the same time, which we have not done before. So this kind of doubles up as like a small community call almost. But I'm very excited because I like to show off the work that a lot of that goes on in the Solid ecosystem. Obviously, I spend a lot of my my time on deep research. People don't understand sometimes like how deep that research is and how far it is removed from what a lot of people are doing day to day. Whereas stuff like SolidStart is where we actually meet the devs where they're actually working, and I think that gives a lot more perspective because I go down really deep rabbit holes. Hey, how's it going? But yeah, let's see here. I should get Twitch up and going. Make sure that's all live as well. Looks like Primogen is live right now. Always fun. Let's see here. There we go. All right. Hey. So while we get this started, been very happy with the progress so far on Solid 2.0 beta. A lot of people have been reporting bugs and a lot of interesting use cases that have really forced my thinking and the API suggestions. I might go over a couple of those later on the stream. But I think today we're focused on Solid Start, which is something that I have not focused on stream for very much in the last probably almost, yeah, when we went 1.0 on, I want to say beginning of June 2024. So it's been 2 years, and a lot has been going on. Important work in terms of structural stability of the framework, and that's why we're approaching some big milestones here, and why it's important to talk about because, should I put it? It's almost like a completely separate track from the work that I've been doing with Solid 2.0, which is might surprise some people, but it's just that there's a reason why Nuxt or has its own team or Next has its own team. It's because there's a whole other layer of concerns and a whole different shape of problem, really. I, I don't think I ever appreciated it more than that time that I was watching a stream with Theo and Evan Yu. And Theo really wanted to talk about Nuxt, and he really wanted to talk about Next, and he really wanted to talk about the server rendering stuff. And Evan was like he's involved obviously because of Vite, but he was like really going, talking about reactivity and vapor and like that kind of side. And it wasn't quite aligning in the same sort of way because like truthfully, these are both very big and very different sorts of problems. Okay, we got some people coming into chats. Here we go. Hey everyone, how's it going? All right. Good. I think I've given everyone a little bit of time here. But yeah, I'm really excited to have guests on today because, as I said, I feel like they're working in a zone that's closer to where the developer's working. So be sure as we go through to ask your questions and stuff because this, as I said, where the rubber meets the concrete, so to speak. So I actually don't have a banner here. All right. Let's welcome the SolidStart team to the stream. All right. All right. Here we go. Hey guys, you guys are on.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Hello, everyone.
Hi. Katja was also supposed to join us today, but she wasn't able to make it last minute. So we have Attila. Actually, maybe I should remove the start team banner so we can see everyone's names. Yeah, Brendan and Brenly with us today. You might recognize them from the announcement a few months back where we set up the fellowship program for Start. But I have everyone here, so very exciting. All right. So yeah, actually, let's start off with a bit of introductions. We just go around in a circle and tell us a little bit about yourselves in case. No, I think Attila is the only one who's actually been on my stream before. So let's go.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll fill the silence first. And yeah, so my name is Attila, and I've been around for a while now. More focused on Start. Before I did a little bit of docs in the ecosystem. And yeah, some of you may have I may have talked to some of you in a few conference hallways and so on. And yeah, just been doing some work on SolidStart and trying to get the releases out and pulling the feedback in so these guys can do the what they do best. Yeah. Brendan, I see your mic is on, so how about you go next?
Hey everyone, I'm Brendan. I work on OpenCode at Anomaly. I'm also have been involved with Solid for quite a while. I got started just like joining the Discord and doing support, and eventually ended up like doing the whole Vinci migration for SolidStart, and so now I'm here. Yeah, thanks for having us on, Ryan. This will be fun.
Yeah, no, for sure. I'm super excited. I'm glad to be able to have you guys on, talk about the work you've been doing in Start and outside of Start. It's definitely been too long. How about you go ahead, Brenly?
Yeah, for sure. So, yeah, my name is Brenly. I live, I guess, up in Canada. So, yeah, that's good. Yeah, I've been around Solid for a little while too, contributing on SolidStart. I've been doing a bit more like Solid 2.0, playing around and stuff, like making demos, trying to migrate things, seeing what works and what doesn't. So, yeah, and you might have read some of my blog posts. My other nickname is Brennels, I guess. So yeah, you probably see my blog posts or posting on Twitter or wherever. So yeah.
No, those are vital because I think it's a key gap. If you read my blog or my articles, are like very, very technical. It's very important to have the content, which is like, what does this mean for a React developer or an average developer? What does this actually mean at all? So yeah, very appreciative of
yeah, and it's like it's a bit too of like yeah, some of those posts just come out of like people asking like, I want like a best practices guide, and I'm like, I guess I could write one of those. So yeah.
Yeah, no, you all are very involved in the community from as I said, even Attila mentioned kind of off top, but he also does a lot of conference talk speaking, which gets the voice out there. So you've probably seen some of those talks online. So awesome work. Okay, so yeah, let's pivot a bit and like get into some of the guts of what we wanted to talk about with the updates with SolidStart. And I think the biggest piece is we've been kind of going through this kind of technological architecture shift, right? Because at the beginning, I did like the beta on a very like the first beta on some kind of like very rough ideas. And then Nikhil joined the team, and he just went wild, kind of filling out the gaps. And then I realized that the architecture, like a lot of things changed really quickly in that time period, between like 2021 and like 2023. So by the time it's funny, we released Solid 1.0 in between. I actually started SolidStart before Solid 1.0, which was kind of funny. So like during that point, like, a lot of concepts had kind of gone crazy, and we did a beta 2. And when we did that, we kind of recognized that we needed to like pivot the core fundamentals into a more reusable piece because we kept on solving the same problems, which led to Nikhil building like a generic framework builder called Vinci on top of Nitro, which is the same technology that Nux used. And you might be like, why don't you just use Nitro directly? Well, there's a lot of like, there's a bit of a gap in terms of like the kind of quality of life pieces that we wanted and kind of like, it's kind of funny. Like I think some of it just came naturally from the fact of like the way certain aspects, like say the Vue ecosystem view things, than versus like say Solid or React. So it never quite aligned with us. We tried Astro, we tried a whole bunch of stuff, and we finally were like, okay, let's try and abstract this, but also like not like tried to find a way to abstract in a way that was reusable, but on the same time, maybe hopefully gave us a path forward.
And I
But
think it was so much the right direction that I think I was talking to Patak the other like some time ago, and it sort of I think it's right to say that it kind of inspired the environments API on for Vite. And yesterday I was talking like 2 days ago I was recording like a podcast with the Angular folks, and they were like I mentioned them like the Vinci almost did the whole jQuery arch, where it created something that didn't exist, that everybody needed, and it was so good that the platform, in this case Vite, kind of adopted it and got close to made it obsolete. Like it's still like there are a lot of things that we had to do. Like Brendan's going to talk more about that. Vinci did more than what Environments API does, but it did like provided like the pathway, I would say, to the blueprint of what the Environments API became.
yeah, I mean, the fundamental piece that was missing is that we needed an ability to do. I mean, Nikhil actually built it because he cared about React as well. Next.js was super slow for him, so he was like, so he had like the split where he's like, okay, I need to build this for my company, and because we're using React here, I need to build this for Solid because I'm working on Start, and essentially server functions, server components, client, regular SSR. These environments might seem like they could all be the same thing, but they're not necessarily, and they have to be all stitched together, which meant that it wasn't enough to just use some existing Vite plugin. The infrastructure didn't exist to be able to do this. And just to finish my quick preamble before I basically stepped away, we handed the same architecture over to Tanner Lindsley and TanStack basically, because Tanner also was like begrudgingly pulled into this framework thing, and he was like, yeah, I'll just do whatever you guys are doing. Like it was just kind of like we don't want to deal with this necessarily, because to be fair, none of us wanted to deal with this. Vite took such a heavy load off everyone when it came to like just the core bundler, like quick client side starter, but the server was not up to the same level, and this was a real gap. And basically at that point, I stepped away because I had to work on Solid 2.0, and I was like, okay, stuff's hopefully decently okay after doing some bug fixes that summer, and I have not gone back to it. So I kind of hear stuff and know the big picture movement, but these guys are much better at answering what actually happened after that point, because I have not been really involved at all. So yeah, I don't know. Should we start with talking now that we've kind of established what Vinci is? Should we start talking about the Da Vinci effort, because I think that's the major piece here, right?
Yeah, I think so. It started with Brendan doing the like by the time like you said you're going to focus on SolidStart, I think Brendan had already started on it. So yeah, Brendan, do you want to take this over?
Yeah, sure. So Vinci was like quite nice in that its main purpose, as far as I saw it, because like Vinci itself was like a pretty capable tool. The way I saw it is it would essentially just do multiple Vite builds, like run Vite multiple times, once for the client and once for as many server like distributions as you have. In SolidStart, in that case, we had one build for SSR, and then we had one build for server functions. I think there was some intention behind why we had two server builds. I don't quite remember. I think Ryan, you know more about that.
I mean, it was mostly just the thinking was that we could deploy them separately potentially. I mean, that never really happened. I think there was, and it caused tons of headaches around like trying to like use like unstorage in memory and stuff like this, because it literally was different builds. But I think there was some technical reason for it. I think a lot of it though was because it was a shared architecture between React and Solid in a sense. So in React, the RC bundle is like a completely separate bundle and endpoint and completely different.
Yeah.
Because just like a side note for some historical context, Nikhil managed to make a PR for Vite against React for server components in React like 3 years before it actually landed. Like back in 2022, he actually had working server components in React, and he went to Vite on Vite, and he went to Vite, and he went to the like the React repo and tried to make a PR, and everyone was like, no, this is not how we would do this. You know, they're like, which understandable, right? The React team's like, we can't merge this. Vite team's like, we don't like this, you know, because they literally had no ways to make it possible. And Nikhil had actually made that possible somehow. Eventually what ended up happening was that the environment API landed in 6, and then they worked, I think, a lot with the guys from on the Remix team, and like there's a whole separate path that actually landed to the actual RSC implementation in Vite. But Nikhil, you know, couldn't be bothered to wait those 3 years. So
yeah, no, fair enough. Yeah, essentially we went from having Vinci, which would do multiple Vite builds, and then at least on the server, take all of the multiple server builds and put them into one Nitro instance. So you just had one server at the end of the day that you would go and run. That was pretty good, except Vite isn't really designed to be used and ran like multiple times and have those outputs combined together. It works, but it's messy. In dev, you can get HMR issues across like client and server with the different builds. And you also had to set up like specific routers for like static assets. Whereas if you just used Vite, then you would have all of that included for you in the one build. But then, yeah, Vite came out with their environments API, which was Vite saying, hey, right now we can do a client build for you and one server build, where rollup would go through and ignore like all the browser APIs and just roll up everything into something that would run in Node or Dino, wherever you're deploying it. Vite environments was them going, hey, what if you could have more than one server build with like different, essentially entirely unique Vite configs per server build, which was a game changer, because now for our case, if we wanted to have multiple server builds, we could just define all of those inside Vite alongside our existing client one. There was no limitation there. We didn't end up doing the multiple server builds. We just have the one because it's simpler. Maybe we'll go back to having multiple in the future if there's a use case for that. But like, even just being able to go, hey, okay, we have this solution that doesn't mean that we need to patch together multiple Vite builds anymore. We can just have Vite do one big build, split out multiple targets, and then from there we can decide what we want to do with the server, whether we want to use Nitro or whether we want to use the Cloudflare Workers runtime or Dino or deploy on like Vercel or something with all of those Vite plugins that are in the works. Yeah, it just leaves it way more open and lets us really just focus on bundling all the code together, doing our transformations, and then, yeah, giving whatever downstream plugins that you have installed a way to say like, oh, because these plugins like the Cloudflare Workers plugin or the new Nitro plugin, they all use the same way of figuring out, oh, where's the server entry point that I need to be pulling my code from to then go and run elsewhere? All of those plugins having one way to do that through Vite environments is like massively simplifies everything on our end. And so yeah, I don't know how the idea of migrating to the environments API came up, but it all we eventually just settled on that being like, oh, this is the Vinci replacement that we've been looking for.
That was kind of like yeah, kind of like Ryan had mentioned before, it was like, yeah, it was like we had like SolidStart on like Vinci, and then like TanStack kind of took some of that over, and then they kind of migrated to their like off Vinci, so then that and onto like environment API stuff, and then we kind of like it's kind of gone back and forth a bit,
Yeah,
I guess, right? So
I think a lot of
yeah,
the environment API stuff idea came thanks to like Patak doing great work on the Vite side, because what they did is when the spec came out, they went like to everyone talking, oh, this is what we're building and we want you guys to test it out and bring us feedback. And by the way, the V team still does that to this day. Like we have this Vite ecosystem meeting every other week, and it's all about trying to like converge efforts and making sure that everybody can like we're not reinventing the wheel on every different framework, and if Vite can do the heavy lifting, they do. So when they spec'd out the environments API, they did came, I think they first talked to you, right, Ryan?
Yeah,
uh,
they were very much aware of what we were doing with Vinci. I think actually because people started, I mean, Vite team's close to the Nitro team too, and there was like people started actually like complaining that stuff wasn't working in SolidStart because of Vinci. Like I think that was actually part of the path, and at the very same time they were working with Cloudflare because Cloudflare was having like basically where the frictions were with the actual meta frameworks in terms of doing deployment. So they were very aware. When I first heard about the environments API, they approached me actually at a conference in Amsterdam. I think we were on like a giant boat cruise or some weird party boat thing, which was blasting like Euro dance music, and we instead were hanging out on the outside of the boat so we could actually talk over this stuff. And it was like freezing cold because of like the wind chill on the boat, but we stayed out there like basically the whole time talking about what the environment's variable, or sorry, the environment's API would look like and the motivations, and talking about the influence and like what we needed from because of from like the Vinci side and all this. Because even early on, Nikhil was very enthusiastic that we'd be able to just like update Vinci to use the environment's API underneath the hood. It was just like one of these things where I think we hit a real point where like real life meets single maintainer concerns type stuff, and it was such a big like it's such a big rewrite, like such a big like change that it would take as much work as it took him to originally make Vinci in the first place almost to actually replace it. Like it was a considerable lift, so we weren't really in the timing or place to actually pull that off at the time. But the V team was out there with us right soon, like right from that point when they were like speculating it. They were very much aware. They said like we have two big influences here: the work you guys did on Vinci, and then the work we've been doing with the Cloudflare, so that we can make like specific targets for them.
yeah. I'd be remiss to say that I did like all of the DaVinci work from scratch, because like so much of it was reading the TanStack start code, because they got to adopting the Vite environment API like way before we did. So I was able to read a lot of their stuff and copy a lot of stuff from their implementation. And along with like the server functions plugin and everything that we at least use for now. Yeah, we will be forever indebted to the TanStack guys.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair though, yeah, this has worked both ways because the Vinci stuff existing in the first place let Tanner go from like zero to like meta framework in like record time. Like he was like, do I really want a meta framework? I have this router, and then he was like, oh yeah, I have a meta framework like 2 weeks later. Like our journey to SolidStart was longer than that initial journey. Obviously, Tanner spent the next year like unvinching and unsticking it and trying to update it and get it passed, but he had a working prototype almost straight out the gate because of the original like Vinci's to start work, a prototype that he could deploy to any platform or whatever. Like that's I mean, this is part of the story why TanStack start took as long as it has to kind of get to RC and 1.0, because he had to rewrite it, to be fair, but he got to the first steps with like 80% functionality so quick, like
Yeah,
absurdly quick.
kind of got him into the game, right? Or to
I think
create a framework.
he also got to this in the very right time, because the moment that the conversation of the environments API started, Puya also started thinking, oh, maybe Nitro could just be a Vite plugin as well. And so that was, and I think that was the point where a lot of stuff started converging, and they're still like on the way. And that actually reminds me of, I think when I first talked to you, Ryan, about SolidStart, it was right after you started the second beta of the 1.0, and you already had a vision of V2, what's going to be today, and I think you're going to talk soon about what's coming after Solid 2.0. So you already had that. It was about 2 years ago, I think.
Yeah, I'm definitely. It was because the very first version of SolidStart was a Vite plugin, like the very first version. I was like very stoked about that. I talked about it, I think maybe even at that first Vite conference, because like it was before like that was fashionable to do. Like SvelteKit had its own thing. The SvelteKit became a Vite plugin, but originally it wasn't. And like I was like, I didn't want to make a meta, like the idea that I could just have a Vite plugin and like not have to think of it as like a real thing, like a meta framework, really excited me. But unfortunately, the realization with beta 2 was that we couldn't get there on a Vite plugin, which was a step back. But at the same time, beta 2 was also where I proved out router agnostic. Like basically all those ideas of how we could just make it actually practically a Vite plugin, because the thing that comes with being just a Vite plugin conceptually is I don't think it should be opinionated about much of the stuff on the software level. It should provide primitives essentially. So if the router isn't part of that package, then the router, like it should be able to support any router or whatever. So that like that part of the vision was there. The problem is, just like Vinci, we have this gap in order to have the right primitives into Solid itself to actually build this foundation out. And as you said, I'm going to talk about this more hopefully post 2.0, because at 2.0, if you look at it as on the bigger map, and I'm talking about Solid 2.0, is again about setting up the right primitives for the future. That's basically the whole focus. I don't want to talk too much about what that finally looks about too prematurely though. But anyway, sorry, I'm tangenting a bit. We should go back to talking about where we're at in terms of. I think we've laid out now that like what the Vinci effort is, and some of like what it involved. But yeah, where are we getting to with that today?
So the second part of the story, that would be the part that Katya would come in with the work that she did, with the CSS module loading and the resource loading, because that was also something that was being done by Vinci,
Right.
that was not covered by the environments API. So
Still
I think
a gap for Vite.
Yeah. And I think that's an important piece of explaining. Like if you look at the migration docs from Start V1 to what Start V2 is, it's like you think that nothing really changed, because it's just some config files that goes here and there. But what I think is important to point out is that this change is like a huge architecture refactoring. So what Brendan did with going to the environments API, just released us from tons of code or different dependencies, like surfaced some APIs that everybody, it becomes more reachable and flexible to the user when they're doing. Like the V team talks a lot about framework as a plugin. I think we're very close to that with this approach. But then one thing that we needed to do is handle the resource loading, and CSS is quite tricky to do that when there's client-side navigation involved. I think all of us watched like when Katya was like arm wrestling that approach, like and making all the tests and deciding the trade-offs and so on. But yeah, that was like a huge heavy lifting. And we already got the first question that everybody is asking. I don't know if you pronounce it Julio or Julio, but he asked if Start 2.0 is going to support Solid 2.0, which yeah, I don't know. Like maybe Brinley starts and Ryan finishes on that one.
Yeah. Just
yeah.
a second, Brenly, just before we get
Sure.
there, because I don't want to. It's too bad Katja isn't here to talk about the CSS thing. I do want to just comment very briefly on that. Is this gap isn't just it's basically in all frameworks. I remember when Remix came in and they were trying to figure out how to do it, and they actually looked at SolidStart stuff, original like Vinci stuff, to try and decide how they were going to handle the CSS and like all the special. I was actually in a rescreening of the Vite documentary panel a couple weeks ago, and the CSS thing came up again. We had myself, Rich, and Evan all on the same panel. I don't know if that's ever happened any time in recent history. It was actually just a small thing in a Discord, but Vite has that kind of pull when they ask people to come and talk about Vite. Everyone will say yes. So. In any case, the challenge too is because this ties so much into the internals of the framework. There's some work actually in Solid 2.0, which is kind of related a bit, but that the CSS, not just the CSS, but the actual like bundler graph information is actually important to us. Say like JS lazy loading type pieces to actually streamline things like initial hydration and stuff. Like I actually went and implemented a very basic like discovery system off the bundler kind of manifests so that like we could handle the stuff from Solid Core, because I needed to handle the JS loading if I wanted to be able to stream properly without kind of hacking the way I had done stuff in 1.0. And when I implemented it, and Katja was like, "What are you doing?" Like seriously, because she was like, I did this whole thing in Start 2.0 and this is not the same solution. I'm like, I just needed some JavaScript, but like these things are not unrelated. The bundler is becoming increasingly important in terms of how like perfect example. And sorry, I just Katja would probably talk about this here, but flash of unstyled content when the page is initially streaming is a real thing, because if you put style heads or style tags in the head or whatever, you don't have a problem. The browser's pretty smart. It'll block. It'll do what it needs to. But what if you're streaming content into the page and then you don't discover that CSS until you lazy load something that's going to be streamed later, right? With things like loading or suspense boundaries, we can detect stuff because we kind of prematurely run stuff, kind of like do a pre-pass so we can find things. But there's always possibilities with lazy loading code that there's going to be a timing issue or whatnot. So it is completely possible to not have loaded the client-side JavaScript like the normal Vite CSS handling and be flushing in content that has no CSS. So because the streaming mechanism happens before the framework loads. So for reasons like that, it starts getting really close into the frameworks. It's why I think React server components, which is the only way they expose streaming, even though technically their underlying primitives could do it, is like basically married to a Webpack plugin. I've kind of been marrying our stuff to Vite in the short term. Like it's not like a hard constraint, but it's just like, fortunately for us, Vite is much more liked these days than Webpack and more universal than Webpack, but it's the same kind of structural consideration, which makes things tricky, because what we managed to do with Solid 2.0 is actually, and I'm sorry, I'm hijacking stuff again, but it's actually detect which assets are needed on the server for CSS, and then hold, even though the framework hasn't loaded yet, with the serialization data, communicate to the client what those CSS assets are while it's streaming, have it inject basically like a link tag to do that loading in real time, and not even flush in the content in the stream, because if I've done this on a previous stream, but you actually write the stuff that gets swapped into the stream on the bottom of the page hidden. We can defer swapping in that stuff until the CSS is loaded, even before the framework's loaded on the page. So like, this is very complicated type stuff, but there's a lot of parallels between. Katja actually had to solve all these problems working on SolidStart, because these are not parts of the built-in like Vite handling. And
Yeah.
so
I think you illustrated very well how complex that thing was. And like one thing that I don't know if everybody knows, like in Vinci, we did have a short blanket season where it was like trying to cover yourself with a too short blanket. So you would try to fix one thing and the toes would stick out, and then you would try to cover your feet, and then then to that point, like Katya started testing it. She was developing Nitropage, and she suffered through all of those. So when we came to figure out for V2, we had decided that, okay, so V2, since we're coming out of Vinci, we want to make sure that we don't get regressions and that things are stable, and we build this right. We can learn from the previous pain. And then Katya was like the right person because she went through it all. So yeah, I think that has been our motto on the V2 is every time we try to build something we remember the kind of stuff that we had suffered, either because Vinci was juggling multiple Vite runtimes, or because like different stuff happening. So that was part of the whole effort.
definitely. I actually
Yeah.
just quick shout out here, just because she's not here to actually show it off. But this is what you were mentioning, right? Nitropage,
Yeah.
which is a SolidStart based website builder. I haven't had a chance to look at this in too much detail, but I know that it is one of the more complicated examples of SolidStart out there, because it's like a full like CMS, right? Like kind of builder. Just quick shout out. I'll leave the links in.
It's a visual. What's the right term for this? A visual website builder. Is that yeah? And yeah, I don't know if it's like the most complex SolidStart app we have there. It's pretty complex, but since OpenCode's already using and Brendan can talk about it, I don't know like right
Okay,
now
yeah.
which
That's
one takes
fair
the
enough.
cake.
And OpenCode uses, I guess SolidStart is for that piece. OpenCode uses Solid for like almost every part of the puzzle. But yeah, I just wanted to quickly get a shout out to this because this is a really cool project.
Yeah, I think she's also been giving good feedback on Solid 2.0 and stuff too, right? As she's like playing around with things and like, yeah, seeing how that would fit into Nitropage. So yeah.
All right.
Yeah, another thing I don't know if maybe you guys want to talk about as well is where we drew the line on the re-exports situation with H3 and Nitro and what we're doing this time. I think a lot of that was Brendan leading the charge when he was doing the Vinci. That was another friction point. So yeah, we did change a little bit of the APIs we're going to put out on that, and basically getting out of the way of people, because there was a lot of confusion on V1 or which docs do I read? Do I read H3 docs? Do I read Nitro docs? Do I read SolidStart docs? Vinci docs? Yeah. So yeah, Brendan, I think you're the biggest voice on when we were deciding which APIs would land where.
Yeah, I think we did end up keeping like some of the H3 re-exports, just purely for like the async local storage reasons. Like I think TanStack Start also do the same thing, and like so long as we keep using H3, it should be fine. Because otherwise, it's nice to be able to just import like get header or get cookie from SolidStart/server. And not have to pass in like the current event or request. And it's not that much more work for us to maintain. I think some of the utilities may have been removed just for like simplifying, but all the main ones like get set headers, cookies, maybe some like info about like the request IP and things like that would still be there. Yeah.
So we're gonna let's go back to what Attila was saying. We will be able to have the docs mostly in one place, or are we split between SolidStart and H3 right now? Oh.
No, we can keep them all in one place. I think as long as we just say like, hey, if you use like this like get request function, it'll give you an H3 object. And once you have that, then you can go to the H3 docs and do whatever you want there.
Yeah, we're also trying to make sure the type annotations are right. So then we are going to point you to the right place as you go. But also because of the whole like the Vinci thing and Nitro being exposed as Nitro, you can then it's more explicit to the user that is adding it. So you can even play around with that. You can play around with different Nitro configurations. Now, for example, the WebSockets, if you're going to try to use that WebSockets in Start 2, it's very, very clear that you're creating a Nitro endpoint for the WebSockets. It's not something that we need to touch for you. And basically those things. So it is more clear when you're getting out of like Start land and into Nitro and H3 territory.
Yeah, I think we should also mention that I think there's like a migration guide that we've created, right? That's on the docs site kind of thing. So you can check that out and I mean see if there's anything missing or whatever, right? As far as like the different exports that have changed and stuff like that. So yeah.
I think something fun to recognize about this new architecture is that pretty much like, if say you create a brand new Vite project and you just add the SolidStart plugin, add like a route or two, and then run Vite build, you'll get a client output and a server output. The client output will just be like a solid app that expects to have some like hydration data from the server and all your assets and stuff. The server code will just be JavaScript, like the main export will just be a JavaScript function that takes in the request as an argument and returns a response. Like that's all that we do now, in server land at least. And all like the server Vite plugins, like the Cloudflare one, Nitro Vite plugin, they all know how to handle this this structure. So we don't have to touch any of that. We don't care. And it's like what Attila was saying with the WebSocket. It's like, yeah, we don't care what you do with that because all we do is just take in a request, return a response. If Nitro decides to intercept, like not call that function that we give it because it needs to handle the WebSocket, then like we don't care. It's great.
Yeah, that kind of composition, it's huge. And I think this was one of the bigger things that happened post environment API, and largely it was when the initial like Da Vinci effort was happening, right? Was that kind of realization that frameworks hate kind of owning the adapters on a certain level. Although, funnily, as in that same panel, Rich and Evan were disagreeing on that slightly. I wish it was recorded somewhere. I was actually thoroughly amused because I just kept interrupting both of them to get clarification on what they were talking about, because I don't know the whole story, but it was right after Vite Plus was announced, and basically Evan was like, "Oh, I was hoping that like almost like Nitro, like that Vite Plus, you wouldn't have to worry about this kind of like dance."
I think
with,
you're talking about Void, no, not Vite Plus, right?
Well, it was that announcement that they did on
So Void is the abstraction on top of Cloudflare that lends as the adapter, right?
Yeah, no, but what I'm talking about is like Vite, like you know how they recently did that thing like maybe a week or two ago where they like made that big announcement. Whatever that thing was it was like the day after. I thought it was the Vite Plus.
So
thing.
they announced both. They announced Vite Plus, that's the unified toolchain. So basically what like Rome wanted to be, but they also announced Void, which sits next to it. And
Okay.
that kind of works as Cloud. I think you're getting to the point where Evan said, "Oh, you just connect to Void, and then Void's going to give you the deployment adapters." Is that what? And then
Yeah,
you said,
yeah,
"No,
okay,
but
yeah.
that's still an abstraction."
Right, exactly. It is still an abstraction, and I think that was the whole argument about who should own that abstraction. I've been like very happy to kind of push that off to hopefully the providers themselves, which is what which has been nice about this slight redesign in the environment API. Like Cloudflare or Netlify can be like, hey, we provide an adapter that works for basically any meta framework you want to deploy to us on Vite. That's a huge upgrade because I don't know if you guys remember, for a short period of time, I was actually on that team at Netlify officially. I mean, I wasn't doing very much there, I have to admit. I was still working on Solid, but um, they I was like I did spend some time reviewing the different meta frameworks and how the adapters worked and like testing them essentially and the feature set. And it was crazy because we had like Netlify actually had already previously taken on that ownership where some other places weren't as much. And it meant we had like 10, 15 different adapters for all the different meta frameworks, including the Next.js one, which wasn't even called the adapter. It's called the runtime because it was itself about 15 times bigger than any other adapter. But that it was crazy for them to manage. It was crazy before that when us and SolidStart had 15 adapters, one for each thing before like the other frameworks or before the other platforms recognized us as a real thing. And now we're finally getting to a place where it's like Cloudflare makes one adapter, works for presumably Remix, TanSecStart, SolidStart, Solid. Like I don't think we're at that reality yet, but that's the only thing that Cloudflare feels responsible for. For example,
There
like,
is a very large discussion, like a RFC from Philippe. He works at Netlify
Yeah.
about unifying the shape of the adapters for every provider. So then you unify it on the Vite plugin level, and then every framework just handles the output to that that plugin, and then everyone
Yeah.
adapts. But that again, Cloudflare did theirs as well. So
Yeah.
it,
Yeah, I mean, it
Is
was a
that-
real problem. I was on that team, and yeah, worked with him, and yeah, he did good work.
Yeah, I think there's some standardization around the like function that takes in a request, returning a response. That like there's a whole extra bunch of like metadata around that, like routing and asset handling and stuff that would also be nice to have like standardized so that all the server plugins can just like know, this framework has given me like this list of routes and they can be deployed in these configurations.
Yeah, I guess that this challenge is still the lowest common denominator issue that I was talking about, and it's funny. I'm like always like peeking over my shoulder for Daniel Rowe from Nux because whenever like I make a comment like this, especially when he's on a panel, he's like, "Yes, actually, we did do this." I'm just like, which is like I still can't get over that because what I'm referring to is that like Cloudflare has durable objects, but no one else does, which is like a completely different paradigm. So it's very weird to kind of make adapters like when the framework isn't aware of the specific features on every single platform and how to accommodate for them. They almost have to design for the existence of these potential feature set. And often what I call the lowest common denominator thing is you end up generalizing on the thing that everyone has versus what the particular platforms have, because they all expose their specific thing in a different way because they are different features that the other, like Cloudflare has this, Vercel doesn't have this, kind of scenario. Vercel has this and then Netlify doesn't have this. And this has been kind of very tricky. And in a sense, Nitro with on.js has been solving this. So every time I like make some kind of stupid comment, like it'd be crazy for someone to try and unify that API. Daniel's like, actually, we did do that. But in general, this is like a constant kind of conceptual problem. It's like, sure, there's some things that are like blob storage. Everyone has blob storage now at this point. So now, something like on storage can be very easily universal. But, like 3 years ago, that wasn't the case, right? So like, how can a framework make assumptions about this? It's about building the right abstractions and recognizing like there's a zone for those abstractions. But it does make a challenge when trying to like make the adapter design universal, because every one of these platforms has a different capability and ones we might not even be aware of or how to hook into. Like it has to be exposed fairly transparently, but on the same time with frameworks we like building abstractions, so there's like these things are at conflict with each other. Like a perfect example, sorry, just off the head, and you guys probably have comments about this, is like most frameworks have their own edge function representation where you can basically set up an API endpoint by just putting something in. Most of them also have file system APIs now, where you can just literally in the netlify folder or Vercel, whatever folder structure, just stick a function in this folder, and it automatically makes an API endpoint, and you can basically, if you put in a certain folder, it ends up on the edge. They've designing systems for distributed deployment, which is where I think the meta frameworks eventually need to get to. But that makes a lot of assumptions that the meta frameworks can't actually make. You know, like if we have our own abstractions, like we have server functions, or we have our own API endpoints, we map to those, but usually in the most simplified way. Like you choose edge, everything goes on edge. You choose server, everything thing. Trying to forward the underlying platform's own abstractions back through the meta framework is an interesting tension that I think still exists today. I don't know if you guys have any comments or thoughts on that.
No, I think that it definitely does still exist, but Vite environments may actually help there, because like I think if we look at like Next.js on Vercel, I'm pretty sure they deploy like every serverless function separately as like a individual build. Like we can't do that at the moment. But like theoretically, if we knew all the API routes, you could map through the API routes in your Vite plugin, create a dedicated environment for each of them, and then have it spit out like 20 Vite builds. We could possibly do that. And then, yeah, if we had a way of like taking those 20 Vite builds and routing them to the like provider's Vite plugin as needed, that could work. It'd be a little crazy, but
right. And I think this is the challenge here, because there's a tension between the providers, you know, feeding into the frameworks in a way that that is like too proprietary. So like there's this tension, like if you're Next.js and you can offer your users this very powerful setup, like why wouldn't you do that? But it only works on Vercel. You know, like there's this like real tension here when you have that kind of alignment, because then, you know, people will be like, well, the next off of Vercel isn't the same everywhere, and why don't you offer these features for every other framework that deploys to Vercel? And they're like, well, we technically do, but no one else is going to build their framework that specifically for Vercel, because they want to deploy on the other one. So like this is still a very ongoing challenge that I don't like blame any of the parties on. It just is something that we have to be aware of, you know.
yeah, I don't think it's an unsolvable problem, because like if you look at how you configure the Cloudflare Vite plugin at the moment, like you don't, when you set up a SolidStart, you don't tell it like the file entry point to use. You tell it the name of the Vite environment that runs your server stuff. And in theory, you could specify multiple of them if you wanted to have like multiple deployment targets, and you could give each one a different Vite environment. It's just that the process of that, unifying that, would probably be nigh impossible, I would assume, just because of the like uniqueness between different providers, and also like you just need to be able to customize it at the user level, and whether that is ultimately worth it remains to be seen.
Sorry,
That's a crazy diagram, right? Like,
It is.
yeah, I mean, this is from Philip's like his proposal here to try and like streamline it so that like Vite is that center. So I'm wearing a Vite shirt today. I didn't even realize it would be so Vite today, but yeah, like a more sane thing. This reminds me of I mean, it's not too directional, but it reminds me of the first time the React team showed off like what's wrong with like synchronization with like two-way binding or whatever. Like they did this talk with Jin Chang, and the diagram looked something like this. They're like the answer wasn't this, so the answer was unidirectional flow. But I mean, this is still a much simpler diagram. Sorry. Attila already shared this in the chat. I think this is pretty important. It's so hard to get everyone to agree. There was like Winter CG where they're trying to get the platforms to agree. I think fortunately for us, Vite is kind of like a United Nations. So Vite can force this through even if these guys might not all agree with each other,
Yeah.
even if Vercel's like we're specs plus, sorry, I'll never get over that whole async local storage thing when the defense was they're like, you're not following the standards, and they're like, we're standards plus, and it's like that's not following the standards. That was like the end of that. I don't think Winter CG is even doing much anymore. Separate topic, but anyways, go ahead.
So as you were talking about that and deployment adapters, and we talked about Nitro, that's the best segue. Like Brendan Roberts just showed up, and he's the head behind Analog, and I think he was the first one to actually use Nitro as a Vite plugin.
That is true. Yeah.
So he actually we did like a big everybody copies each other's homework at this point. So because as we were copying 10stack start homework on the Vinci part, 10stack was also looking at what Brendan did with Analog to use Nitro as a plugin, and then we keep going like that. So yeah, he as he's talking, like Vite is the bridge to all worlds. Like that's just open source at its best. So he deserves a shout on this chat. Yeah.
Definitely, yeah. I remember us looking at that around the original time, and we actually asked the original. I think he would, because I was trying to remember. We were trying even early with Nikhil. There was like we were paying attention with Analog, and we were trying to figure out if there was like some kind of gap here. Nikhil obviously is very like pull out all the stops, just get to the end. But yeah, no, very important work, because I think. That was the basis for the TanStack work. I remember seeing those conversations early on in that. It's interesting though, because there's a danger here, but I'm not going to point out it right now because the technology is too popular and too thing. But Webpack was that for people at one point. Winter TC is still alive. Okay, it's good to know. Webpack was that central focus, and then we all moved off Webpack, and things looked like really bad. Like I think we didn't all move off Webpack. What ended up happening was Vercel stayed on Webpack, and then into TurboPack, which is an evolution of that, and that became actually a source of the modern fracturing we have, where not everyone is on Vite. But of course, if everyone was to ever move off Vite, but it's possible that's just not going to happen. Maybe Vite is like cemented itself as like it's gone too big to. I mean, I thought Webpack was there too, but
But I think it's more than that. I think it's a little bit of the shape of how the governance in Vite works, which I'm a huge fan of. Like they don't. And I'm not saying anybody did on Webpack. I'm not saying anybody does that on React or anything. I'm praising Vite. They don't take their position as, okay, now we are the majority. We're going to do what we want and everyone else fall in line. They are actively looking for feedback, and they're trying to be, they really take this place as the United Nations of JavaScript in a way. Where they want to play ball with every single framework, and they don't pick favorites. Though Vite started as a Nuxt thing, they don't pick favorites on Nuxt, and they do make a lot of effort. Like we've been talking to them about now that Vite is at this point with Rowdown and Vite Plus becoming this unified tool chain on. Okay, so how can they're actively asking how can we create a better ecosystem for other things that you need. If we need to create things that hook up to the compile time, image components or loading fonts, CSS loading, what kind of stuff does Vite needs to do in order to like still meet your requirements. And that's it's the kind of stuff that is hard to beat. Like if they are big, they already are good, and they're still actively looking for stuff and ways to improve and being open to it. Like at this point, why would you create an alternative instead of joining them?
Well, and I think it's because of the way they designed it. See, the key part here, and the reason that I'm not as concerned is Vite is very primitive focused. You like the pieces are all building blocks. Now, to be fair, you can only do that when you understand the problem space well enough. They might have fallen on it even accidentally because they're the amalgamation of like so many different tools. They had no choice. Like the real core piece was that roll down was originally so minimalist. Like it has all the qualities of the type of solution that I love. Or sorry, roll up, the original, not roll down, roll up. It has all the qualities of solution that I like. That when Vite adopted, say, its plugins that were cross-sectional, like it basically took a very minimalist set of primitives right off the base and built on those and continued that pattern outwards. Where Webpack, the things weren't defined; they just had to kind of create a whole system that did the whole thing. It was a plugin system, but it was kind of like the difference between system based on homogeneous adaptable pieces that stack versus a system that's like just very, very configurable. Webpack is incredibly configurable, but at its, that tends to lead to more complexity than having independent pieces that stack like Lego bricks. And I think that Vite's design, which was only capable after Webpack was kind of showed us like what the space looked like, means that we'll never really be in that problem space again, because even if Vite was to go away, pieces of it would still be there, and you could replace those pieces, and Vite replaces those pieces when they get better pieces to replace it with. How we have OXC, roll down, all those pieces are all replacing things that Vite actually had before. It's so modular that it's going to be very hard to it's very hard to picture a world where you want to get rid of all of those pieces in one go, or that you could.
Yeah, but also we are a bit biased because we are going in that same direction with a solid ecosystem. Maybe now it's a good time for you to talk about this vision about having like start as like we like to say it's the true meta framework where every piece gets plugged in together, and the kind of stuff we're doing in pushing like a lot of primitives out of the core of the framework so the framework stays lean.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think there's something there. I mean, you're right. This aligns very much with Solid's whole philosophy, perspective, design approach. So obviously, I'm incredibly biased towards this. But then again, for me, that isn't a debatable feature. For me, I follow it like a religion, but because to me it's science. Like that's the best way to put it. Like this kind of structuring is something that you end up getting to inevitably. You don't always identify the right boundaries right away. You don't always figure out how everything fits together. Sometimes you have to be a little bit ambitious and kind of just throw a bunch of stuff together to get to a point. But ultimately, what should fall out is what we're seeing here. And it's funny because, you think the same thing about, like, say, something like web standards or some, like, any kind of low-level platform thing that we consolidate on. The problem is even with myself and our work with Solid kind of focusing on this way, I'm like the last person to want to like completely stamp it down, because I just see churn everywhere I look, which is one of the challenges here, because things have to get really stable. Like this is what we've been seeing with Vite is it's like a stage along a path line to stabilization. But like to me, where Vite is, might be halfway there. Like so other people would be like, put in the platform today. Like this is for me that's, and I feel similarly about Solid. SolidStart was something I didn't want to build at first. I've mentioned that many times, and I've been trying to keep it as minimal. And then we hit a point with Vinci where I was like, man, we just got to keep on going. But like we overextend ourselves, right? I'm very happy with the DaVinci effort that we've we've taken back from that risk. See, because the risk we hit with Vinci was everything that you ended up feeling as end users or developers working in the project, people using the project, was that. The risk was that by overextending, we're suddenly responsible for a whole bevy of different concerns that go beyond the framework. The cores of SolidStart was always fairly solid, sorry, but like the mechanics, the design of like the way the routes work, the actions, the whole like setup here architecturally made a lot of sense. But when I released it on Vinci and we did all this stuff, suddenly the types of issues that we're getting on the GitHub are like, I don't know, like why are you reporting this to me? I mean, I get why you're reporting this to me because we took on this thing, but it was like this, like it's like this whole range of issues that go beyond the mechanics of like building UI. It's like when I'm on this particular provider and they have set these cache headers and the cookie doesn't match when I rerun through a server function that, and like these are all our pieces. We're responsible for them, but like the combinatorics just exploded because we're responsible now for everything. And obviously I don't like that from a maintenance standpoint, open source, but also because there's only so many people who can step up and do the amazing work that all you folks are doing. So it's like it is a challenge. So we've been kind of stepping back, and I already mentioned with this CSS loading stuff into streaming, like some of the stuff does, I think in general, bundler awareness getting back into the core frameworks is actually the same kind of consolidation happening, in a sense where Quick was the first framework to notice this. They were like, like Quick doesn't exist without a bundler. Like you don't get to do what Quick does without a bundler. But more so, I think like the Webpack plugin for RSCs is another thing. RSCs are a React feature, not a Next feature, and that is like basically tied to Webpack. They'll say it's not. Yes, technically it's not, but like effectively today it is. Not anymore now, I guess, because there's a Vite plugin for it. But like until the Vite plugin came in, we were tied to that specific thing, and that's to use React. That's the perception of complexity that the ecosystem's feeling in general. Like when they kind of come in here, it's like we want to do this SSR stuff, we want it to be core, we want to just install the framework, but you can't get there without a meta framework. Sorry, yeah, this is where I go my soapbox, isn't it? We'll get to Brenly right after this because he's got a lot of important stuff, but I'm just going to finish my soapbox here for just a moment, and you guys can comment on it if you want. But the reflective complexity here, if you map out the space, is that at the very same time, these opinions are getting invalidated by the existence of AI and LLMs. So like you have this tension where you're, how should I put it? You have these AIs that just want to build the thing and circumvent all your opinions, your meta frameworks about that. It's the reason why we're seeing all these like meta frameworks now, like the Vite team basically making him some kind of meta framework. They view themselves almost like the Astro of single page apps, but it's the same kind of thing. VNext, all these things. I don't expect everyone to go and build their own meta framework, but it's never been easier. And I think that when you consider the tension there, it's what the end result is that the core, like the solid or the React or the Svelte, ends up pulling more stuff in over time because the problem space is better understood. We can finally do that. We couldn't. It would have been ambitious to try and do it before. And secondly, because hopefully those other pieces that can't be pulled in can be actually given to other places that own that responsibility, whether it's the deployment adapters, whether it's like a very specific type of Vite plugin. And ultimately, what this gets us to a very interesting place because SolidStart becomes basically a Vite plugin and a CLI today, essentially. Like it's a template starter with this Vite plugin that, as Brendan was saying earlier, you can just literally stick into any project and then like, ta-da, you have this. But how long before SolidStart Vite plugin just becomes solid Vite plugin? Like that, I'm like saying this, and the start team's like, "What are you talking about?" But we're like, I'm projecting further out. Like there's when certain classes of problems, like CSS asset management, is something that the framework or the bundler piece, like the core Vite plugin, has to be aware of to a certain degree to work. And the adapters now are completely owned by Cloudflare, Vercel, whatever. I'm not saying that like you necessarily completely get rid of the layer altogether, but like the framework is router agnostic. Like what's left in SolidStart? Like if server plugin, server functions are just a Vite plugin. Asset discovery is part of the core framework mechanism because it has to play with streaming and all that kind of stuff. If adapters are owned by the underground lying platforms, there is stuff. The sad thing is there are a lot of these glue pieces, but I'm thinking big picture here. So I don't know. That's where my head's at. I don't know where your all heads at, but
I mean, I
Yeah, I
think you
think
start. Go, Brennan. You go first.
that's, I think if that idea of like the being able to unify the extra metadata around the server bundling, like the RFC that Attila linked earlier, if that can happen, then I think that future could very well be possible. It'd be really interesting where you do have like a dedicated Vite plugin just for server functions. Because like right now, that does have to be all in one Vite plugin. Because like we need to have a server handler that can go, hey, is this request looking for a server function? No? Okay, I'll fall back to an API route. Oh, nothing matched there. Okay, I'll fall back to like rendering an actual page. But like, yeah, if that part also gets moved into Vite, then yeah, we're left with like, oh, we have like 4 features that don't have to talk to each other. Okay, we don't need this anymore.
yeah, I mean, yeah, I know, Till, if you have any thoughts. I mean, we're not there yet, but it's like one of those things, you know.
Yeah, my thoughts is just that this is a very slippery slope in terms of, I mean, stitching things together because it makes it easier for us to create interop between them. Is very comfortable to the point that okay, I'm just going to put like just going to put the router inside this monolith because then it's easier for me to handle the metadata, the meta tag, the head, and so on. And then I'm just going to pull in this the router. I pull in the meta tag, the head handler, and then I start pulling in more things, and then everything goes into core because. And then we get closer to a monolith, which is the other direction that we have been trying to go. So that was more or less where I felt you were going when you mentioned that server components are a React feature, not a Next feature, because we had islands before, which are our version of server components. And with Solid 2, it remains the question if how much of that like server side logic is going to belong to the core of the framework, and then where do we put this divide? Because right now we do have this kind of contention. We do have this thing about okay, so the file routes, do they belong in the router or do they belong in start? The file routes components, like how we
Right.
define the. So do they belong here or there? And then you have Ceroval that does a lot of like the RPC handling and the duplication and so on. But then the preloading stuff is handling by the router. And then we're like, okay, where do things go in? And how do they stitch together? And even that is like a second documentation that we need to answer every now and then where people are confused about how server actions work. And then half of the story is on solid router and the other half is on start. It does becomes very comfortable if we start putting them together, but then we're also building a monolith in the end.
Yeah, I mean, it's tricky because there's the RSC example and the islands thing it's tricky because like the truth is the reason that the island solution couldn't go any further, like the our kind of RC solution, was because I couldn't get like I didn't have a reasonable way to get into the core. Like I realized that I needed to actually get into the core, like the way we actually serialize or like send JSX, and it just doing it from SolidStart wasn't the right place. So like that was kind of a similar kind of thinking that kind of reinforced what I was like getting at. And the other side of it, which is exciting to me, is then all the plugins, like the image component and all that, become solid plugins, not SolidStart plugins. They become solid plugins. So you get to a point where the actual interfacing points change from being meta framework, because the goal is provide the primitives that people can make opinionated things, including AI can make opinionated things with, keep modular enough, but hopefully there's a common interface that they can all interact with, right? That's where the challenge kind of comes in, right? Because I started seeing this all over, because the router, for example, needed to know about request objects when you're doing with SSR, and then every meta framework has their own request object shape. So this is like, that's why I was like, no, you should use our local storage request object hook, so that any framework could inject its request in through that mechanism, and then work with the router. So like, it is kind of, anytime you kind of calcify at the lower levels like this, you do actually kind of make things less dynamic. But yeah, because that's what it's doing. It's making things less fragmented at the same time. But yeah, at the same time that I see every, tons of meta framework type things showing up, like more of these opinionated layers or AIs basically covering the gaps for you, I also think we might be at the end of, like, React's big enough that it has React Router, TanStack, and it has Next. I don't think we're ever going to see that kind of split again in JS framework land. Like React's the biggest, obviously, so there's that, but I'm not sure that like, if the split happens, they're going to be on shared internals, because React or whatever underlying framework is going to have more control, so they're not going to diverge as much. The problem is, at the time that those all came out, React hadn't really figured out its crap in terms of that area, and now we have like every clerk and every third party basically having to make 3 plugins for all the different React frameworks. And so I don't know, we're small enough we can say this. Obviously, SvelteKit and Svelte are small enough they can see this. Vue and Nuxt probably you wouldn't think is small enough, but their ecosystem and the way that they build means that they are like, they're okay with having this single path, because they like everything batteries included, so they'll be fine. Angular and Analog will have an interesting conversation in a few years when the Angular team decides to change their focus. I imagine they have at least 5 years before they have to worry about that. So maybe Angular or Analog just gets absorbed. But like that conceptually, that's how I view things. So like, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I'm talking enough. Brenly, do you have any thoughts on this topic? I'm sorry, we haven't gotten to your area yet, so you haven't been able to participate much.
No, I don't have much to add there. Yeah, just interesting conversation, I guess. So, yeah.
Maybe let's pull up that question about Solid 2 and Start 2.
Yeah, I was thinking
and
too.
We finally answer this here.
Yes.
Yeah. So like, yeah, SolidStart 2 will just support kind of V1 Solid. Yeah, that's kind of just so like it's easier for people to migrate to and stuff like that. And then I think the plan is that Start like 3 or whatever will be like the V2 version. We'll bring in the solid V2 version. So I've kind of like Brendan did with the Da Vinci effort. I kind of just like went ahead and like tried to like what would it take for Solid 2 to be in SolidStart, and just kind of ran with it. So I kind of have like a branch working and stuff like that, with like the Hacker News demo, the Notes demo that are kind of in there and stuff. So, but it's not like production ready or whatever like that. So it's just kind of like, I think it's been a good exercise to like find bugs for Ryan and stuff like that. Like,
Yeah.
Where I like upgrade and then I'm like, oh, this kind of changed or whatever, right? So
yeah, I mean, don't undersell it. You went through good chunk of ecosystem libraries, and basically with no guidance went in there and like made Solid 2.0 ports for them. Like before I got to Meta, before I got to the router, I was like sitting there just like trying to get like Solid working, and you're just like, okay, yes, so I did Meta, I did router, and I got this thing SolidStart. There's this bug happening. I'm just like, what?
Yeah.
What other
Yeah.
libraries like like?
Well, I did like probably the first one I kind of did was also like Tanstack, like Tanstack's router and stuff. Like that's a fairly like I feel like that was almost a more complicated thing, just all the stuff going on there with the Tanstack solid part. So but yeah, that yeah, and then I did like solid query. I kind of did a little exercise on that, like I don't know how I guess Solid 2.0, a lot of the async stuff, like maybe you don't need query, or like you'd like use it for caching and stuff like that, right? But yeah, I kind of just went ahead and kind of ported a bunch of those things, and like I guess Tanstack was nice in that like it had a lot of tests, so like I could just like kind of like with AI's help kind of do a lot of this stuff and that type of thing. So like the different like yeah.
I'm actually a little bit interested, and maybe some people will be interested. What role has AI played in you being able to migrate all these libraries to Solid 2.0 in such short order?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that was kind of like the topic of my one blog post a little bit too. So like, yeah, it's definitely like, yeah, I've been like pleasantly surprised how like quickly it's let me kind of change things, and like, yeah, like, yeah, some things I kind of like, I have like, sometimes I have like a reference folder referencing Solid, and then it can kind of go through the source and figure out like, oh, like create effect now takes 4 arguments instead of 2 and stuff like that, right?
There's like basically no docs, right?
Yeah, there's well, I mean, yeah, it basically has the source code, right? Like so that's like the only thing it really has, and I think like I said in the article, it like it can like also it can just dig through like node modules folders and stuff like that. So yeah, definitely like yeah, that's where I feel like people are like a bit like yeah, let's say like the create effect change is like a big change to migrate and stuff like that, which I mean, yeah, it is, and like that type of thing. But like AI can get pretty good at like these signals are tracking, kind of put it in the first half, and then like have the side effect in the second half. So but yeah, it's kind of been amazing how like little docs just need, like I think even like the documentation you had in the Solid repo, like sometimes I just pointed at that, and then like it can kind of
right, the migration guide,
yeah, the migration guide, and just all those like reactivity and batching, and I guess yeah, that's also a big change, is like the like when you set a signal, it doesn't immediately update it, like you have to flush or whatever. So okay, that's good. Yeah, I'm not sure how many people are like, because we haven't really announced it or anything. It's just kind of like in alpha that we've been testing out. So yeah, again, the test suite was kind of helpful there. And then yeah, I've just been updating it like as Ryan's publishing new versions. I just update it, and then I see like oh, the test passed, that's good. Or if the tests don't pass, maybe it's either like a bug in Solid, or it's like something maybe we're doing weird in Tanstack. So but yeah. But yeah,
this article is great. Just a side note. I love this article.
Yeah, I guess that track before awaits got a little bit of questions about it and stuff, with like
no different than it is today though. So
yeah, it's just I don't know if it's like a bit more visible because like memos can be async and stuff like that.
Yeah, resource being split.
Yeah. But yeah, I guess the other thing with AI, I think that like I'm sure Ryan's felt is helpful is like for like reproductions and stuff. Like I can like yeah, like all like this test is failing in Tanstack, like what's going on, and then I can kind of like use AI to help like narrow down like a small reproduction and stuff like that. So um yeah, I think that's been helpful that I can either like open a PR in Solid or I think like I said in the article too, it's let me like I can sometimes beat a Ryan like, you know, like, oh, like if I remove this line, it'll work. But then Ryan will be like, maybe there's a better solution than what AI has provided, right? But it at least like I think gets the general idea across kind of thing. So
Incredibly
yeah.
helpful, actually. And the fact that certain repos like Stack Blitz, it can literally just pull the source down. So like it looks at it and just goes, okay, yeah, this is the thing. Some of these issues of your last one that you haven't even reported a bug on made me realize that the work that I like was missing a whole timing edge case on this on the client hydration. So like been doing a lot of work. There should actually be a new release, new solid beta today. I just didn't because I had a different bug that I was debugging right up to the line, and it's not important for the stream, so I just kind of left it. But yeah,
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so it's been good. Yeah, just trying to migrate things and like, yeah, I don't know. I was even looking at like OpenCode, what it would take for like Solid 2 there, and that's a little bit more complicated, I guess. Like I think like Cobalt and stuff like that are like
the component libraries, yeah, are going to take a little bit more.
yeah, like I think it's a lot of like I feel like split props and stuff like that. I think there's a lot in there and stuff like that. So
They're the type of places that will be using more effects. But the beautiful thing is, once those type of libraries are written out into a good place, the like what you're left with is the developer consuming these things is going to be just so much like I'm even acknowledging it. There's a little bit of added complexity that we've done on some of the library side, which is honestly the common cost. You see this in the React ecosystem too, why, you know, there's a love-hate relationship with Tanner and React, and you know, like that. I think we've done a decent job here still for those kind of maintainers, but there is a bit of a tension there. But the end result for the people, like the final, like I'm going to come in and build my application, I think, you know, I mean, obviously I'm biased, but I think this is you know, the way it exposes itself at the end is actually quite nice. You actually wrote something here, Solid 2 feels really good. Well, I hope that's the case.
yeah, and yeah, I mean, I can maybe mention some of the things where it's like, yeah, it's like on mount is now unsettled, kind of stuff like that. Just like renaming things and like, yeah, I guess I mentioned like create effect, kind of the flush, like setting the signal and stuff like that. So, but yeah, there's I think the migration guide has most of them. Like I tried to mention in this article maybe the ones that weren't kind of mentioned quite as much, but yeah, like I guess I kind of hacked around a bit like the testing library, where I kind of like yeah, like I aliased like solid web to like kind of just to get around some imports and stuff like that. But obviously that stuff isn't ideal, but I guess sometimes you do it to kind of get things to work. So like I don't know if the plan is to have like, yeah, I don't know. I guess it's better to migrate to the actual changes and stuff because I know like AI tends to like want to like also like make a shim for some of these things, like just make unsettled on mount, just rename it or whatever, right? Like so it doesn't have to change the code and stuff like that. Which like actually changing the code is like the proper way of doing it, but
Yeah, those kind of semantic changes are actually going to probably be the hardest challenge here with timing pieces. React went through a similar issue when they switched between I think React 15 and 16 when they like finally like made set state for sure always like in the past, like when they consolidated on that. I think that actually happened earlier, but people were still using it wrong until they actually like enforced it. We're in a very different age for these migrations than even a few years ago though, so I think it's an interesting difference because that. Sorry, Alexis came by in the stream and just said hi. He's also been doing some of the SolidStart work that everyone knows because he's behind like Cerevel and like this serialization work. But I've been seeing a bunch of Alexis PRs. He's been doing a few other things too.
He did a few very big improvements from V1 to V2. So when that's something we didn't mention actually. We were using the 10-stack server functions plugin for the code extraction part and for handling the server functions. And Alexis recreated from the ground up because 10-stack went into a different direction. And he just, okay, I'll take it on. And he pulled and created a new code extraction plugin that is working super well. It actually handled all the differences that had between Vinci and the 10-stack server functions. And we were never like fully satisfied with how we were dealing with environment variables as well since V1. And he actually wrote that from the ground up as well again. So V2 has a new way of handling the environment variables that is super safe, and he added those to the tests. He also he did a few more than that on Cerevel. Like we're adding the serialization mode for using JSON, which now allows both on V1 and V2 to let you use the JSON parse. So that means you can use the strongest possible CSP if you want. Now in both, and on that note, when he was doing that, he also did a few upgrades on Cerevel. So Cerevel is actually
Security,
faster
yeah.
now.
Mhm.
There was some security patches as well that he did. So he's been busy. He's been very busy, and there could be a full conference talk workshop on the amount of stuff that he
He's not
recreated.
he's not a very public person. I can't get him on my
Yeah,
stream. He's done so much over the years, but I still can't get him on my stream.
and there's also a pull request that he's doing now that's like been long in the list of the V1 users, which is the server function. How did he call like the dialogue for the dev tools for server functions now? And then you can track those and so
Like
on. And the PRs,
inspector or something, right? I think he's
yeah,
called, right? Yeah.
yeah, server function inspector, yeah, which is
That's
pretty great. So yeah, he's a powerhouse. He definitely deserves a huge shout on this.
yeah, no,
Yeah,
definitely.
I think he upgraded like his UI library to V2 and stuff like that, or he has a like Terracotta or whatever it's called. So we kind of needed that for the SolidStart V2 thing that I was doing. So yeah, I think he just has a next version of that. So yeah, I mean, I think I had saw like a tweet from him at one point. He's like, he's excited for Solid 2, and then he's like, oh, he remembers he has a bunch of V1 libraries, right? Like he has to upgrade them all or whatever.
But that's like his own fault because he's the kind of guy that cannot handle an idea in his head. Like you're talking to him, he's like, I'm going to write a library for that, and then it's not a library that he picks from like the ecosystem and builds on top. He writes everything from scratch.
Yeah.
So yeah, but it's incredible the speed in which he spits out high quality code.
Oh, that's what Terracotta is. I wasn't actually sure what it was.
Yeah, it's like a UI library.
Yeah,
kind of thing.
he was commenting that he used the pattern of a multi cleanup registration in effects a lot,
Okay, yeah.
which is the one. It seems that that's the more painful part for most people in split effects. It's not actually the splitting. It's the fact that they got into patterns where you could just call functions inside the effect and have them register their own cleanup. And in order to do that with the split effects in 2.0, what you have to do is actually have the functions return their cleanup and then have the effect, return call all the cleanups at the end. It's a simple pattern, but it meant he had to touch every single place. It's a whole other discussion in terms of like some people are like, well, if you design it this way, but there's reasons. I'm not getting into that right now. But let me see. Sorry, let me switch my view for 2 seconds here.
Yeah, and this was kind of needed. Like, I guess it's for like it's like the dev overlay kind of uses this. Like that
Oh,
was
okay.
like I think yeah, because I guess you'd be like, what does SolidStart have for like a UI kind of thing? But I think it's for the dev overlay, and that was actually like I think that was the thing I had to touch the most when I was playing with the beta and stuff. Is just like um yeah, like that had the most like the overlay had the most like effects and kind of stuff like that. So yeah.
It's funny. I don't even I'm not as familiar enough with the component libraries to know this stuff. So this is an unofficial or an official yet not official port of headless UI. It's always I need to know this stuff because when I go on Twitter or like these different things, everyone like is always like, I wish Solid had Shad CN or this or this, and I see these all the time, like every single time. I'm like, did you guys do a Google like? Do you know how I?
Yeah, I feel like
To answer that, there is
like auto completed because I've been there. Okay, Shad CN Solid.
I also feel like there's like been like a couple new ones almost, or a couple new libraries kind of coming up.
Solid UI, like it's just most people who make these laments, I do wonder if they like did a Google search. I like it's like that's how I figured out these things.
On that note, there is this new library called Zaidan. I sent you the link if you want to share with the chat.
Sure.
This community member, he created this one. I don't know if it's a direct port of anything. It's a component library like Cobalt, but they're also creating, and I found that really interesting, an AI agent system, and it basically automates translating Shed CN components into Solid. So that's like one experimental feature that they have, but I really want to try that out a little bit more.
Yeah. Let's see, you sent it through the private chat. Let me see
Yeah,
if
I
can
sent you
get it.
there. I'm sending to the chats. I have the chats open as well. But I don't. I need to find the name of the author. He deserves a shout. They deserve a shout. I don't know.
so it like
Oh.
syncs it between the two or something, or like I wonder how that.
An AI agent system that automates syncing Shad CN based React components into Zen. Okay, and
Yeah, that's pretty. That's a pretty cool idea. Like I've been playing around with like writing skills to refactor apps or to like having a solid.js skill for agents, and I
it's
played
built on top of
around.
Cobalt. Okay.
Yeah, and I have like a few evals where I tell for my like React to Solid component convert, and it kind of works. Like I got decent success with that, but it's not ready yet. And but it does, like once you teach the agent like the best practices and like which methods to bring from where and so on, they actually become pretty good in translating those kind of stuff. So hopefully this question has its days numbered.
I'm so stoked to see stuff build out like this. So I think something happened in the last year, and it was not with like anything that related to what I'm doing. Like I'm like off here like breaking things and trying to find some like future. And in the last year, quietly, Solid's ecosystem is just like boomed outwards. Like just like there's just like a different vibe. Whereas like before it was like cool idea, and now it's like I'm building really cool important stuff on top of this. I'm this is
Yeah, you
awesome.
said that like just the ecosystem. It's like it's like React. We have a React thing and a Solid one now, like it's like it's in that conversation a lot more, right? So
Yeah, and for that, I think OpenCode deserves a shout. Because they really went all in on that. Like they've been running SolidStart 2 in production for for a very long time. Brendan works there, so he probably can talk more about it. They do have a TUI in Solid. If you're using OpenCode, you're running Solid. So that's like so cool. And they're also like always bringing like feedback and like they find issues and they let us know about it. So it's really cool.
Sorry. I just before we go to that point, I just want to, because I cut Brenly off there because Alexis came on the stream. I just want to. We should talk about OpenCode, yes, in just a minute. I just wanted to. I love this PR because you just did like one PR that was like upgrade to Solid 2, and I'm looking through the PR and like, yeah, a lot of this stuff seems very surface level, at least for SolidStart. Like it was like, you know,
Yeah, like class list and
yeah,
loading.
and then
is
no more
pending.
use transition. You go is pending this. I love that. This is probably my favorite one. Like just like this didn't actually change all that much. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I'm glad that I know this is not a oh yeah, and oh yeah, this was a funny one because it's using the new ref thing. Like it doesn't even really need to call it as a function probably, but it could have just been pass that in, but whatever.
Yeah, like again, like a lot of it's probably AI and like create resources, just create memo now. Like it's a good, yeah. I guess you do this often enough, and you kind of see like the merge props is merge. Like I guess it touches a lot of files, but it's not like,
yeah.
And I guess like the for now, like they're accessors now. That's kind of a change. That
I love, even though just looking at this diff, and I know this is completely off topic, I can just see like the slight, like this was already the 90% case of split props was already this. I love to see this kind of cleanup manifest itself. And sorry, this is completely selfish for me because I'm just talking about Solid 2.0
yeah, like
stuff.
you just ignore the first part, right? Or
yeah, because this local probably could have just been props. Yep. So this actually saves the proxy on things. So it's not only cleaner, it's more performant. Again,
and like the provider is another one. Like there's no dot provider anymore. It's just like the context.
Yeah, I guess it's being like there's this casting thing that's happening because of TypeScript. Screw you, TypeScript, but see. This is just. Yeah, I'm stoked. AI looks like from the thing, AI was almost able to just go and just like split props.
Yeah, like
merge
I'm
props.
not sure if it's necessarily all 100% right, but it does a good like first pass and stuff like that. So
we are in a very different. This is a very different world
because it is also like, yeah, I mean before you could always do like a find replace or something like that, like whatever, but like now you can actually do like the effect thing is a good thing where it can kind of tell which signals it's tracking and put it in the front half, and then some of the solid query was a little bit tricky because it used a lot of like create computeds and stuff like that, which isn't there. Stuff like that. So
yeah, I'm super stoked that if this is the experience. So I understand this is not like a real app thing. I think people who use AI maybe to do like React in their day job are probably getting a different experience compared to like this. But like, because I remember there's a question on Twitter, someone was asking, I think Nexel actually at OpenCode, why AI is so bad at Solid. Give me some help. And you passed your best practice article on to him, and he's like, "This is exactly what I was looking for."
Yeah, I guess he wanted like some more like opinions and stuff like that as opposed to like docs and stuff. But yeah, I guess the one thing on like the AI, like I feel like, yeah, I don't know. I guess maybe that's like I have like at work, like I like use AI a bit to like generate React code and stuff like that, and then it's still like I feel like React has like, because React's been around longer, it like it has more of those bad practices in it, I guess, per se. I don't know if that's just like fetching in a use effect and stuff like that. Whereas like Whereas like Solid, I guess it doesn't have as much like, so it's like almost the training data works against you, which I think you've kind of said before, where it's like there's so much React code, and like so there's less solid code, but it's
just looking at how these resources transformed over to memos. This is way cleaner than like. Can you picture if you had to move everything from use effect? Like this would be like a completely different place. And I feel like, I mean, I'm speaking prematurely, but for stuff like this, it feels like this is almost easier to do the migration than say even like following the strict rules for React compiler. Like because the strict rules of React compiler actually force you to not write bad React code shape wise, whereas most Solid 1 code looks like it was the right shape. It just like we streamlined it. So that like the architecture is right to begin with, because we already had like the right concepts. Like a resource is an async memo. We just, added a bunch of stuff to it and specialized it. But like, yeah, this is exciting. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there. I love seeing stuff like this. Sorry, just aside.
Yeah, for sure.
Can these migrations be handled through code mods? I don't know. This is better than any code mod I've ever seen, but so I'm not. Do you guys have opinions on this? I don't.
Yeah, I mean, I found just using AI was kind of just good enough. Yeah, I don't know. Like it definitely like alleviates some of the like monotonous of like rename this to this, and like, or like even like, I guess one thing that would be trickier is, let's say like for is like an accessor now, like where you call the function, like you couldn't do like a search replace on that or stuff like that. Like
right.
But AI can tell like, oh, this is now, because of like TypeScript and stuff, that helps too, right? Like that it knows like, oh, this is now a function, it wasn't before, stuff like that. So
yeah, I yeah, exactly. Like I actually think the types of migrations that AI now enables is actually making this, we're in a place where we've never been before because of that. Like there's certain types of things that like renaming is relatively cheap from a code mod standpoint, right? So like people don't like it because it's noisy, but it's like if you really had them rename something, you can do it easily. But stuff that's like, even the type inference stuff, I feel like there's a certain category of stuff now that we couldn't have easily migrated before. And I think with the right training, the question of if we can use it, the basic code method will be faster and cheaper, probably for some stuff, but
the issue though that becomes tricky is when there is a decision to be made when you're refactoring. Like if there is a different API, if I don't know if
yeah, I mean,
I don't think every mod, every method has a direct translation, and that's where the code mod will fail. Like if you don't need to just swap a method, you need to actually refactor a bit of the logic, and in that case, that's where the AI will prevail over the code mod. But yeah, I'm not sure.
But yeah, it's also like at work we did this thing where we had to I wanted to get rid of like these barrel files and stuff that we had in our code base. So at first I was like, oh, I'll get AI to like try and remove these barrel files, and that was just like, it was kind of, yeah, it's like costly and it takes time and stuff. So like there I found like a script that could kind of do at least the first pass, and then could like fix up the TypeScript errors kind of after with AI or whatever. But yeah, I think that's definitely like a possibility maybe, but yeah.
Yeah, I think the split would be is like when you look at the code at just like an AST level, since like that's all that the code mod can operate at, is how clear is the intent of what the code is doing. That becomes the barrier of whether you can use a code mod or whether you have to use AI, because AI has like much better understanding of intent because it can then go and read like other files. if you're importing other functions to see what logic is going on, like for like the split props to omit or merge or whatever. I would imagine a code mod could do those sorts of things because like the intent is very clear. You're just swapping from one function to another that has like slightly different semantics. But for refactoring like a solid 1 effect to a solid 2 effect and handling like the cleanups properly because they have to be moved, and you might have cleanups inside other functions that expect to be called. Like you have to, it requires a much better understanding of the code base that I don't think you could do with a code mod.
There's a comment in the chat also talking about how the fact that Solid is so unopinionated and flexible creates kind of a barrier in this sense of AIs operating with that, because we don't have very strict guardrails intentionally. I think that makes the point of us working on like a best practices skill or something like that, and that would help. I also think that like a well-written skill for this kind of stuff, as Brendan was saying, like like when there is a decision to be made, when the intent of the code is not clear, a well-written skill can give a hook to the AI, so it can then prompt the user for a decision, whereas a code mod cannot. It's either going to work or silently destroy your code. I don't know. I'm not super sure about if we can. We probably would need a combination of that, because I don't know if we're in a place where we can just assume that the majority of the users or all users have AI at their disposal. And also testing, like I've been struggling to find a decent framework, not framework in a sense of a tool, but a framework in a sense of like a workflow to write a skill and test it, and like being able to like be assertive in saying, oh, this skill is going to work on the majority of cases. You can go there and take it off and run with it. I've been having like mixed results in like writing a skill on different apps, and I've been having mixed results on switching the models that I'm running the skill on, and even like the initial prompt. So yeah, running evals can become costly very easily. So
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, we are at that point now on Solid 2.0 where we're going to be starting to look at code mod potential and obviously fill out the docs a bit more. I'll talk more about Solid 2.0 progress later. I was mostly interested in how the early progress was towards SolidStart. Brenly, though, we didn't actually. We simply. Did we answer the question? I guess we did answer the question. SolidStart 2.0 is not intended for Solid 2.0. This is all the architectural upgrades that we have to SolidStart, and Solid 2.0 will be something that comes afterwards, right?
how you guys feel about us elaborating the why on like the architecture changes that are needed, and how optimistic and pessimistic we are on allowing a migration way on V2? Like, because right now what we want is, even if there is a future, like even if there needs to be a different major of Start to support 2, it's going to be all over the same architecture. Like that's the whole point of V2, is defining the architecture. And that's also why the migration story from V1 to V2 is so simple. Like we change everything under the hood, and we try to give you like the right harness for your solid code to sit on. And then how much of the architecture that we have, how much of the code that we have on Solid 1 on Solid needs to change for Solid 2, and if there is, and I'm not confident if there isn't a solution for us to, in a way, support both of them eventually.
Yeah, I mean, if we got closer to the goal that I was going towards of everything being modular, then this would be easier. So I'm hoping in some point in the future, it does go that way. Although to be fair, it took us what 8 years to get here on this basic same API. I don't see, and that's coming from like basically not knowing things and like not having as experience. I mean, I was slow releasing Solid 1.0. To be fair, I dragged my feet to make sure that I was sure as much as I could. But even so, like I don't expect API changes as the Solid 1 to Solid 2 like in the same level anytime soon. Like I would say not even in 8 years. So like another 8 years. So like I think that this won't be a future problem, but it is one that we have to consider right now, which makes it tricky because in one sense, as you said, moving from start 1 to start 2 is going to be fairly easy for people if you config things here or there and it's going. Moving from solid 1 to solid 2, it's not solid start necessarily that is the big blocker. It's like every other piece that kind of ripples down from it. Solid start though does moving where the imports are, like that, like silly stuff like SolidJS Web. Now, maybe we should have done that earlier. Hard to say. It was one of those, maybe the answer is actually to have like 1.0 versions of SolidJS / web redirect, like point to SolidJS web for 1.0. But there are API changes on the surface of some of the base primitives. I don't know if Start has many actual effects in them, but it's one of those things where there's probably just even changes. I mean, a lot of the complicated stuff is in the router, which you can just swap. But there's some of the just the initial SSR bootstrapping, single flight mutation, like the stuff that's on the server side of that aspect might be impacted. So it's hard to say. I don't actually know offhand. My gut is we aren't there yet, but we were building to a future where this could be the case. But that's where, yeah.
I guess do people even know there's really like a version, like a 2.0 version of the router? Yeah.
I mean, the problem is we've tried to avoid this numbering confusion, but the problem with trying to avoid the numbering confusion is that this is a major architect, like this is a Start 2.0. Like this is not this is breaking. I mean, it might take small changes, but this is like something we can't just slip on you. And trying to tie it to Solid 2.0 is also a mistake, even if they're coming in closer.
It's a little bit of like Roy said on the chat. It's responsible server versus perception. And like in the other ecosystems, we also you have like Svelte and Svelte Kit or you have Nuxt and Vue. They are also not in lockstep, those things. And like for us, like it becomes a friction point because we currently are in lockstep. But I think we have more to lose with losing people on V1 and having people stuck on V1 because they're not able to refactor their components than bringing them into this architecture. I already have we already got with the changes with the new directives plugin. We already have people asking us to port them to V1. And if the migration story was not that easy for V2, we would probably be having to plan for that. So there's that in my mind, and also unlocking Solid 2 to run with it and seeing what it brings for Start back, because with the whole async story on 2, islands comes into the table again, and we have the whole like pre-rendering, partial rendering kind of stuff that server components enable on the other frameworks that I don't know, at some point we need to talk about if we want to have that, if we're going to stay full on streaming and parallelization and so on.
So I'm just reading the comments, and Pity's like completely right, you know. Like, it's funny, you can shout that and people still won't hear it though, but I mean it's what you can do. I think when we released the first SolidStart beta, people were so excited and we're like, this is like danger, 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 and yet people built production applications with like millions and millions of users on them. Like post.news was built completely on beta 1. I know that it makes me sad that the project's defunct, so I can't use it as an example anymore, because like it's like not a thing anymore. But post.news was basically like a blue sky Twitter thing built completely on SolidStart, and it had, you know, they had barely launched, but they already had like a ton of users, right? Like, and obviously there was only going to be one alternative to Twitter, if you can even call it that necessarily, and post didn't actually end up like getting there, but like
I don't know
people
if you
are
can call that alternative to Twitter, because I don't know if you can call that Twitter anymore.
yeah, oh right, fair enough. Right. But yeah, I mean, there's always a bit of that. I mean, which actually lets me maybe bring this back around a little bit. So the answer is we don't know. We're going to look into it. But talking about real projects built on SolidStart and whatever, I want to talk about OpenCode, because they've been actually really important to us. Also funding our anomaly, funding the fellowship, but also that got you guys in here. But also just like, what's going on over there, Brendan? Yeah.
Yeah, as far as I can tell, like I think Dax was the big the guy who got Solid infiltrated into every crevice of everything that gets worked on at Anomaly, because like they built SST and they built a bunch of stuff before that, but like Dax was involved building SST, and then they made a few versions of that. They did SST console, and that was fully in Solid and used like replicache, and they did a bunch of like cool sync stuff with that when it was like still in development. But like they may have even used Solid from before the SST console, back with Seed, which I never got to use. But yeah, it was cool. Me first seeing Anomaly work on SST, and I like scoured through the SST console code base for ages, just like looking like, damn, this is really well-written code. It's like a bunch of good solid code, good backend code, good structure, like good domain-driven design, which like I'd never heard of before. A bunch of really good stuff. And then at building OpenCode, yeah, they ended up building their own TUI library in Zig, and then just using Solid as the actual way that you interact with it in a human-friendly way. Though there are now React bindings, but like I think most people use the Solid one anyway. Well, it's just like you build a general core, you can build whatever you want on top of it, you know.
I know.
And also like I think the renderer model of like React and Solid being pretty similar makes it pretty easy to make a port there.
That's fair. Here's a question.
Do we use Vesta render? I'm not entirely sure. I think you'd have to. I just check the code base for that. It should be pretty simple to figure out. Because I think there's two approaches you can use. There's like the universal renderer or something else where you like mirror the DOM state and use that. I'm not sure which one it is. I live entirely in like the OpenCode web desktop area, so I'm not too sure. Yeah, they did the TUI, and then the dashboard website, that's all in Solid with SolidStart. I got like that was one of the first things that we got using the SolidStart 2 alpha, not even beta.
Right.
And even then, not even alpha, because I think it was like the package PR new releases, like before we had published anything on NPM. Because Dax like said in a channel one day, like, get me off of Vinci, I hate this, or something like that. Just was desperate to get on the old Vite version.
That's how you get funding.
Did that a week or two later, and he's like, "This is awesome. Thank you. It fixes so much." And yeah, I think I don't remember the exact timeline of how I got involved there, but we did some solid stuff. Got sponsored for that, and then they needed someone to work on the desktop app, and they're like, "Oh, Dax came into the Solid Discord and was like, does anyone know anyone who does desktop stuff?" And I'm like, "Well, I've been doing that for like the past 3 years, so hello, I can keep helping you out."
Yeah, I love this story because we get a lot of pushback where people think that you can only use Solid on the web. Like I get it every time, and I'm like, how do you be more open that's like not the case? And I didn't realize it was a big deal though, because like we released the universal renderer like 5 years ago, and then I've been only noticing the attention again because Svelte is very close to because see, they were compiling to DOM before. Now they compile to singles, which means that they can basically use the exact same architecture that Solid uses, again, not just for the DOM, but for Universal. So they've been looking at our Universal renderer to make their own Universal renderer. So Svelte's going to be entering this space very, very soon. Maybe I undervalued it the last 5 years, but it's so funny because people come to me all the time or think that only if Solid did this, and I'm like, this is not it's like, well, you finally have a links thing now with Solid 2.0, and it's like, if someone wanted to make links thing, they could have done that anytime. So it's just, there's too many things in this world. But yeah, sorry, desktop app. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, all the desktop work is like pretty unremarkable compared to like some of the other stuff that's been going on with OpenCode. Because like our desktop app is just the web app, but bundled as desktop, and it also ships the OpenCode server alongside it. In prod at the moment, that's as like a separate sidecar CLI that gets spun up, and then it's just a web app talking to that. It's really nothing fancy. That's not even using SolidStart. It's just Vite and Solid, plain and simple. Except the new version that we'll release at some point soon will be Electron instead of Tari, and there won't be a sidecar CLI because it'll be using Node. So we're able to just like take the OpenCode server, build it for Node specifically instead of Bun, and then just run it in the Electron main process, which will be very nice. I've been doing a lot of work on that.
Yeah, I don't understand anything you just said, but I think it probably made sense to someone. I mean, it's because I'm like Tori, or that's that cool thing that Attila was working on before.
Yeah, it was.
Which did desktop and mobile, and you even made like a quick meta framework on top of SolidStart with Quantum or something, right, Attila? And then
so the thing is, Brendan was working in Tari way before I was. So,
oh, really? I did not know that.
Yeah. I used to work for a company called Space Drive, where we were building like a cross-platform file browser. That was like 4 or 5 years ago now. And we adopted Tari like as it was first being released, like maybe even before 1.0. And then I essentially just rode that wave ever since. And was like, oh, you need Tari help? I can help you there, sure, yeah.
So now you're excited to do a project in Node with Electron. Sorry, I'm not used to hear people say those.
So yeah, I wouldn't use the word excited, but that is how it is.
You just put him on the spot, Brian. Why did you do that?
What?
No. We've discussed it a lot internally, and I do think it is the right choice for our use case. Because it means that we don't have to ship the sidecar binary of Bun. We can just run everything in Node. And also using WebKit on Mac, it's just so much worse than Chrome. Like we need the performance.
Right. So I mean, this makes sense. There's like technical reasons. It's just funny because the things that you were eschewing for this, I was like, you're like, yeah, get rid of that bun, get rid of that Tory, and it's like,
The biggest issue for
Unfortunately,
the people using Tauri on Mac OS is because you're bound to the native web view, which is Safari, and nobody likes to debug client code on Safari Inspector.
that's true.
So yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No, I mean, it all makes sense. Sorry, it's just funny that, like, because I like, did I hear this right when you like were first doing it? And that's why I was like, maybe I'm just not understanding the technical thing. But usually when people and the thing is, the real problem, solving the real problem is actually the important part, right? It was like that you know, it's easy to get too associated with like, oh, I'm using bun, I'm using this, this must be the blessed way. You guys actually have a very good reason to go this direction. It's very. I wanted to make sure I was hearing you correctly.
It's an unfortunate direction, but like it's the correct one.
To be fair, Electron is, to my understanding, incredibly stable and has been handling this stuff for forever. So.
Oh yeah, like the porting it over was like 80% of it was I just booted up OpenCode desktop and I like pointed like GPT codecs at it, I think, and was like, hey, plan out how we can migrate all this to Electron. It spent 15 minutes on that. And I said, okay, that's a good plan. Go do it. And it just spent 40 minutes doing it. And I got most of the way there. I was like, oh, nice. Sweet. That's my job done mostly. And it's just been little tweaks here and there ever since.
That's awesome.
But enough of desktop. If you want to use OpenCode desktop, you can go download it. That's not what we're here for. We're here for Solid. We're working on another product right now that we use internally, but I don't think it's public yet. It is also using Solid and will soon be using SolidStart because it's like a web dashboard. That's going to be deployed in like heaps of enterprise environments. Right now it's just a Vite SPA, but like I'm pretty sure the intention is to go full SSR, SolidStart, everything. That one will be fun to get Solid 2, to use Solid 2 for that, because it's a lot of just like fetch data, render it.
Right.
Yeah, that'll be great.
No, I'm very happy for the support. I mentioned that there's a certain shift, and Dax has been on Solid for years, but like I feel like that shipping these products is sort of changing that perspective. And I'm actually excited that Nexel is on board, mostly because is a wizard, but also because long time like React push under Theo's sphere of things, and I had Theo on our side at the beginning, and I kind of lost him at some point, and I'm very excited to see how that all plays out, because as an Nexel is very smart, so I like, and I want to, and I think knows the gaps better because of that perspective. I'm hoping we can learn some things when we have people coming from that sort of side of experience. So you're excited. You're just like more people to work towards getting the goals accomplished. But
it's awesome. And like it seemed there was a period over like February, March, where like every week there was someone new joining the team, because like the team size like more than doubled from like in January, February. And like every week there was just someone new that was joining, and I'm like, whoa, I know this person. They're really good. That's crazy. We got them. And it just kept happening. And like Nexel was one of them. I'm like, wow, that's sweet. Because he originally made the T3 stack.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure it was. Yeah. And now we're working in Solid.
Yeah, no, exactly. So yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I felt similar because OpenCode got Ben Davis also in that sphere, who's a big stealth shill to try Solid 2. And there's a lot of people who just haven't had the chance to try it in like a work environment or in a real place, and to see it actually, because like there's a lot of skepticism because like this is more an ecosystem kind of general thing. You guys could probably chime in on this. It's like we're hitting a point, and I knew this was going to come. There's a whole bunch of people who are like, Solid is new, untested, blah, 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 it's not React or something. I don't mind those people to a certain degree on one hand, because those people in their head, Solid is still something new. So for them, if they come around and they try it, they're like, wow, this is amazing. I didn't know I would do this. But there's also like this other lingering thing. Solid isn't new. Svelte isn't new. And if you're looking pure thing, in the last 8, yeah, they both were, but let's go a little further back. They were both written in 2006. The last 10 years, 16, like Solid came a little bit later, but like I built Solid so let's say 8 years since around Svelte 3 and when I first opened sourced Solid 1. They haven't really made a tangible dent in React, right? So if these things are so good, why isn't anyone using them? It's one thing you can say like they're new. You can kind of be like, oh, they're untrusted, they're untrusting. But that's not the case anymore. That hasn't been the case for a little while. So it's like, it's kind of like, I think that's the actual reality. You have to kind of like start placing with it. I know that's something I think about more than other people, where it's like you don't get to have it both ways. You can't like excuse that Solid's new and then you don't use it. But on the other hand, probably actually been like, oh, it just never quite hit its thing. And I obviously I don't buy adoption by that market. For me, I feel like we've hit that when you see Svelte change to our architecture. You see Vue change that architecture. You can't blame even Angular to a certain degree heading that way. You can't blame a new technology for not picking up adoption when it takes time to pick adoption, and like 5 years later everyone has actually copied it. It's like you had to get adopted in that first 5 years if you wanted to like actually change the adoption numbers, and instead the competition, quote unquote, realized the value there and actually did it. Luckily for us, we're not done yet, not even close. But I do think that this is kind of like an interesting, different tension now. I don't know if you guys still run it against like, Solid is like too new and too immature, or if we're starting to get to the flip side. As I said, I'm just lucky that for the people who are critical of Solid, they can't have it both ways, because they have to pick a side. Yeah, but I don't know. Is this more of a me topic?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was fairly recently where I had just said that, yeah, like Solid isn't very new anymore or whatever, right? So, but yeah, I don't know if it's coming up as much as it used to, but yeah, I guess it's still maybe out there a little bit. So, yeah.
That's what our app user was, and it must be Telegram's web version. Oh yeah, that's true. We are. One with the address ends with /k. I don't know. Did that many people use that? Sorry, this is just a comment in the chat that I saw earlier. It's all good. Sorry, I'm just catching up with chat. Sorry, continue. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No,
attention.
No, I was just saying that. Yeah, I guess like on Twitter and stuff, I have seen a bit of like, yeah, there was one comment I guess where it was like, yeah, like Solid's unproven or Svelte's unproven or whatever, and I'm just like, I mean, it's been around for 10 plus years or whatever, right? Like it's you just haven't really heard of it. That's all. So
you're right. I'm actually touching on that. I should talk about that later in this week in JavaScript, because honestly, someone did a Twitter post and it pissed me off, and in an irrational way, and it wasn't even about Solid, it was about Svelte, and I did something very unbecoming of me, which is use my power for evil, which I was like, this post deserves to be ratioed. That's all. I didn't even argue with them. I didn't even like say that. I'm just like, this is just this needs to be highlighted as like someone posts a video where they show real interest and excitement about a new technology, and they're like, this is really cool. I know I said that, but just try it. You don't have, I'm not telling you to change your software to it. Just try this for a minute and just see what it feels like. and someone just like tried to just shut them down, and I was just like, you never try and shut down someone's excitement like that, like on the pure bliss and joy of connecting the idea and concept to something that like means something, like feels real to them. Sorry, it just, anyways, I'm tangenting again. I'll talk about that later. Let's get back. Sorry guys.
I do have something you might like to hear.
Sure.
Solid in general is very like primitives first, and I think your emphasis on that has like spread throughout the entire ecosystem of like how we all decide to build things. And it's really cool because like DAX especially is also of that mindset. And so not only is like the tools that we're using built on primitives at OpenCode, we've always been trying to build things in a way such that it's all just primitives at the end of the day. Like you can, like from the start, OpenCode was like a server client architecture where you could take the one server and connect to it from anywhere, whether it's like the OpenCode TUI or the web app or your own client, and just having that neat split. And now that's going even further with like way bigger architectural changes that are probably like 70% complete at the moment, where we're taking like taking the OpenCode server, splitting that in half into like even smaller primitives so you can run them in different places, and do cool stuff with that. I don't know how much of it is just like a part of what you figure out when you learn Solid and use it for a bit, or whether it's just like people of a particular mindset. But like at least working at Anomaly, like the focus on building primitives has been really nice. Like it's always encouraged.
I mean, that's awesome. I've never met Dax in person, I don't think, now that I think about it. And he got me my current job. Just people didn't know. I'm part of a group of people that kind of connected me through it, but I think it was Dax who actually reached out to David Kramer and got me at Sentry. So just big thanks to that, just for people in terms of funding the development of Solid. So like, yeah, I'm glad to hear that there is that alignment. Like basically, I think there's a certain sensibility that comes from that design ethic. I think a lot of architectural based engineers, a lot of senior engineers kind of have that mindset when looking at how to approach problems. And to take that though and actually encode that into the company, that's something that only really happens when you have that kind of leadership at the at the top level. So I think that's exciting, and I think it also makes sense in terms of the space that trying to come in here, because the whole AI like interfacing with the AI, it's like the thing feeds into itself. It's like one of those like what's that, Inception kind of things, and the only way to survive in that kind of situation is actually through primitives or that kind of block, because the primitives become their own primitives building blocks, and you just
for sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Like we're not always trying to build like the best, flashiest, like most attention grabbing product or like AI agent or whatever. But like if you want an AI agent, you can come to OpenCode and like get whatever layer you want for like whatever you want to work on. Yeah, it's really sweet. And also we're going all in on effect now as well. Kit has been going crazy working on that. It's been awesome to see.
I really want to know. I mean, this is a point of, I don't know if effect makes its way into the front end in the same way, but I am very curious if effect and Solid 2.0 actions are like this perfect marriage of things.
I think they could be,
because these actions are, I realized, and I mean, this is a little tangent again, but I realized that we're really good with reactivity at synchronization. Like we're really good at just like showing the state. We don't really know when anything happens. We just know that everything is going to be in time and it's not going to tear. Like all the async stuff we're doing is actually trying to keep async on the outside so that we can like make UI really, really nice. But sometimes things happen in time. So even though actions, we associate them with like SolidStart style, like we're fetch some data, refresh, invalidate, hand stack, like the query action thing. The actual mechanism behind actions at a core level are these sort of transitional time pieces. So you can make an action around a timer. You could be like, do this for 5 seconds. Like it literally, that something could be nothing. It could be just setting some optimistic state. It could be like, and that optimistic state now has re-entered into the reactivity graph and been something that, you know, shows the modal, right? So you can describe stuff in pure function of state in a granular way, but then actions you are just encoding time on top of it, and they can be composed too. You can put actions and actions, and because they're basically generator functions that are return promises. So then you can literally compose these behaviors by conditionally combining actions and doing them together and triggering them off, which means that any kind of complicated sequence or flow work, and I think this is where something like Effect excels. I could be wrong, but like, you know, where you have this kind of logic around like, you know, this into this into this. RxJS also kind of fits into this thing, but I think Effect like structures a little bit more should transpose directly into this model, giving the ability to just use simple state primitives to have that reflect back out into the UI in ways. As I said, like it occurred to me when I was playing around, I'm like, I can use actions to create toasts, like which is like it's the model you want, because a lot of times what you do is you do things like you have to like create the UI via the act, like the thing happening where you have these temporary things, because you don't have a sense of time. So you're like, okay, now I need to make new dialogue. Like what if like you could, like the other approach is you encode everything already into the components or into the UI space in itself, and then you control the timers. But what if that was like implicit as part of the like you could just describe it as a sequence of state changes. And this is experimental stuff. Sorry, I went off tangent again, but I think it'd be really cool to see that actually materialize. It's one of those spaces, just like when I was very excited about all these sync engine things, you know, and the design around projections. I think these are places that inherently, from the shape of the designs we're working on, really lend to each other. This is why I'm like, if you're Zero or Replicache or whatever sync engine type thing, even Convex, you should be using Solid. They'll give you your best results. I know they don't, these guys, you know, prioritize React, but they're leaving something on the table. And I think that like this is another place where I think like something about Effect is very attractive. So just hint for people who are playing around, maybe there's something there. Sorry.
Yeah, Effect is pretty nice in that like you can, once you understand the basics, you can choose like how much you want it to take over your app. Like we've done like a very incremental migration of the like OpenCode server, which is where you would usually think to use Effect. But also like there's bits and pieces in like the desktop app where I'm like, okay, I have some imperative logic, which I could just write as a normal async function. But then I also want to add like a timeout and like an error handler and maybe like some other things I chuck on at the end that get kind of ugly if you just do it imperatively normally. I love just being able to pull in Effect for those sorts of little things. But then on the complete opposite end of the spectrum, one of the things that Kit is working on, this like unreleased enterprise product, he's like gone all in on Effect Atom, their state management system. And so like everything is done with Effect. All the data fetching, all the RPCs, all the front end, back end, everything uses Effect. And that's just as awesome.
That is interesting. Yeah, I'd like to see the shape of that at some point, just to understand like what the modeling is. Because for me, there's a lot of like generic truths that you find. That thing. This is why like when I look at React, I get it, you know. And I think these different ways of structuring these problems gives us insight into like the shape even better. It's like you're carving away at something. Yeah. You know, I think this might be a good time. I don't know to actually see if we can get any more questions from the audience, right? Before, and we should look probably at any other topics that we want to talk about. Is there any other topics that you guys want to cover before we wrap up here? Because we're kind of getting to that time. Just offhand, is there something we haven't covered yet? Dude, I know
I'm
Attila
good.
had an outline at one point, we might have gone through that whole thing.
What do you mean? An outline?
Yeah, you had earlier you'd posted at some point. I think maybe I saw it in Discord or something. You'd had like, these are the topics we're going to talk about today. I want to make sure that I touched on all of them.
Oh, we covered all of them. Yeah, no worries. Yeah.
I
Those
mean,
are
there
all
is
covered.
like I have a few Solid 2.0 demos that I kind of did like a while back. I don't know if we want to look at those at all or not, but
I mean,
like I have.
I like seeing those, so we could put that on the list as something we can look at quickly. Is there any other solid start stuff that we want to highlight? Should we you posted
I
that
mean,
thing,
I think
the roadmap.
yeah, the roadmap but there wasn't many questions about the roadmap besides the versioning situation. There is a few questions on the chat about Solid 2, and
Yeah.
I think I recognize a name. I think Naufel. Is that you who wrote a very thorough benchmark post about streaming versus preloading?
Yeah.
Where I think the whole post was alluding to. Yeah. Okay. So if you don't mind, can you put the link there for the rest of the people? I think
Yeah. 2 seconds.
that's an interesting discussion for us to have about. I haven't gone through the whole post. It's very thorough, but he points out like the difference of performance between or the time to first byte between preloading assets instead of streaming them and then not firing the requests in parallel. And that kind of goes a little bit in hand with what we have in our at our disposal with the V2. If we are going to like try to do that partial rendering, and if we are like, what does it would be nice to have this open discussion about what would be a possible some of the possible futures for Start when Solid 2 comes around,
Yeah.
in terms of what kind of experience it unlocks and what kind of things we don't want to unlock. Because we have another question that I get, like on the Solid end, we already touched the things that we get about the ecosystem being the fear uncertain about that, or how everybody thinks React won because of AI and whatnot. And in the Solid Start side is the contention between, should I go fully static with like, where's the line between Astra and Solid and
Mhm.
Solid Start? And then when this kind of conversation about partial loading and then the islands comes around, and people want to see us positioning ourselves in this case. To me, like I usually draw the line between Astro and Solid Start is when you have either interactive or you want to share state between components, or you have you want to use the RPCs, you want to use server functions and actions and so on. So I think to me there's a somewhat clear distinction right now. But if we go in this direction on allowing preloading and allowing islands again, then like Solid Start spreads towards the static side instead of the more interactive side, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, because this whole article talks about server islands a lot. It basically it did do some stuff that's like next PPR, but the whole point was actually that basically under certain conditions, server islands are faster than edge streaming, which was an interesting conversation. Because yes, I have thoughts about this. So in the Discord, we went back and forth a bit.
Yeah, I know you have thoughts for a full stream about this, but
But it is an it is an alternate approach that for some cases especially can be very efficient here. I only focused when I talked on server islands, I only focused on the inefficiencies because I live in a highly dynamic world. But there is a good point here in terms of prefetching timing. So yeah, I think this, from a technical standpoint, this is an important article. And I haven't seen people do this level of measurement on this kind of thing as of yet. In an article form, I did do measurement myself back when I was testing some stuff around it. But this is it reminds me a bit of that like early Marco article when they first introduced streaming async fragments into 2014. I think this is an important read for people who want to think about this. Talking about Marco, yeah. Any article that opens talking about Marco must know what it's talking about. So, yeah, no, that's cool. What I wanted to throw up, sorry, if there's nothing else on that, I actually wanted to also throw up
go for it.
the link for this. I did post this at the very end of my last stream, like as I was getting off, like after I told everyone that I was like, bye everyone, and then I like posted this afterwards. I'm like, wait, I forgot this. If you want more details in terms of like the approach we're taking with Start 2.0 and how Solid V2 is like a separate thing. It's funny because for the longest time we thought we'd align them, and then Solid 2.0 started taking longer, and then AI came about, and the Solid 2.0 started taking incredibly faster. So like at first they were aligned, and then they broke apart, and then they started getting closer in alignment again. I still think this is the right move because these are independent things. It's just it is interesting, definitely. But yeah, we've talked about all of this in the stream today. But if you want it in writing, you know.
Yeah, so there is one thing that we didn't touch during this stream, which is the plugin based ecosystem, which like Alexis, again, the same guy that did the plugin for the directives, the Cereval guy, probably sleeping already because it's like mid of the night for him, but he did wrote an image plugin for us, and that image plugin doesn't really depends on SolidStart. So the pull request is ready, and initially it was part of the core, so we're taking it out and publish that as an independent one because we do want this plugin based ecosystem. So the idea is to within the give everybody that's developing on SolidStart or Solid this idea of primitives. Like you have the Solid primitives, you will have primitives that are tailored for SolidStart. So let's say, for example, you want to have good font loading in your app, you can pull in a primitive and do that if you want to have server sent events and so on. So the idea is to leverage the surface of Vite and allow you to do this kind of stuff. Image is going to be the first one because it's like I think it's the top requested framework since Start came out. So that's one thing. And if you have ideas, if you have things you would like to contribute and stuff and things like that, you can create an issue or talk to us on Discord. So yeah, that's one thing to highlight that we haven't talked about yet. The other thing is that I added an AI cover there, so there's not a stream since the conversation on the last stream. There's an AI cover on this announcement.
Okay. Very cool. I'm trying to peruse the chat for questions. There is one I saw from Roy that says, "Is there anything else moving into core, or at least planned?" I might actually need that clarified a bit. What do you mean?
So he's talking about probably the other, like, because you mentioned before about bringing stuff into core from either Start or so on, and there is a conversation, an open conversation about meta, right?
Yeah. So, yes, I think solid meta is not eventually does fall on us as a responsibility. I'm not ready to move that in at time of Solid 2.0. I'll talk about after this what's remaining in Solid 2.0 from my perspective. We can kind of outline that. But generally speaking, my longer term plan, and I wrote something up at one point that I shared only with the Start team because I wanted to make sure they were comfortable with me talking about this. I wrote it a long time ago, November. Solid 3.0. And most of this conversation, which I don't think I've published anywhere, is about collapsing stuff into Vite plugin Solid and pulling meta in. It's not really that important. Or it's not that it's not important. It's that we've already talked about exactly this on the stream today. So it's not really article worthy. I was just talking about that exact same thing about stuff being solid image instead of start image. Do you know what I mean? Like and this kind of highlights the plan of pulling this stuff in and hopefully giving a better base so that even stuff like TanStack can work, alongside SolidStart, because I think that's one of the that'll be our first place. Because I said before that React was probably going to be the last ecosystem to have multiple meta frameworks in the way that we have today. Like Astra, I don't consider in the same category. Astra is something different. You know, because it's a different architecture completely. But the funny thing is, TanStack Start is in solid ecosystem. I think they're making Vue. They might be making Vue or Svelte versions as well. But I feel like that might not be as popular in those ecosystems because of just the experience of TanStack Start is like a fully loaded version of SolidStart. Like it has a very similar. There's similarities in feel. It is a little bit more, say, TypeScript prescribed, but there's something that the Solid and not just JSX, that the Solid and the React ecosystems kind of align on, and which means that I think that the same things that attract people to Svelte or Vue might not attract them to Vue Start, TanStack Start, or Vue or Svelte TanStack Start as much. There'll be people obviously, but so in a sense we do have a second meta framework. So this is actually a big part of that thinking. But generally, I think I think that this is one of those areas that needs to be considered from the core. When I say core, I mean the core web side, right? We have SolidJS, which is the kind of generic library with the signals, and then we have like the SolidJS web. The only sad thing about that whole split is that, and I'll talk about this a bit more with 2.0, is that hydration is this nasty thing that doesn't fit cleanly in the boxes. Right? Because for hydration to work, technically you could hydrate, I guess, on like a non-web platform in the client, but it is something that where the logic does impact things at the signal level, like at the core level, even though you kind of associate it with specific platforms. So it is an interesting split. Like Solid Signals is completely reactive library, pure. SolidJS in 2.0 is literally server rendering and hydration code for signals implementation. Like the server side is actually the same as the signals library, except server only, non-reactive, plus hydration code. And then Solid Web is the actual server rendering and actual client rendering on web, and then Solid Universals for all the other platforms. But the irony is that this hydration reactivity, server only reactivity thing fits in this weird zone that doesn't fit nicely everywhere else. So why am I talking about this? Just talking about the modularity here of the reality versus the the ideals. These things don't always align up perfectly, but I think it's important, at least when we look at this directionally, we can say that certain sets of problems should be entering into like the core solid space. And I feel like meta is probably the biggest candidate right now, like all the meta tags. Sorry, any, I was guessing meta might be next. Yeah. Just asteroid.
So Brendan, as the hero that he is, asked,
Yeah.
how can people help with Solid Start 2.0? So what we have now is we put SolidStart 2.0 on the main branch of of GitHub. So if you go to the repository, you immediately see the code base for Start 2. We right now are preparing the beta release, and we have this Nitro V2 plugin that Brendan did, which it was basically a stopgap while Nitro 3 was not ready. Right now, I think we have more apps on Nitro 3 than 2. Still would be nice to have more people trying it out before we swap in the docs. So trying those out, finding any potential regressions. Right now, beta is all about making sure we don't have any regressions to V1. What we do is if you feel you found a regression, you can either create an issue or pull request a failing test, and we'll have a look and we'll see if there's something that we need to address or not. And so, and that's it, basically. You can jump in, give us feedback. If you can come to the Discord, Reddit, we're looking at all of that. So yeah. Anything else, guys? Am I forgetting something?
Yeah, I think just trying it out is probably the biggest thing, I think. So, yeah.
Yeah, and we want to see people using it. So if you ever like, if you, even if it's like your side project and you have 0 users, we want to see how you use it and how the APIs are shaping up, how clear it is. We have tons, like Sarah would kill me if I didn't say that. We have tons of opportunities to help up with docs. So you're more than welcome as well. If you say, oh, I want to help with docs, just ping one of us on Discord and we'll point you to some piece of the APIs that are missing docs. If you have any questions or if you make a pull request already, you can ping us and we'll have a look as well. You don't need to go like end to end and deliver the best thing immediately. We'll help you out. So yeah, if you want to help and you don't know how, reach out and we'll get you sorted. And I think that's about it. If you try the migrations tab with your V1 apps and so on, and find any like paper cuts or anything, let us know. Let us know if it works. That also helps. And yeah, that's pretty much it. There was a question about Cloudflare workers. They do work. There is I think there is a export conditions that needs to be set before the next release of Nitro. Puya is covering that case for us on the next release of Nitro beta. Otherwise, it works. Nitro 3 works even better than Nitro 2 used to. So Puya put some environment detection over there, so Nitro kind of can realize if it's running on Cloudflare, Vercel, Netlify, and maybe you don't even need to configure that anymore. You need to check the docs, but yeah, there's a chance it kind of works similarly well.
Yeah, I mean, for Cloudflare specifically, like using the Cloudflare Vite plugin is like even better. That works with like a few lines of configuration, and then you get like mini flare in dev, and it just deploys everything properly in prod.
So on the WebSockets, there is a very nice example from oh, he goes by Solid Dev on YouTube, so he's putting he's commenting over there. So yeah, so there is a stack blitz with that. It's basically a Nitro V3 route. and we need to update the docs because using that WebSockets on V2 is a little bit different than V1. Better though, different for the better. And yeah, I think that's about it. But yeah, we don't have the docs on that yet.
Okay, I'm just trying to see if I see any other questions here regarding Solid Start. Specifically, what is Nitro and what is Solid Start? I think we're a little bit too far along on the stream for that. We talked about that a bit at the beginning. What is there I-18 for docs? I can help with that. Okay, I like hearing those words.
Yeah, I think solid base. How are we with the 18, Brendan? Do you remember? There was a lot of
In terms of like whether the framework supports it, yes. I think we added that pretty early on, and I've been talking to Jeremy on how we can like primitivify solid base even more to make that even more customizable, which would be pretty nice. But I think the hard effort with I18N is like getting the translations done.
So yeah, so just jump to the Solid Docs channel. You can ping Sarah. She goes by Lady Blue Notes over there, and she'll tell you if we're ready to receive contributions on that part. But yeah, we definitely need more people helping out. It would be awesome. I'm trying to find Medexin. Dude, the stack blitz for the WebSockets. It's somewhere in the Discord, so we can link it over there.
Sorry, I'm just laughing at the. Someone's clearly went to the baby food site.
Oh, yeah.
Solid
We haven't won
Starts.
SEO yet.
the one with the S at the end.
We'll get there one
Good
day.
old SEO, right?
Solid Starts. All right. But actually, sorry, this question came up and it's not related. I just want to throw this out here. I want to understand how frameworks are made. Is there a place I could understand concepts have been implemented solid going through the code with Zoom? You're already in one of the best places by joining the stream. I basically go into the act of creating solid every single week, or that I stream. So that's a lot of content to consume, obviously. It works better as the content is new. Obviously, trying to go back, I imagine, would be a pain. Other than that, yeah, I mean, follow people who are doing the actual work and look at the articles and stuff they write about, because those are the topics they find interest. If you want to get into fundamentals, I've written a lot of articles on those over time. I probably provide some resources off my dev too, but generally like some of the basic signal stuff. But I mean, this is a big, massive topic, so not to like scare anyone away from it. It's just there's lots of pieces, so I would try and focus on what's closest to you, and kind of go from there. For me, it was just like I was really into signals or like reactivity, like how the thing updates. So that's kind of like once I understood how that worked. So yeah, we do have a basic intro video that Attila actually recorded on YouTube and that's linked off our website that actually explains that. I think what was it? If you just want like the core concepts, the advanced intro in 5 minutes. I mean, this is a condensed 5 minutes. Like this is like, I really wanted to try and get in 5 minutes, but that was probably being too ambitious. But that being said, if you watch that 5 minutes, you have all the core pieces of how Solid works. From there, you'll have questions, and that's when the stuff that I'm talking about, like the stream and those articles, will make a lot more sense. A unique course run, maybe. Yeah, no, I did front end masters for a while. But I mean, there's a lot in this topic. They should remake Solid Start's website with Solid Start. They should. Yeah, and the Discord, honestly, I don't know why I didn't say it. That's where people live building this stuff every day. Don't be intimidated. Come in, say hi. We're always, working on this stuff. Great work. Everyone solved for a year and a half now. Reactivity by rendering stuff. I love to hear stuff like that. Thank you. And I'm sure these guys would love to hear that as well. In any case, I don't know. I think that wraps up the SolidStart part. I am interested in showing off some Brenly's demos. I don't know where you guys are at, if you guys want to sit through that, or if it's getting super late in Australia. What time is it in Australia right now, Brendan?
3:30 a.m. I think
Yeah,
that
yeah, exactly. I don't know how you're feeling in Europe. Till it's probably like what 10.
I'm 9:30, so I'm okay.
Okay. Yeah, but we are, I think I'm going to say this is, we are done with the solid start portion of the stream. I want to thank everyone joined. So I want to get into some solid 2.0 content. That's cool. So if you guys want to stick around for a bit more, that's cool too. If it's time to head out, any parting remarks?
Yes, thank you for having us. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah.
It's been cool.
Yeah, for sure. It's been good.
Yeah, I appreciate all of your time, and yeah, just keep the questions coming. Join us on Discord, and please try it out. As we said, beta is going to be mostly about bug fixes and finding potential regret and preventing regressions. So I do, and I'll say that on record now. I do consider V2 quite stable right now. At some places, I would even say I wouldn't even recommend it on top of V1. It's probably more. We did fix a lot of quirks and paper cuts that were on V1. So don't get like scared by the alpha label. This is just so we can deploy things and test things more thoroughly. It would be really cool if you could play with that with that and let us know.
Awesome. Okay. Well, yeah, whoever wants to drop off can drop off now, but thanks for joining me. I'm really stoked about this stuff, and I'd love to see this stuff in the ecosystem.
See you guys around.
Yeah.
See ya.
Bye.
See ya.
All right. So we're going to talk a little Solid 2.0 then. When are you going to show the shredding those beauties on the wall? Yeah. Guitar playing stream? Yeah. Thanks, Brenly, for sticking around a bit longer. Although I know for you the time zone's not as big. You're North American like I am.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so I put in the chat the few demos, like I've posted them in the Discord kind of before, but
okay, yeah,
it's like there's like a chat app, a weather app, and like a Trello. Like I'm not sure if they're how interesting they are, but we can go through them.
Yeah, I'd love to go through them. 2 seconds here. Hey, Claude, remake SolidJS. Don't make any mistakes. I am running that experiment right now. We can go over that in a little bit too. Let's. I just wanted to, if that's something of interest. I've been trying. After I saw VNext, I was like, okay, can we make solid signals from the tests? Like, part of it is testing like how good our tests are. The other part is actually thinking about like how hard it is to encode that behavior, because that's a whole AI topic. I'm going to talk about that in a bit. But yeah, let me just look at the chat right now to make sure there's no things before we dig in. People saying thank you, obviously the great work the team has been doing. Where are we? It's giving going. Yeah. What was the start of this conversation? Because Dev's in here too. Giving you coding SolidJS, so I was going to ask it to rebuild from scratch while explaining each concept. I must have. Oh, yeah. For the guy learning, that's an interesting idea. I think it's interesting. The reason that's interesting is because, and I'm kind of guilty of this too. I think this is part of my problem of sounding like AI more these days. Is I've started picking up their like mannerisms. I love the way it talks for some reason. Like when talking about structural determinism and stuff, I'm just like, this is great vocabulary to describe the problems that I'm solving. Um, that's the only risk of using AI to explain it to you, because you're going to start talking like it, because that's how you learn the concepts. But maybe that's like how we bridge the gap. That's why people who are worried about AI generated stuff right now are they've already lost the battle. So, you know, like, because as it centers itself into our like local thinking, we're going to basically be adopting mannerisms from it, whether we like to or not. So it's, yeah, I mean, that's sounds pessimistic, but I think that's interesting. Anyways, let's keep on going. Not a solid start question, but I just want to make sure that I don't miss any of the questions, because I won't get back to here later. Arc's Adam approach to async reactivity off the table due to the DX not simple as 2.0. I mean, these things aren't, or is it a mistake? Yeah, I think the problem is RxJS just doesn't have guarantees. Like it's a pub sub, it's a stream, which you can plug in. Like the whole idea is RxJS sits on the outside and then plugs in. The Solid cares about rendering the view. It does not care about where that async source is coming from. You can put all your retry RxJS stuff all you want feeding into the event system, but then our job is just make sure it's consistent. So that's where we have like async iterator support for like stream integration and stuff. So like I don't see these things mutually exclusive. I don't have to ship them with Solid, fortunately. That was like the thing. I was like, oh, do I need observable wrappers? Maybe not if I support this. As long as I provide the interface, then people can use whatever the hell they want. Are you rebuilding Solid 1 or Solid 2 with Claude? Rebuilding Solid 2. I'm actually using GPT 5.4 right now. I've found it slightly better than Opus 4.6 personally, but then I'm getting stuck with it. I'm like, I kind of miss Opus. They're different. Opus is kind of slow, like an old man, kind of just like,
I feel like they're very different. Sometimes I like switch between them, see if I get a different result. But yeah.
If anyone wants to know how limbs are affecting human language, etymology nerds right talks a lot about it. Yeah, it has to be a thing. Okay, let's see if I can pull up some of these examples. You posted 3 of them. Which one should I open first? Friendly. Should we start with weather?
Sure.
Let me get that in and share my screen. Or is this
I guess
chat?
this is chat, I guess.
This is chat. Never mind. Let's try the other ones. I thought that was weather. I thought, why does it say weather on the end?
Oh, I guess it's probably, it's probably just how I pasted it, kind of thing. But
okay. So okay. So chat, and then weather is the one after it. So weather would be that one. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So yeah, it's I've kind of posted these. It was just my playground for Solid 2 a little bit. I think these are using some older versions, but I guess it's tough to see when you add it. There's some like simulated like errors and stuff like that. They each have like their own like loading boundary kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like that. But yeah, it was interesting. Just like what, like I was thinking, like how do you, like it depends what you want, right? Like, do you want a loading skeleton for each card? Would you load it as like one big thing?
I like this because this is very tied into one of the last features that I haven't implemented in 2.0 that I have a proposal for. It's an experimental feature in Solid 1, and that is suspense list, which is going to be in Solid 2.0 called, wait for it, reveal. Okay, so that's my idea. That's my naming idea right now. So what does reveal do? I do like the suspense and suspense lists. I associate them a bit better, but I like loading list. I don't know. maybe like people won't know to associate them, but my current working title for this is reveal. And what reveal would do is let you choose how loading boundaries intercept with each other. And in the case of things like ordered loading, if some things were not even async, they would still get held up in that queue. This is useful for doing things like in order streaming, or it's not in order streaming. Turning out of order streaming into in order streaming is one of the key use cases. The other one is things like this weather app, where initially here, when I have 1, 2, 3, when we load the page and they all succeed. Let's try again. I know these are simulated errors, but this is like exactly when we load the page. See how they kind of like come in one at a time? They just have to go 1, 2, 3, but they could have also been like this one, then that one, then this one. The placeholders are helpful because there's no layout shift, but there are situations where you might want to say show all the placeholders and then have them all come in at the same time. You don't want them like to dash in, right? Yeah. And you can also obviously do that by holding the query itself, which is a trick that it's a svelte query.batch does. But you can also do this by, say, wrapping it with a suspense list or reveal component that's, like together. It says like all these loading boundaries, only show them from fallback when everything. And you'd be like, well, why don't you just stick that under a single loading boundary? Well, a couple of reasons. You want to have size per card, like you have like this ability to know. The other reason is after the fact, loading boundaries only work once, right? That's the whole key to what the way these things work, right? So if we want to go and add Sydney and Dubai in here, we want them to actually go to loading state while this is going. We don't want to yank out the whole suspense or loading state, like for the whole thing, and B, we don't want it to just not work because loading only triggers once. It actually makes sense in a case where you have multiple that you want to coordinate together, but then have them also come in independently to use a mechanism like this. That's why I like this example, even though we don't have that feature yet. It's on my list. I don't know if I can take it out of experimental right off the bat for 2.0, but I think it is a gap handling both this group loading case and what I call the in order streaming case, which is, if for people who want to understand what that is, React's suspense list and what reveal will have is this ability to collapse states. So the idea is if you're revealing them forward, so instead of together, you do this one, this one, this one, this one. Basically, the rules are you can't show the ones down here until the first ones load. They have an option called collapse, which only shows the last loading state. So you'll see this one plus loading. Then you'll see this one plus loading, and then finally it'll finish. At the beginning, it'll just be loading. So you kind of push it down. That approach is very common on like e-commerce type sites where they have in-order streaming, because even if you don't show the loading state, even if it's blank, you still, to prevent layout shift, like I use ebay.com as an example because I know that they do this. It's very sectional, and they want to make sure that you don't see this footer like at the top here. It's not like header footer and then like stuff like jerks in. They have true in-order streaming where it actually blocks the flash based on it, but we can simulate this with reveal by basically if the server basically is aware of it. And this is why it's taken so long for even suspense list is even experimental in React still, because of coordinating this so that you can actually basically get in order streaming on top of out of order streaming style primitives. But with this, what we could do is we could literally initially maybe show loading, and then this section comes in, and then this section, and then this section. Even if like this section loads first, we don't show it until this section loads in. So the page just kind of feels like it comes in top to bottom, and we don't get any kind of layout shift. So that's the other useful thing about this this component piece.
Yeah, for sure.
Right. So yeah, sorry, I should post the link in here so people can look at it. This is I should post it, the weather app in here so people can look at it. Because we haven't talked about the code yet.
Yeah, because the thing, like I was playing with different things of like you could use a loading boundary, or maybe you could do like some kind of optimistic state thing, or like it kind of like it depends exactly what you want to show, right? Like for loading you wouldn't show like the city like New York kind of first, but with optimistic you could show like New York before it's actually like, it all depends how you want the UI to kind of function, right? So,
Right. There's a lot of flexibility there. I'm just
yeah.
looking here. Weather.tsx is actually our API endpoints, it looks like. So this is where you're simulating
Yeah.
us getting our data. Okay. So then our whole app is in this app.tsx. Okay.
Yeah, that's kind of like these examples, I guess.
Right. And here's a perfect example, like figuring out how to trigger refresh. Do you use the trigger signal,
Yeah,
or
because
do you
this
use
is above. Yeah, because it's like, I think
set trigger refresh, true refresh all, and then this is trigger refresh is listen to, because this is mechanically how all cache invalidation works in most libraries. Obviously, having the refresh helper for
I
Solid.
think it's probably in the 4, maybe.
I mean, I can just find it here. That's funny. It's not case sensitive right now. See if I can make it case sensitive. Case sensitive. There you go. There it is.
So yeah, it's just like using a memo to like make the async call kind of thing. So, and then
Right,
yeah, the
that-
trigger refresh is just because like I want them like all to refresh kind of thing. So
yeah, right. Because part of me wonders if, I mean, this is one way you could have. I guess you could have also just passed the trigger all the way down. Like here, you're consuming it here because this is where the fetch is. If this was, what's crazy about this? Did you do the whole thing in one component?
yeah, basically it's all and like it's kind of like following your like
Yeah.
how those other demos kind of did, like just have the back end in one file and the front
Right,
end all in
but
one
more than
file.
this, what I love about this is because you look at here and you're like, this is weird. That why is he putting a memo in the middle of the for loop and all this stuff? But this, for like most people, like if this was React, you would never ever do this because of the re-render
Yeah.
problem. You would actually move this out into a separate component, use memo it maybe, or sorry, memo it. So like when I was looking at this, that's why I was laughing.
Because it's also like all in parallel, right? Because it's not like blocking it all, right?
So yeah, it doesn't actually matter if this is one component or 10 components. And when I was looking at this, I'm like, I wouldn't do this like before I passed it into the component. That's what I was thinking in my head. I'm like, I just passed the trigger. You know, if you designed a component like a thing like this, you make a weather,
yeah.
you'd make a weather component, and then you'd be like passing the refresh trigger, and then it refreshes its data whenever it gets a trigger, right? That makes sense. You know, you just give it an imperative handle of a sort. And I'm like, but then I looked, I'm like, no, that's actually what you did. This whole code here is a component. Like,
Yeah, basically,
conceptually,
yeah.
because you basically use the top level of the for as here's my state for my component, and then here's my actual component. But instead of actually exerting it, you've made the whole app in one component, which you can do in Solid at no performance of or no penalty of performance. The fact that this is extractable is kind of funny.
Yeah, like that's where it's like I played too with like having the memo like above the for with like kind of like batching those requests and stuff like that. But yeah.
Where is the refresh button? I mean, I guess I can look at the code.
It's like the top right there, like just the refresh, like that thing, I guess.
Yeah, right. Let me get out of the is the selection screen always open, or did I
Yeah,
Two cities,
that
yeah.
button, yeah.
And then what? Oh yeah, just keep on play the lottery. Keep on pressing it until they all succeed.
Yeah, and it like basically it doesn't go to fallback, right? It just like
Now this one switched. Yeah, now this one switched. I'd have a better affordance while it's refreshing, to be fair. So like people could tell it was refreshing.
Yeah, like gray it or like opacity or whatever.
Yeah, use like it's pending or something.
You can also probably just comment out the error part if that makes it easier too.
It's fine. Chat's surprisingly quiet right now. Don't rotate the whole button, only the icon.
Yeah, this was also like guided by AI a bit too. So yeah, it's.
I'm just laughing at the fact that like this is it. I love this from the perspective that I love this is like a design philosophy thing that we sometimes double check ourselves. Me and Tanner actually went through this exercise when we were originally building the starts. Well, you know, we were like, Bling was the one. This was the motivator. We were like, it's the single file test. It's, can you write everything so that it could work in a single file, right? You know, and then the file split off was up to you. Obviously, we because of the complexity around wiring, we, you know, adhere to stuff like file system routing for routers, but that's just like a layer, obviously, over some like actual mechanical stuff. When we first built out Bling, originally was for SolidStart pre-TanStack start. We were kind of like sitting there going like, okay, we got our server functions, we got our load thing, they're all in the same file. And this is the same kind of mentality here where it's like, can you create an optimal UI all within one component, essentially? Sure, splitting it out is how you stay sane here.
Yeah.
But the fact that this has like, this component never re-renders, so, you know, you're good.
Yeah. Yeah, it's also easier to just, well, yeah, I guess you could have multiple components in the same file, but just to like put it in stack blitz, it's also nice, just like one file, just
Yeah.
boom.
Yeah, usually at this point I would be tempted to break it apart. Because you start losing clarity when you like, the one benefit of the component format conceptually, even though there's no mechanical benefit, is you go, here's my state, you know, usually it's like, here's my state, here's my handlers, and here's my UI.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the Elm architecture. It's not actually Elm, but it's the Elm like model view intent like thing, right? Model intent view, right? So like that's a reason to separate it, but that reasoning isn't for the machine. That's for your own sanity.
Yeah.
So I like this. Yeah, I guess in terms of some of the decisions, I think the toggle trigger makes a ton of sense here. Obviously, we have the ability to refresh a particular data source, but if you're going to try and coordinate refreshing like 10 data sources, the pattern's inverted. So that makes sense. And then we have our signals that can be our units because you, oh, nice. I didn't try this yet. Change the Fahrenheit. Nice. We have,
yeah, I guess here there's no async. It's just basically in the for. Like I was gonna say, like the memo could derive off async, but I guess it doesn't here. Like further down, it
doesn't need to.
Yeah,
because this is an example where, and this is one of those kind of core architectural questions here. Why, like this is an example that lends to co-located fetching. It's why, you know, query.batch and Svelte exists.
Yeah, like this is kind of like the demo based off what like Rich had done for his query.batch. So
because the thing is, you could hoist this data fetching, and you probably should if you have this list. Where's the list that the data fetching is for? Selected cities. Yeah, selected cities. If you, when selected city names is a signal. Yeah. If you have this information, see, this would probably be async in a real example.
Yeah.
So there's a bit of a waterfall consideration. If you can go to the server and grab all the data up front, but there's a difference, slightly difference in pattern in like, I'm not suggesting that this should be where you ultimately fetch in the end. I'm still a big fan of hoisting prefetching, and then like have fetch weather being a cache function itself.
Yeah.
Like kind of like what we do with the router. So from that perspective, you call it here with the city, but if you have this information, you also call this from the top level route loader to start the preloading before this code even loads. So I'm a big fan of like that. This doesn't preclude it. And obviously the approach with query.batch is similar, where you kind of discover it as you go. Obviously less efficient than hoisting, but I like the tricky part is you want the fetch to be modeled as individual fetches down here so that they can independently load without reloading all the data. That's the key to this pattern, right? So they can share a cache, but you actually want to model the fetch lower, even if preloaded or whatnot. Yeah, I mean, this is async. What he's saying is that the async is at the top level. There's no async here. The async is literally down where I was here, where I was like,
The fetch weather for city, like
Yeah,
you're just
fetch weather.
passing the promise into memo, and then you're just dealing, like, I guess below there I'm deriving like the info or whatever, right? And
Yeah.
it's like it's non-nullable, the types there, and it just like
yeah,
loading fallback, like individual fallbacks for each one. So yeah.
So this W is which we're seeing here for getting the info out, for the weather code info. This is the thing that kind of gets us set. So he basically has a fetch with retrigger, with a global retrigger. We hadn't got to this part inside of the for loop for each weather, and then he's derived from that async data based on the code information, whatever this info is, and then this info is being used down here. See, there's a loading boundary, and then there's an error boundary, and then down here, the info, W is used directly, and I think info is used in a few places too, and some formatting. So this is like our UI. As I said, in an actual app, you'd probably split out the component, but essentially, this is like a loop of a bunch of components all inlined. Yeah, I think a lot of these kind of questions of what kind of patterns will emerge out of this are important, because like the key part though, as I said, you're right, the non-nullable is really nice here, because the trickiest part of this example was realizing that you had to retrigger all the fetches this way. The rest of this example is dead simple. If this fetch was just data, like nothing else in this app really had to change. I guess, obviously error handling is
Yeah,
special
like
afforded.
in some of these examples too, I kind of almost took your approach of, I'm not sure if it was this one specifically, but like almost like build the sync version with just mock data, and then just swap that out for some async stuff, and then it just kind of works more or less.
Right. The only thing you're gonna miss are affordances for errors and affordances for pending.
Yeah.
Which is what actually the affordance for pending is missing in this application. But I feel like if you take it to this point and you're like, okay, this works fine, and then you're like, I can't tell if it's loading or not. If the designer gave you that feedback,
Yeah.
then you just go, oh crap, I just need to add in his pending here. Like,
yeah, I think I had some at one point, or maybe not this version, but yeah, you think of like, yeah, it's more like what knobs do you change to get the UI you kind of want, right?
Exactly.
Like,
yeah. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's like different these days and building with AI, but for me, classically, that is how I built. I would I'd build something roughly mechanically. Either I'd start with the data, but even if I started the data, I might not have the server endpoints yet. So I'd mock the server endpoints.
Exactly. Yeah.
So like whether it's async or not, like it doesn't really matter here. And I feel like that's probably pre-biased my approach in Solid 2.0, because I did a lot of mocking where I'd build out basic kind of UI mechanics off initially just having the data on the client with me and building it out as if it were sync. I don't know if people do that. That was just, I think my brain is wired in a weird way. Like I see everything in terms of signals. So it's like, I noticed that that's the first time when I was using like FMPGA, like circuit boards, like just something about it spoke to me. I think this is good for this example. We should try the next one, right?
Yeah, like the other one is like a Trello one, I guess. So like,
should we do the chat first?
Or you could do the chat one, sure.
Let's do the chat first.
Like I think it's not quite as in depth as like I think you showed like Gabriel's one or whatever a couple streams back or whatever, but this is like using the repeat and stuff, and like I think it's using some async generator kind of stuff, so just generating responses and stuff like that. So
is this an active chat?
No, it's just like mock responses basically. Okay. Like it doesn't actually respond to what you're saying. It's just like it just like
That's actually a common misconception. There's good signal pixels.
But yeah, I guess again, like AI just generating like signals based responses based on things and stuff. So
Let me drop this one into the chat now, if I haven't yet. There was a question in chat a bit earlier, like a depth. Can we finite state machine based primitives so we can decide the sequence of rendering? I have. I'm not gonna get into this right now, but Ryan Florence posted something, and I think it's related. It's my perspective. Finite state machines are good, but they encode the data of the on the transition, not necessarily on the node. No, the behavior on the transition, not on the node. I, I hopefully I'll get around back to this. It's not what we're talking about right now. I just didn't want to lose your comment in the chat before I forgot. So this one here, yeah, I mean, this is just a chat. I think we're all familiar with it. How did we set this up?
so I set it up with like just a
store.
store with initial messages. And then basically, like in this case, like I was trying to like play like, could I derive like an async iterable? But now like this one does it by like when you send a message, it just streams back like in the event handler. Like the
Okay. Yeah, it's
like,
interesting what this shape is going to be. So you have a store, so it's not derived, and so client to source the truth, basically, essentially is, and a lot of actual chat apps work this way. Create signal. So you have a status, you have input, you have an effect.
is just the scrolling thing.
So whenever the length changes, trigger scroll. That's an old trick. Yeah. Handle send.
Handle send is kind of where it sets status and then streams to store. Yeah, I guess like it's
Okay, I got you. So this is cleaning the input. Then you set it to nothing, which makes sense. Height, set status, thinking, streaming. This is
like
interesting. Yeah, okay, I see. Yeah, because this is not particularly using the model like the pro, because what you're doing here, these changes are going to get tied together, batched together, but this promise is not getting fed back into the reactive system in any sort of way. It's just like on the outside, you end up calling set, you call set messages, so it's doing a write. So this is like the okay. This is
yeah, like I guess it's probably not like, yeah, I think you've had like projection examples where you like use a projection to like push and stuff, but
and then using repeat. Repeat is cool. Repeat doesn't diff when it doesn't need to. So like you can keep on appending stuff to the end without doing a bunch of extra work. So that's cool. Status thinking, typing indicator. Because it's just, I think this is a good example of, I mean, it'd be interesting for us to go into like how to make this in a more like 2.0 type model. And I think that given this has nice UI, this might be the right base point to jump off of. Because the status is the first smell of encoding async into like, you know, it's almost like the Boolean is loading state,
yeah.
right? So this is a place that this is a concern that ends up threading itself throughout. What's interesting is it ever thinking like this
Thinking
one,
at, or like it would just go straight to streaming, right?
Yeah.
But I don't know if it necessarily uses that status or not, but I guess thinking it does.
No. So thinking never exists. So that whole thing is never going to actually, it's never thinking. So our states are actually.
Well, I think in the JSX it was there. I think something.
Yeah. Well, it's in the JSX, but it's only ever set in a place where it gets immediately overridden by streaming. So we have idle and streaming. So in this case, this is actually a loading state that is hidden. Essentially, it's I'm just like mechanically looking at this.
Yeah.
I know there's situations where that wouldn't be the pure case, which might be interesting to model, but I'm just status the
Yeah.
way it ends up threading itself in. It almost wants to be optimistic state. But this can't be optimistic state. See, we're used to this. This is very much something we're
Like
used to.
this is very
No.
also AI driven, I think, too. It's just like, oh, I'll have a status and set status here and like stuff
And this
like
is
that.
this is one of those ones that I wonder if the friction, if I can actually put up enough friction to encourage AI to not use patterns like this, because this pattern is what I'm actually concerned with, because this is the pattern. I almost want to call this the Remix 3 pattern, like
Where it's like imperative, like set this state, set
exactly,
this state,
and
set
and
this
the
state.
async is like it doesn't really scale particularly well as the complexity layers in, because like if there's multiple points, multiple shared states, I agree with like the remix perspective was like there's like we end up with too much state because of, but I think they're misidentifying the cause. The cause is this, not like it's because we set ourselves up to write too much state. I'm not going to do this right now on the stream to restructure it, but this is a good example that I want to look at, seeing if we can restructure it differently.
Yeah, for sure. Because like you say, like I guess thinking and streaming, those are really like the same state almost, right? Or like
Yeah.
Yeah.
This was part of my inspiration for my chat app that you should off last stream. How do you fit these sync engine like issues to a 2.0 model? Yeah, because the challenge with our model is we don't know when we're done. See, what's cool about this, what makes it easy, is you're just writing to it. So it's like, do you know when we're done? We're done. But like with
Yeah, I think it's using an async iterable too, maybe on the back end. But yeah, that doesn't really matter to this front end part of it.
So this is simple, is busy, is pending. Like I start looking at the encoding of these behaviors as patterns, because I feel like if we can restructure the patterns, like structure the form, it should be possible to basically make this into something that fits a generic pattern rather than always specializing into like this stuff. I think this is like a source of a lot of bloat. It'd be really interesting to kind of look at that. Okay, handle input, and then the rest of this repeat is nice. We know this never gets hit. Is busy. That's a real pending indicator. Input value trim or is busy. Is user, yeah. Yeah, because this example, other than leveraging repeat, which I've used repeat a long time ago in the past. It was how I did that spinning cube demo. Do you remember that one?
Nah, I think I've heard you talk about it, but I haven't really.
I feel like
seen it
I wonder if
specifically.
it actually, if I can get to it, because I feel like I don't even like log into these guys anymore because they've.
They're also getting they're deprecating too,
I know.
right?
So like, is this our last time? Is this our last chance to get into the classic demo? Sorry, I just want to see if I can find it. Sign
Yeah,
in.
because I know it's like Ricky was saying too, with like all their
React
all
docs.
the React demos are on Code Sandbox, right? So
Authenticator app. Oh, just a second. I'll just get that off the screen for 2 seconds. I know I'm editing.
repeat is basically like it's a different version of 4, right? Like some people are asking a repeat, like repeat that doesn't diff. Yeah, it just like adds it to the end of the list kind of thing, so it doesn't diff the whole list like 4 would.
The reason I love it though is because you can tell that by the API, because you literally don't pass the list into it.
Yeah, you just pass the count or whatever, right? Yeah.
Solid GL boxes 2-year anniversary, or solid GL boxes. Which one's the original? I think this is the one that was like done completely in a 3D engine that has like basically no solid in it. Like, this one's
That's solid, I guess.
This one's using
Signal.
solid 3, like an early wrapper, but this one, how are we rendering the list? Create boxes, batch, and then scene, mesh, count, geometry, box, rotation, boxes, and then the mesh component is rendered via 3GIS. This was sort of like a proof of concept using, is there a mesh component? Sorry. Create effect, do mesh count, create effect, rotate axis. Yeah, so this one's not actually, this one's like super stupidly fast because literally it's not even using like, it's just like, phew. But the original version, oh, sorry, I gotta go back in here. The original version, where was it? I thought it's, I had a, sorry, no, all folders. This is it. I want the solid folder. Yeah, I have so many demos. Gonna be good. The original, 4 years ago, this is the thing that got me on Twitter.
Yeah, there's your repeat component, looks like. Yeah.
Yeah, repeat count. This is done in a purely solid way. I mean, it's still pretty good. It's not as good as the other one, but it's rendered completely in solid, which this absolutely destroyed React and Svelte at the time. But yeah, repeat. I just wrote a handmade repeat. This is the first time that I made it because I realized that I didn't, when you do this, you don't want to diff every single box as you slide it. That's why I'm sliding it here. As I add each new box, I don't want to be like redoing like 8,000 boxes, 9,000. You want this to be smooth. Anyway, this was originally like a transition demo, and then it proved that this doesn't actually matter for transitions. It's funny demo history, but my point is, done with eBay. Repeat takes the message length and then does it just updates, does new of these or deletes them on length change. There's also an offset, which lets you kind of window it. I forget what I called it. I think it's like repeat count from, maybe like a from, like which says like so you can like have a shifting window. But
Right.
the idea here is that this is built for stores because with a store you could even update the message here without rerunning the row, because essentially stores might update what's at index I. But because this is a reactive statement, updating this what's at index I will trigger the update without re-rendering the repeat. So it's completely reactive without any diffing. For is different because for actually processes the list. And repeat isn't going to do anything for you if you don't have signals in it. It won't be able to update. Like this works very well for stores when you want non-keyed stuff. It does not work for like if you have a signal and you say repeat length. Like there's no, like you can already tell here how, like if your data is in a signal, you'll turn every single one of these into messages I, which is fine, but it means that every single row will update every time. They won't run the diff, but every row will, like every single one of these bindings will update every time you update the data. Where in this one, it's granular. You add a new message, it goes, okay, or update one, let's do update. If you update one message, only that row updates. It doesn't need to run the repeat, doesn't need to run anything else. If you add a new message, it just basically calls this function one more time. So, yeah. I'm using Vue 2, Angular, Entity, and React latest. I kind of don't remember anything anymore. This stream helps a bit, but yes, signals in Angular are cool, but I don't understand how they work. I mean, that's a whole other topic for a whole other stream. We're porting Vue 2 to React now. This probably started in like 2020 before Vue 3 came out. That's the saddest thing is by the time you get the green light, these migrations, which is a good argument for why people haven't moved to Solid, like the whole generations of stuff have changed.
Yeah.
Yeah, repeat is like the store version of index. That's a good way of thinking about it. So, yeah, I mean, this example, I don't have tons to say because it's not particularly, like, this would work the same in 1.0 if you had a repeat component. Right, there's nothing specifically 2.0 here, but this is it's a good example of a starting point to think about how we can model this. As Gabriel was saying, he basically tried to do it, but the challenge is like you don't want to remove this state, like this status, until you know the server responds with your message and like sends your message back to you, and that those guarantees aren't always like you're using a wait here. What's stream to store chat stream to store? Is that this function? Yeah. What are we doing? Okay, so we're doing setter, and then it's like basically an await function. Yeah, and it
It's
triggers.
just setting the store. Yeah.
Where the actual challenge here is if you have a WebSocket connection open and you're sending multiple messages, how do you get the receipt that you got your original message back or that you've closed the loop? That's the challenge for any model. This one's
Like that's where Gabriel had his with like the two chats where they're like kind of like talking to each other. Like, yeah, that one's, it's kind of like the evolution of this one, but yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, no. So I probably should spend some time looking at this a bit more. Although I'm thankful that we have people already looking at this. I should review Gabriel's example. He actually sent me something in Discord after the last stream, going, the one you posted on the stream was an incomplete version. This is a better version. But I've got you here, so we're gonna go to the next demo, which is.
It's like the Trello demo, basically.
Yeah, which is fun. I like Trello because this is obviously is a simulation compared to why is this one? Did I open weather again? Sorry, give me a second. Yeah, I opened weather again. Weather.
Oh, maybe it's.
You posted weather again. I'm pretty sure. Looking at the. There's only two of them in there.
No, that is.
Well, that's weather.
Yeah, that's so. I guess I have the wrong link.
Give him a minute there.
Yeah, like it would be on the Stack Blitz under my name probably, but let me see.
Good question. Basically, removing a message from the middle of the list, then repeat will run for the message that index on. Well, it won't run the function. It will. Hopefully, if you have a store, it will basically shift the index on them. So what will happen is, if you remove an item in the middle of the list, suddenly what you're going to find yourself is what used to be at index 51 is now at index 50, and what was at 52 is at 50. Like the data will have shifted down, which means what we'll see is that messages 50 has changed, which will trigger the row 50 not to rerun the whole row, like run the whole function, but do any fine-grained reactive updates based off that data, like change. Do we got it now? Yes, Trello optimistic. Yeah, sorry. So in terms of sorry, just because I closed the chat down too prematurely for that. What I mean is that we can go here, looking at this chat. It won't rerun this whole function, but it will rerun this reactive expression and everything downstream of that reactive expression for the remaining rows. So repeat is not the best tool to use when you need things keyed. Like when you're deleting things out of the middle. This is very useful for like non-keyed stuff, like additive chats, like windowed scrolling. Like it's not like, I think you use for like 80-90% of the time. Repeat is the lower case, less use case. Okay, it's for incremental time series and stuff. Yeah. Sorry, Trello. I love this demo, or I love a version of this. I like when you can drag and drop, but this one I can still move right and move left and move left.
Yeah.
And move right, and like delete something, and then did I delete something? Oh yeah, it just took a second. Move left. Oh, I've got it already in a bad state. There's a bug.
But yeah, it's basically similar to like your to-dos like with affordances or whatever.
Move right. Oh, because it had this. Is it? Does it? Ooh, there's a
Well,
bug
maybe
right
this
now.
is a bad version.
Yeah, This looks like we're in an interesting state.
It's fairly old, I think. So,
We might want to try updating that. Yeah, I'm gonna do a quick. Let's just see if this still works on beta 4. Because the thing that isn't obvious from the
like you think it's like a solid bug, not like in my code. I guess we'll see. I guess
that was my initial thinking, but I mean, maybe. That's, yeah, I don't know that. Oh, maybe I just didn't click that one that time. The thing is, this seems like it's happening instantly, but there's actually a delay of probably like a second or something on all these, and what you're actually seeing is optimistic updates.
yeah, it's like using create optimistic store basically. I think is the
Right. So even though, and the thing I love about these kind of examples is this used to be really a pain in the ass to do. If you've ever seen the old Trello demo, you ever seen Ryan Florence's demo where he takes all the mutations and then iterates over them and merges all the different types of stuff here. What we've done with this version here is, okay, first of all, the UI is pretty clean. If I remember correctly, it's like literally just, I guess you have to do some flushing manually, which is interesting.
Yeah, basically because I want to clear the input before, because otherwise the input stays with the so that's why
it stays as part of the transition. Yeah.
So it's like kind of like if you want to clear the input before.
I'm used to manually clearing the DOM element directly, but because it's stored in state, like I'm used to using uncontrolled here, which is a different topic. But yes, this is a thing.
It's basically to separate. Like it's kind of like separate, like update the signal to be empty, flush, and then
that's a good call out though, because essentially that means that these two updates happen independently. It's kind of like doing set timeout. Gotcha though, that makes sense. And then the board, the board is
the optimistic store basically,
which is cool. So we have some actions that update some stuff. The move is also an action. And then the remove is an action. So you basically, this set board is the optimistic update, and then this calls an API that refreshes. The set board, a little bit more complicated for remove, but it's basically the logic to update the store. And then you add the yield, and then literally, what I love about this is you can describe the changes as mutations, like you would in the sync AI. Like if you built this UI without any async, this is what you would do. You'd basically say like, give me this column, give me this column. If they're not equal, if they're not there, return. Otherwise, find the item, do this filter. I mean,
so the one thing I was like considering, or like, I don't think it's like necessarily good, but like you could almost literally pass the optimistics to the, like if it's a small, like you could pass you could literally pass the optimistic to the back end kind of thing, right? Or like you'd be sending the whole thing over the wire, not just like now I'm just doing like the ID sending it kind of thing. But yeah, I thought that was kind of interesting. But
one thing I'm not seeing anymore that's on the older version of the demos was the little like saving symbol.
Yeah, I had that in one version. This might be a older version. I'm not sure.
Yeah, because I'm like looking for where the pending added up.
Yeah, because let's see.
Yeah, there's no pending reference here.
Like where I added it to the store.
I see it in the store, but I don't actually see it in here.
Yeah. Okay.
So this might be an older version, which is why it was like because once we updated it, the behavior is better. We don't have the optimistic, we don't have the pending affordance, but it doesn't matter too much. The key part here is that because we can describe the changes via mutation, which I like here, this is a lot simpler to do because you just literally like basically what you would do to update the client UI is what you do for your optimistic, and then you do your save. It's the same on all of these, which means that there's no complicated merging like logic around how to handle or roll back the optimistic updates. It's literally like get the board.
Yeah, so like the one thing I found a little bit tricky here was that like you got to be a little bit careful what you put in the optimistic store, right? Because it'll like at first I had like the input as part of the optimistic store, but then it would do like weird like reverting and stuff like that, right? So like yeah, you want to be a bit careful what you put in that store, I guess. So yeah. Like if you just like put everything in a create store in your sync version, and then you move it to the async version and you just change create store to create optimistic store, it's not quite the same thing, right? Like you'd have like, because parts of your store might be optimistic and the other parts
parts
wouldn't.
not.
Yeah.
Which was the first thing that you probably hit because you
Yeah.
needed to make this not optimistic, so it actually has to be stored separately.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there is when you start bringing async, it actually kind of infects the whole computation. That's the only thing it infects here, luckily, with our colorless approach. But it means that you generally want to scope your async to these create calls. Stores might become a kind of funny name then. It's not about making like one giant Redux global store. Each store is like a model collection or something. It's like essentially like a unit of, I mean, you can nest them, but as long as like the derived piece, the projection piece works independently, then then you'll get the pieces. Like you can construct them, you maybe put getter in another one, or like you can piece them together, but it's not about making a global store. It's about have a granular representation of a chunk of data. So maybe the name create store is wrong. It was originally called create state, but I don't know why I've changed it. I think to kind of differentiate it from React at some point, because then people would like start using like create state for use state. I was worried, and like use state is actually more like use create signal. Like they're actually more similar.
Yeah.
They're like a single immutable atom. So yeah, what are we seeing here? They're more of atoms. Yeah, I mean they're like these kind of like, I don't know what to me, it makes me think about Backbone collections, because every model in Backbone had like a bunch of reactive properties, and then the collections were collections of models, and the granularity that most people want to store is about the equivalent of that. Like, but again, I'm revealing I was a Backbone user, so yeah, okay. This demo, other than the bugs obviously from older version and some like weird version state cutoff missing some features, is a very good display though of what we're doing here with Solid 2.0. So I think this is very cool. This at least gives us like, I remember the logic it took to write this board previously, and this is so much cleaner. Obviously there's only 3 mutation types here, but like this is a million times cleaner.
Yeah, no like create effects or anything.
Yeah,
like
like
that,
doing
right?
writing and then like merging and like, I mean, I could find the old Trello or the Trellix demo. What was it? Or what the remix called theirs? I think it was Trellix.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, like it's the board component that we're going to look for here. Routes, board. So what is the board component doing? going through the pending items, get them by ID, then merging them into board ID items needs often come use column pending. The thing is that the React version is actually fairly simple because they can rely on the whole component rerunning every time. So it's actually just a bunch of like merging logic, like go through this, spread this, clone this, merge this, set this, merge this, then add the columns and this. So actually the logic for the React version for reconstructing the state is actually not terribly bad. What's missing here is where's the part where it actually looks at what the types of operations are, because this goes here, new column, using column, use fetchers, use pending, use fetchers. Existing items, merge pending and existing items. Oh, you know what it is? It's because they re-render the whole thing the whole time, right? So like if you add, move, change, rename anything here, it just ends up in one of these, in this list, and then they literally reconstruct the list every render and then do it. The challenge was in this, the solid code was always more complicated. And then do this for list add and call. The solid code was always more complicated than this because we didn't want to re-render everything. We wanted to be like very fine-grained. So the solution for solid was a lot more complicated. Where this is cool is it's there's just this, so there's none of that like merging logic. The closest thing we have is each mutation describes how to merge the list. The thing that I'm missing here is like, where's the operation when I actually like say like edit the text, then I update intents. What's this intents? I feel like that's type. Import intents. So there's an encoding of the stuff. That's fine. It's more of like, is there code here? I feel like I'm still missing the code that actually like moves the item. Like when I drag and drop the column or add the column, you know what I mean? Like there should be something that says like move it from column A to column B.
Yeah.
Because this is just merging everything together in the end, but it's not actually describing how to like where the item is.
So you scroll down, because I think they were using. Are they just using forms? I guess because they're doing input type hidden, and then they're probably just.
How do you move? How do the columns like? How do you move an item between columns?
Yeah.
Well, let's look at the column code. Okay, here we go. Drag and drops. Sure. Set except drop true. Set this on drop. So it adds an intent to move onto mutations. That makes sense. So the question then becomes, who reads it should be in the board. I'm just not seeing it. Like who reads the mutation intent? And then like, where's this? Use pending items. Use pending items. This has got to be it. Where's this coming from? Use pending items. Use fetchers, filter where the intent is create. Oh, that's pending columns. Use pending items. Filter where form intent is create or new map.
Maybe it's in the use fetchers or what is.
That's built-in remix stuff. I mean, I don't have to get too far into it. I think the thing is that what happens is they take what they're doing is they're taking the form fields of the actual like positioning, like the order and what column it is, and then they're just using. They're not actually moving anything. The actual form push itself encodes the next location, like when you press the button, it probably puts an intent with some of this form data in it, and then the process of just mapping the data here will just create a data structure in the shape of the of what they have, because they're like, if there's a tie for order, they push one after. If there's column has changed, then they do process it in that column. They reconstruct the table from the instructions, but they do so in a very like, I mean, it's in a fairly simplistic way, which is good. Like it's basically they've encoded all the position information and then reconstruct a list from it, which works. Whereas like what we're doing here is we're actually describing a mutation the way you do it on the client side. We're saying like push a card. So like when you add a card, you push a card onto a list, right? What they're saying is like add a card or make a new intent of adding a card on this column, and then I'm gathering something in here takes the. It's funny because I don't see them swapping over their intents. I still feel like I'm missing something here, but like add item to their column. They're basically reconstructing the table from those data sets. So it works as well. It's just us trying to figure out how this works is actually a testimony to the difference in the mechanism, where where like you need this indirection encoding versus like just literally write the mutation. There's a reason for that though. The progressive enhancement is part of the reason for doing the encoding, but because progressive enhancement doesn't need to be present for optimistic updates, I don't think that's a problem, right? See, technically, if we set this up to do optimistic updates, you would not be able to call push. You wouldn't be able to run any of this code. But in the optimistic update case, you're not going to, or sorry, in the no JavaScript case, you're not going to show optimistic updates anyways. So these things can already be mutually exclusive. It's okay to do optimistic code in JavaScript. You don't have to force it through the form interface. Something I realized when we were working on the router, because you did the first PR of the router, and then I went back over the router, and I actually kind of started along this path. I just want to quickly see if I can grab this solid router. If we look at the next branch and look at what I changed here, it's 8 branches ahead of main, huh? I think if we look at action, yeah, I changed the whole shape of submissions. I wonder, did I get AI to update the docs too? I love this. Yeah.
Like an on submit or whatever.
Yeah. This is the kind of idea here. I don't know if you'd write it exactly like this, but the idea is that this action here could be a server function, could be progressively enhanced. You could feed this into your form and work with no JavaScript. But on submit, you describe your mutation, which lets you put, it could be anything, but we chose to use optimistic. What's cool about this is you can have this action be defined globally. It's not really showing that. And then you can basically at certain points add submission hooks that let you write optimistic state where you want it to using JavaScript, not crazy encoding. And then the optimistic state will work and clear the way it's supposed to. And if no JavaScript runs on the server, you still have the action, which will still work directly in your forms. So that's right. I added 2. I added on submit and on settled. That's the gist. I'm not expecting people to like literally do this in one call. I'm expecting them to, like today, put their actions declared alongside their queries somewhere, top level. Yeah. And then in their components, take their action and be like, this is only speculative API still. The other option was you have use action, take the hooks, because we already have that mechanism. bike sheddable. But the key part is that the actions can basically chain to add local optimistic behavior using our same optimistic APIs that we introduced in Solid 2.0. So basically, technically speaking, this is not solid action, to be fair. This is a solid router action. Maybe we should rename these to route query route action. I'm not sure. So this is not the solid 2.0 action. It uses solid 2.0 action under the hood, but it makes leverage of our same primitives to do optimistic. So the whole thing is consistent. So we can actually keep the exact same router API basically, where we define our actions, except the optimistic updates, instead of using use submission, which is like kind of weird, use submission becomes something much simpler. Use submission becomes, we don't need use submissions. It just becomes use submission, and it's just useful for basically showing what came back from the server. Because this was something I realized on the previous stream, was that there's different timing. Optimistic state is completely ephemeral. It doesn't exist. Errors and like success messages have their own life cycle and shouldn't be tied to optimistic state. So if you, by keeping that split, you reserve the optimistic state for like this sort of thing, and submission state is like the thing that you choose to clear later or whatever, which is basically, so I got rid of use submission. I've only got use submissions. Which actually, does that even make sense? I need to think about that for a second. Probably does, because you still want to collect those success cases even in the non-progressive enhanced case. But yeah, generally speaking, this way you can like show all your error messages through use submission to show your error messages, not to manage your pending state. Okay. Maybe this is a stretch. Maybe people won't use any of this and they'll just use the core stuff like you were doing here. Like this is like pure raw solid.
Yeah, this isn't using any SolidStart stuff. It's just
or like solid router. Yeah, any solid router stuff. But I wanted to make it
the action in Solid itself, right?
Right.
So,
I wanted to see if I could keep the same it's harder to write the progressive stuff. I wanted to see if I could keep the same solid, essentially the same solid router APIs intact with progressive enhancement while using the new primitives. And this is basically where I ended up. What do we got here? Remember stressing the on-prem like store around the time. This stores are not meant to be one global Redux stores. These sensors can be multiplied and created dynamically. Okay. How are action mutations executed based on optic state handle? Like what if the optic state is reverted due to failure? The thing is that they're all still part of the same transition. If they get like either they can separate cleanly, in which the optimistic unwinds. Like basically optimistic is a core primitive built into the transition state, and actions tie into that transition. So if they're separate, they'll roll back separately. If they get entangled because of some kind of reactivity entanglement, then one failure won't really be able to like show itself properly until like they all finish, like some passes, some fails or whatever. So like basically they kind of get, if they're related, they get locked up. If they're not related, they roll back independently. But it's all based on implicit transitions, based on things that happen at the same time or part of the same action sequence. But yeah, this is the gist of it. Once I did that to do MVC example where I separated the errors from
like the affordances one.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Stacklets. Let's oh god, I'm just not signed into anything today. Luckily I'm signed into here. Yeah, where is it? With affordances. This one. Once I made that realization that if we go into the to-dos here, that what I needed to do was essentially make my optimistic store, fetch my to-dos, and then apply the errors as a layer, and then optimistic, like the fact is optimistic store, like 3 layers sits on top of each other. Once I realized that this was like the structure of this thing, it occurred to me that we can reproduce this structure again very easily with these router primitives. I don't actually show it in the example here, but what you can do, and to produce this exact same structure in a progressive enhanceable way or whatever, is have get to-dos our Optimix store, you do our get to dos from our query, right? Again, probably in a separate thing, but then have it overlay the submissions on top. So you'd also have in here use submissions, and then the use submissions are basically like this errors thing. You just grab the submissions and then put them on top of the to-dos. So like if you have like some errors or something, you need to modify the to-dos to add the errors or add the state like I did here. Then you could do that using the submissions. And then finally, if you look at here, on submit is where you set the new optimistic state. You know, based on could be purely on the server. This could be a server function, right? So if this is a server function being passed into the action, this is the optimistic state, and the submissions feed through the optimistic store here. In terms of overlaying the errors, again, I just need a good example of this. We can basically get the current solid router behavior in a completely modular way, without like building a bunch of stuff in using the base primitives. Because right now the router actually makes its own idea of optimism and like calls a bunch of start transitions and all this stuff, where this is like literally you can just construct this yourself. You can choose not to. You can put the submissions in their own. You can read them directly in this for something simple directly in the UI. You know, kind of like the old to-do example that Remix made. But there's this ability to just layer them with the same primitives while keeping progressive enhancement. Anyways, probably a little bit technically. Okay. So I think we're in a good place. Thank you for staying with me a bit longer here to kind of look over these demos and
hopefully that was useful for people and stuff. So
looking at the router and stuff, which I think, because you did the first pass on the router as well. I'm the one who changed these silly data APIs, but it's funny, you found bugs that I ended up like missing and then re-implementing anyway. So I was like, okay, I should have just
yeah, for sure.
All right. That's good then. Thank you for joining me for quite a long time, actually. It's been 4 hours, so.
Yeah, I didn't think I'd last this long, but.
You too can be a long streamer.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Thank you. Anything else you want to shout out before you head off?
No, I don't think so. Just whatever. Follow me on Twitter and read my posts and that type of thing. So, yeah.
All right, cool. Thanks for joining, Brenly, and
all right,
till next time. All right.
All right. See ya.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Well, I got more stuff. You know me. We never just we never just end on that. A couple more topics, and then we get into this week in JavaScript. I realize I've been running this whole time without my my front light going here. Maybe it's a little bit strong today. I suddenly feel like my face is like white. All right, so what do I want to show off next? I've got a couple more things before getting into this week in JavaScript. Although I suppose maybe we should just work under that harness because almost everything is probably linked off of that. I've been doing more Solid 2 beta releases work. I haven't done a release yet for a while. I've been releasing a lot of Signal stuff in the background to support it, and I think I just fixed the last infinite loop thing at the beginning right as the stream was starting, so I have to do another release. I don't need to demo anything from that. I don't have any new HackMDs to share today, so I actually think I want to probably just pivot into this week in JavaScript. There's a few discussion topics that I thought were interesting, definitely, that I saw. I hope I have them earmarked. What do we got here? It'll be interesting how much built-in blocking options and loading states can be removed from routing systems. Might make it weird integrating library nodes, things like Tanstack router. Yeah, I mean, one of the things that I didn't look at this change set here, and it's probably worth looking at this, is how did we? The whole transition stuff got completely gutted out of the core router, which is cool. Although it looks like So I'm still looking at data TS, and I know I'm not sharing my screen right now. I need to find the actual routing TS. It's when I clicked on the file, hoping that it would take me there, but it's like, it's not actually that much change in the file. Yeah, never mind. I was hoping I'd have like a good example of some of that cleanup, but most of this is just like me gutting the transition stubs. Oh, do you know why? It's because this isn't the initial commit. I know, maybe it is. Enter pre-release mode. Maybe this is one. Align with Solid 2.0 baseline. A lot of switching. The imports, let's create async got deleted. What else? Yeah, there's way more stuff in here. Let's look at routing.ts. Use optional context. That feels like something that needs to be cleaned up. That's funny. I need to be careful on some of those things. But yeah, look at this part of the code here. This core routing section, right here is basically like all transition stuff, and it just got like just deleted. Like there's like there is some code in here, but like, yeah, I don't know if net we ended up much different here, to be fair. Looks like we didn't, but it's also like that stupid helper function that doesn't need to exist, probably. But in terms of the flow, it's a lot simpler in terms of like the transition. I made a GitHub decision, but any thoughts on something inside a loading boundary being able to explicitly retrieve the fallback without on by throwing some special error or something? No, I'm not a huge fan of like, I think if you're getting there, you're kind of like, we're just heading in the wrong direction generally. I mean, I'd be obviously interested in the use case for it, but like even on was a bit of the on existing is a bit of a escape hatch, but I get it. If you really needed to do this, then it's kind of like the refresh trigger thing. It's like trigger it from above. Like I don't like mechanically, the only reason I could think of wanting to re-trigger it from below is something like the refresh case, where you're like saying like conceptually this whole unit needs to be refreshed essentially, which means I think it should follow that pattern. I don't think we should be looking at like special throws or like, yeah. Action A creates optimistic layer. Another action is performed based on layer A, becomes child layer B. Pending action fails layer A and B. Yeah, we don't actually, we roll back optimism, but we don't roll back like anything else. So when all transitions or pieces that are tied to the transition ends, no more optimistic state exists in the system anymore. If something errored, then you should be probably showing an error boundary or whatever. But like at the point that, like by the point everything settles, there's no optimistic state left in the system, if that makes any sense. So like that failing could cause, it would likely cause the downstream stuff to bail out early, because it would like see an error, which means that would overwrite any speculative thing that it was trying to do. Like say if it was trying to data fetch based on some optimistic state that it speculated, and then it gets the real error and goes, this doesn't match. And then suddenly the speculation is no longer good. And then it doesn't trigger any further async. It means it basically detached that branch. Essentially, it's no longer good. It's been disposed. and then at that point, there's no more async left in the system. So the system goes, okay, I'm done, finishes the transition, and then clears up rolls back all the optimistic state. So yes. Okay. Sorry, I'm gonna switch to this view so I can queue up a few things for like this week in JavaScript type stuff. Just give me a second. Keep firing the questions. Keep them coming on. Willing to like answering questions. My last stream was March 20th. And then JS, duplicate, bookmarks. My memory is not what it used to be. I can't remember if I covered that tweet last time, but I think it's funny. We did a whole SolidStart stream today, so there's actually less solid specific stuff just sitting around here. Which is funny because usually when I start this week in JavaScript, I talk about some solid news, but I think it's going to just kind of change into my main stuff here. So let's get this rolling. Only thing I actually have here is I saw this demo or like this thread for this demo just randomly, and it got my attention because it was actually Rust backend, WebSockets plus SolidJS. It's only just because it's a really cool future-facing technology demo. It's about search, and it's built. Just the fact that we're getting like these like random includes here is just pretty cool. The whole thing here is like get back up to the top. Feature, I've crawled through the depths of hell to bring you one of the most important foundations of programming: fast and most accurate index-free correct code search. Search code sources linked to kernels, Chromium 500,000 files, perseverate examples, current search, and pretty. But yeah, that's what this project is. Obviously, the back end part is more important here than the front end part, but it's just cool, as I said, to see SolidJS chosen as the framework of choice to support obviously a very performance sensitive thing. So just shout out. I don't think when I reposted this anyone even understood what I was doing, but oh, and it was vibe coded. Lovely. At least the front end. I'm glad we can do that with SolidJS. All right. Let's keep on going. All right. Let me go here. I want to talk about this graph because if you guys remember on the last stream, we drew something here where I was trying to explain how did this work? Yeah, I was trying to explain this phases of async thing, and I numbered them as 1, 2, 3, right? I was like, creation, do fetch as high as needed, consumption, framework resorts to promise as low as possible, read where the value is actually used. And we mapped out promise user, fetch user, like this is how you do in React 19 use. So you showed two different versions in Svelte. where they basically either took the React pattern where they no await here, but they stored the fetch in like a derived value so it can update. Because see, React, the whole component reruns, so it's fine and used as this kind of promise. I mean, it's not fine. You need a cache solution around this, so which is the implicit like extra complexity that's not here. But in a reactive framework, we actually, if we want like the fetch to update on the user ID changing, then we need to actually, you know, wrap that in a derived or a memo. So it was kind of showing something similar to the React pattern where you do that, and then the await is where you actually consume it. So here, this is a promise of user being passed through. And then this is the other approach where you could kind of combine them, where you do the await here, and then you get the user out, and then you use the user directly. And then I was showing Solid 2.0's approach where you do the same thing. But if you notice, the slight difference is these 3 points happen at different places. Like here, obviously 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, right? Clear delineation. But in the like generic combine them approach, and it'd be the same if React offered this kind of thing. Like if you put a use around fetch user, which is people's first inkling, you can't really do that in React because of re-renders. You actually cement 1 and 2 together, and then 3 is the one that's separated. Whereas in Solid, the 1 is separated from the 2 and 3. Like because the way we use signals, we don't actually like block until this point. And this, even though it absorbs the promise, it doesn't end up being like the point that looks for suspense. You could like, or loading, like you could do this like at the very top component in your app and then go down 10 components and read it there. And you could wrap that lower component in the loading, and that would be the only thing that would kind of be blocked from the UI. So I realized that I did only an okay job of explaining this. So what I did instead this time was draw a diagram to hopefully explain this tension. And this got some conversation. I hope people get it. But the idea here is that there's actually 4 phases, not 3. That was why it was confusing. The trick isn't that like 2 goes to this side or 2 goes to this side. It's that these are 2 separate things that end up getting tied together in most frameworks. And the key to it is that there's a good reason, because of the language itself, right? Generally, there's something called coloration. And I want to talk about this briefly because I didn't realize, and I imagine a lot of you people on the stream might know, but when I posted this, no one had any idea on Reddit or like even on Twitter. They're like, what do you mean by color? Why is there, what is color? So yeah, even though this is a This Week in JavaScript portion of the stream, we're going to go deep for a minute, because I want to show a really cool thing. Again, like I typically do in Google, I was like, okay, async coloration. And hopefully that will point out the key programming thing, and it actually finds this original article right here. Great article. It's okay. You're not the only one. That's why we're covering this on the stream. I'm going to share this article. Let's plus it up a bit. This is an oldie but a goodie. I'm probably not. Yeah, I'm not going to do like a Theo read of it. What I love about this article though is it explains it in a really clear way, because they're talking about like you have a language that has function and you can call it and do stuff. That's awesome, right? And then our strawman is a modern language, but we also have first class functions. So you make something like this. Okay, so they're just showing like a filter function that iterates over a collection based on some predicate. Okay, it's a higher order. The idea is that you can pass like a predicate function or something to it to apply a function on something, right? Like it's higher order in that it all that means is that you can basically compose behavior by applying functions on functions, essentially. Those higher order functions, like the name implies, they are classy as They get out super useful. You probably use them for mucking around with collections, but once you internalize the concepts, you start them damn near everywhere. It's so funny because this article is written with that like angry tone, almost like just use HTML, but like a little bit more polite, but it has all the angriness like under the hood. Maybe your testing framework, you know. So what is color in your function? Every function has a color. This is where our language gets screwy. It has one peculiar feature. Yeah, every function has a color. Each function, anonymous, callback, or regular name one, either red or blue. Instead of a single function keyword, there are two. Blue function, red function. Okay. Sorry, 1 second. No, nothing important. Sorry, sometimes I get like notifications in the background of my thing. There are no colorless functions in this language. Want to make a function, you got to pick a color. That's the rules. The way you call a function depends on its color, right? You have to put blue or red after it. When calling a function, you need to use the call that corresponds to its color. If you get it wrong, call a red function with blue after the parentheses or vice versa. It does something bad. Dredge up some long forgotten nightmare from your childhood, like a clown with snakes. Sorry, this article is so good. You can only call red function from within another red function. You can call blue function from within a red one. This is kosher. So this is fine, but you can't do it the other way around, okay? So we're still following here. So we can put blue functions inside our red functions, but we cannot put red functions inside our blue functions. This is, you know, it's this kind of asymmetry is actually fairly common, you know, like you can import your client components into your server components, but you can't import your server components into client components. Kind of similar idea. Well, if you try to do this, you're going to get a visit from old spider mouth and night clown. Okay. This makes writing higher order functions like filter trickier. The obvious solution is to make filter red. That way it can take either a red or a blue function, right? Do you understand? So because you want filter to work on blue or red functions, filter itself has to be red. Red functions are more painful to call. I won't define painful, but imagine that programmer has to jump through some kind of annoying hoops every time they call a red function. Maybe it's really verbose. Maybe they can't do it inside certain kinds of statements. Maybe you can only call them on line numbers that are prime. What matters is if you decide to make the function red, everyone using your API will want to spit in your coffee or deposit some even less savory. All right. 5. Some core library functions are red. Ooh. So you can't just say stay blue forever, right? We need to use that. We're unable to write it ourselves. Only come in red. At this point, a reasonable person might think this language hates us. You all are still following along, right? So we have this language where you can use red functions to call either blue or red functions, but blue functions can't call red functions. It's functional programming's fault. You might be thinking the problem here is we're trying to use higher order functions. If we only call blue functions and make our functions blue, otherwise make it red. As long as we never make functions that accept functions, we don't have to worry about trying to be polymorphic over function color. But alas, higher order functions are just one example. This problem is pervasive anytime we want to break our programming down into separate functions that get reused. For example, let's say we have a nice blob of code, I don't know, implements Dijkstra's algorithm. Yeah. When's the last time you guys implemented Dijkstra's? I did it for a robot and we did like a search thing when I was in university. It's been probably a while. Anyways, later end up you need to use the same blob code somewhere else. Do you natural thing, you hoist it into a separate function. You call it from the old place and your new code has it. But what color should it be? Obviously you make it blue if you can, but what if it uses one of those nasty red only core library functions? What if the new place you want to call it is blue? You'll have to turn it red. Then you'll have to turn the function that calls it red. No matter how you think about it, you'll have to think about color constantly. It will be the sand in your swimsuit on the beach in vacation development. Of course, I'm not really talking about color here. It's an allegory. He's talking about red functions are async functions and blue functions are synchronous functions. That's the whole point of the article, right? Synchronous function returns values, async ones do not, and instead invoke callbacks. Synchronous functions give the result as a return value. Async functions give by invoking a callback you pass to it. You can't call an async function from a synchronous function one because you won't be able to determine the results until the async one completes later. Async functions don't compose in expressions because of the callbacks, so and you can't be used. This is maybe not true anymore. Have different error handling and kept used with try catch or inside line. I think try catch has been addressed for this. Node's whole shtick is that the core libraries are synchronous, though they did dial that back and start adding sync versions for a lot of things. Or sorry, all core libraries are asynchronous. Yeah, sorry. When people talk about callback hell, they're talking about how annoying it is to have red functions in their language. When they create 4,000 libraries doing asynchronous programming, they're trying to cope at the library level without appreciating that the problem is the language hoisted onto them. I promise the future is better, but anyways, he's talking about like C# and he's talking about the await keyword. It lets you make this, like this is before await came in, right? It lets you make the async calls as easily because synchronous ones with tiny keyword. You can nest await calls and expressions and then use the handle expression, blah, 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 make it rain await. Async await is nice, which is we're adding it to Dart. This guy was working on the Dart language, I believe. But you still got two colors. Async await solves annoying rule number 4. They make red functions not much worse than blue functions, but all the other rules are there. Synchronous functions return values. Async will return future or promise. Sync functions are called like this is funny. This is like before is this like before promises completely landed in JavaScript? Aside from literal during await thing, see anything. It is better. I will take async await over bare bones callbacks or futures any day of the week, but lying yourself to think the troubles are gone. What language isn't colored? Coffee squares most JS due to Java. I know, right? How often do you say, yeah, Java is the one that really gets it right? But in their defense, they actually correct this oversight by moving their... I love the author's like sarcasm here. C# can avoid this problem. At the option to having color before they added async await. So what threads? Multi-independent call stacks can switch between. So basically Go, they're basically Go is the alternate approach. But if you think about Java, the reason that Java gets away with it is probably because of its crazy exception handling. So throwing a promise doesn't sound so crazy when you start thinking about it in these terms. Fundamentally, probably pick off would love for I don't know if we have to keep on going through the rest of this. This is just a big, basically talking about why Go is pretty awesome, which makes a lot of sense in coroutines. But got a little bit off topic, helps us get back here. Hopefully that helps understand colored. What I'm saying is until you await, or use, I say await, it's not real wait. JavaScript await just propagates more async functions because you just get promises of promises. But like in Svelte, when you do await derived, you get a value out the other end. When you use React and you use, you get a value out the other end. At that point, the coloration stops. So you're colored here. You're dealing with promises and async functions until you get to here where you use it, which is step 2, consume it. And then usually this is coupled where the blocking mechanisms, like where you say, hey, re-render from here, or this is where the suspense or boundary is, right? And then basically below this point, like the distance from where you actually do that read, like use, like say you have a component and you put at the top of your tree, you put use at the top of your tree. The distance from there to when you actually use in the UI, you're blocking. So you can move this bar up and down. Like you can move this bar all the way down to where you read it, which is kind of like what I was trying to show in this example, where like this stays a promise, or even in this example, if you put the use in here where user.name is, like in React, I don't know if you'd put a use right inside the JSX binding. Maybe it'd be the component that uses it. You can kind of push this down, but between there and here, this is a promise. This is colored until you get to this step. And similarly, it's the same thing here. Until you do that await in Svelte, you're dealing with p user, not user, right? You can do that. But what I was trying to get at is because this, from a DX standpoint, coloration is a pain, especially if you're just starting simple. You're just going to like fetch right in the component you're doing, and then eventually that becomes 10 components as it expands out and you add more sections. But you start with one place where you like fetch some data, show some stuff, and you're like, oh, I need to break this up. And you start thing. What you tend to do is you move this bar tends to go start at the top and stay there, or it tends to move up over time as you go, oh, I need this also over here, move the bar up. Because people usually don't want to deal with either it's just because of the way they wrote it. The DX color, dealing with color is seen as a bad DX experience generally. Like it's a lot more involved. So people tend to move this up, which means that inversely on the UX side, they move up the blocking. So they end up blocking at that point. So when you tie these together, you usually you just try and find a happy middle ground between these two, because when you talk about colored being good or bad, it's not bad. It's just, picture if you had the pass, I think for Blue Sky, I posted this exact same image. And it actually inspired me to post this example here, which is a silly example, but I think this might help people a bit. In this code, I have an app, and I put a counter in here just because when I put counters in apps, it's generally just to make fun of React. The compiler can handle this fine. It's just classically, you just put a counter at the top of your app in every demo to kind of throw a little bit of side shade, I guess, right? Because React re-renders. So yes, you can memorize, but this is just making a very subtle or maybe not so subtle point. So I have a counter in here. This is just showing you the app's live. But the more important part here is that, and I'm using onSettle to set their interval classic, is that we have a memo that fetches some data in 2 seconds. Okay, so this is where, at this point, this is a number. It's a signal, let's say, but it is a number. It is not a promise of number. It is not thing. This fetch is async. This is a async function. It returns a promise. I didn't call it async function, but it returns a promise. But we are absorbing that promise right here at the place where we fetch. So this is 1, and this is also 2 where we absorb it. From this point, we have a number. And then what do? I add the number +1 and pass it to double, and I add the number +2 and I pass it to triple. And then double and triple take our props number and they multiply them by 2 and multiply them by 3, right? And call in a shared 2 copies of this out component. And all out component does is it displays the number that you pass to it as a prop and wraps it in a loading boundary, right? Now, this is a very contrived example. I think because the way loading composes, where the nearest one catches it, generally speaking, your most reusable components shouldn't have loading in them. They should be aware of pending states, but loading belongs with your application. You're the one who defines the layout. So I don't know if I would put loading here. I might put loading around these ones. This seems more application specific, but for the sake of argument, we could also picture much more complicated trees than this. I put loading right here, right? So the key is loading only wraps props.name or props.number. But when I refresh this app, what you're going to see is this one's loading and this one's loading, right? And then it completes with the multiplied number, all while doing this. And the other key part is every single one of these components only renders once. Right, this is the old, this was an old demo that I did with Solid when I was trying to show fine-grained rendering through prop drilling, because we don't need to rerun. I could have done this as console logs. We don't need to rerun any components here because this is a getter and then this is a getter. So essentially the only effect in this whole thing is this thing rendering this. And then when since this is a getter function under the hood, when it gets notified that it's a change, it literally calls this function, which calls this function, which, calls this function, which is derived from this. So we just send a very pinpoint stream through our app without re-rendering anything. But the key part of this is this stream is async. right? Like it has an async source, but because we remove the coloration, we can treat it like a number, a normal number throughout our whole UI, even nested multiple levels. And the reason I made out like a diamond shape was because I wanted to, you can kind of get this by passing promises through as, or like by like using like context. Like a lot of people's like thinking is like, oh, I'll use context, right? But I wanted to, the context would have to be separate for each of these. So I made this shape so that people couldn't just like directly pinpoint it out here. Like we return back to a single component. So as I said, these are just thoughts to illustrate the shape of the problem. But picture, I actually think I think I posted the same thing on X, actually, now that I think about it. Right? Because like, hopefully you can see this diagram, what we did, because in our case, we call await and fetch inside. This here is create async actually, or sorry, create memo. It's await create memo essentially here. And then this is, you know, where our loading or actual final read is. I actually posted this demo and I was like re-implement this. Usually people come back and they're like, here's my demo. Yeah, what does this have to do with anything? Oh, this is someone just realizing that, good thing we warned in 2.0 better for this, is when someone runs realizing that derived values are functions. Oh, cool. I want to see cell derived async. Okay, so what is the type of number? Async derived cell. So still colored though, right? It's not just a, and this is an async derived cell, and this is an async derived cell. The first fun thing here is see, they're dealing in promises here. This is what derivation looks like. They're thenning is G up, yeah. So G is a promise of, and num is an async number. What is G? Is G? G is something that they pass in. So they're async. This is a reader probably. This is probably like their API for doing tracking. So they're tracking the number, and then it's still a promise. So then doing the then, and then. Okay, this is on settled, then double number, triple number. So they didn't drive in line because they needed to, because I mean maybe they could have, but you kind of would have had to put this inside here. And then how did we do? We did it again here for ×2, did it again here for then ×3. Also they're not promise number, but they're async cell, not just cell. And then finally we have our loading boundary, and then there's our props.name right there. But this is sort of what I'm getting at. This is pretty clean. Like you get the structure, and they successfully reproduced created the demo, which is cool. They have the tools to do it. A lot of frameworks don't have the tools to do this demo, but it does kind of get to my point of like, instead of deriving values now, you're deriving promises. This is coloration, like the counter is just completely independent. It's right here. The counter is just this. For the setup. This is just something as I said, I do for fun in demos because React handles this perfectly fine because they with hook rules, like how should I put it? Because of the memoization, because of the box parameters, the fact that this updates every second is not going to update mess with the async but the problem is you have to, if you made this in React, you're going to have like, let's see what's an API here. Yeah, see, this is just a promise, right? Like in the Solid example. In React, this API is going to have to include a caching mechanism so that every time the component reruns, it doesn't create a new promise. This is just like my keep you honest counter. So this is cool. This is a reasonable take at it. As I said, the only thing is the coloration and the impact of the coloration is real, right? Yeah, and that's the only take here. Usually people make like svelte demos of my stuff. No one responded on this one. But part of it is I'm setting the goalposts, so this isn't fair. You know, I tend to do this. I like kind of put out like a concept, and then I'm like, I'm deciding that this is important. You can argue that this isn't important, but hopefully you can see that I did a really sarcastic kind of trace through the great DX of you know, coupling these things on the last stream. I don't need to do that again. Visually, this makes a lot of sense to me. I know for a lot of people this graphic missed because it encoded too much information, but I'm hoping you can kind of get the gist of the problem from this perspective, because if this was React, you might have just, like, let's pretend this fetch was, you know, a cache function. You might have just done something like this. Use this, right? That's probably what you would have done, probably. Which means you would have blocked here, which means actually you would have had to put your loading boundary outside of your whole app. It would have, your loading boundary would have to go here, and then you're not getting that behavior. To get that behavior, what you would have to do is, it's not too bad, but you'd basically go through your, well, the question is, how do you encode the derived information? It's kind of like that other example, right? Would you make this a promise? So you get the promise back, and they go promise dot then v equals v plus 2, promise dot then, so put promise dot then's in here. But actually, you probably don't want to remake the promises every time. Like, even though this is cached, the derived promises aren't cached. So you'd probably have to like use memo. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, even if your fetch, like if there's no create memo here, like, because you can't use memo is not necessarily stable in React, so you don't use that. You have to use your own casting. If you said just fetch in 2 seconds like this, right? And then like now you have promise of number, and then so now number is promise of number, and then you went like dot then v plus 1, you know, something like this, right? You started promise chaining these, right? And now this is going to be a promise of number as well. If you start doing this, I think this dot then is going to run every single time the component reruns, not just when this, but also when this silly counter reruns. You know, they're for a reason. So you actually, this expression needs to be memoized too. So we actually have to, like, almost like that other example, hoist this into each one of these into use memo, which hopefully is stable in this context if the source fetch is stable. I think, I don't know 100%. I don't know if we have to cache every promise along the lines in a separate caching solution, but I'm going to assume that you don't. If I'm wrong, whatever. But I'm going to assume what you're going to have to do is be like num1 equals use memo and this is based on num, and then you'd do basically this, right? And then here you would, and then you do the same thing for num plus 2. It'd actually look a lot like that other solution that we looked at a moment ago. Num plus 2. And then down here, you would do the same thing, hoist these up into promise chain. So I'm not picking out React. If you were using Svelte, it would be the exact same thing again. Right? Like, you might be tempted to do your await here, but then you would be blocking. So what you, even though Svelte can unblock your rendering with this, this is where the boundary is. You're gonna have to put your boundary around your whole app. And if you didn't want to do that, what you would do is you'd pass the promise through and then do the promise chaining stuff like I was showing here and here, and then finally doing the await down here and with the boundary down here. So like, this is purposely made to be a pain in the ass for every other framework to implement in a clean way. But Svelte doesn't care about the counter, at least, or React might care about that counter. But generally speaking, this is awkward to derive from async. It's not just a matter of going through and changing all your props to possibly promise, like promise number, and dealing with the checks everywhere along the line. It's like, I mean, that also has its own consideration, because if you treat everything as async, then everything gets deferred to microtask. So like all the derives, like the +1, it's not a huge deal, but like each step also isn't available, you know. It's minor, but like these kind of things all kind of add up. So your question. Sorry, uncoloring an async operation be coupled with blocking, it made sense. Was just a bit confused by the arrows. Yeah, the arrows was, I was trying to show the tension here, that like the more, as you move the bar down, this, like these are pushing against each other, right? Like if you move the bar down, you get more non-blocking but more colored. If you move the bar up, you get more colorless but more blocking. It's only by breaking the coupling in the middle here that you get all colorless, non-blocking. I was trying to show motion and movement. What causes lead to consume block be typically coupled? The JavaScript language. Like the language itself. If you call await, like it's async at a certain point, like it's the nature of async at a certain point. Like, don't get me wrong, I can't change the nature of async. You either have the value or not have the value. What we're doing here, the way we accomplish this is kind of cheating with the fact that everything's a signal. Signals are colored in a sense. Once you go signals, you have to make your whole thing signals if you want it to be reactive. So it's not, this is like where it kind of started coming into me, because it's not like we aren't dealing with coloration, right? You need, if you have a reactive system that uses state, then you need to like stay within the lines of that if you want to trigger other state updates or other derived updates when you have a reactive system. So we're already colored. We're just one color, right? Which is in a sense being the same as being colorless. You could argue that like signals versus non-signals is like a coloration thing. But if you assume that you're already in a world where everything signals, I didn't see any point in introducing a secondary coloration split. The way this works, the reason this works is here, even though this says number, the reason it says number is because I'm confident that if you read this before it's ready, we're going to throw. And since these are all getters and getters, the only place we need to throw is where we finally read. This is just using reactivity basics, right? So we just throw right here, which is wrapped in its own, if you've seen solid compilation output, its own render effect. So this render effect catches it and goes, hey, what's the closest loading boundary to me here? Oh, it's right here, right? And to be clear also, this isn't like pure blocking, like just because like this is hiding the UI, but in a sense, there's a difference between hiding the UI and like actually blocking propagation. I think in React's case, for children, they actually block. I think Svelte used to, but they actually came up with a smart compiler trick to inform their system where they don't block, similar to the way Solid doesn't block. Like I think Svelte can actually remake my other async demo, which I think this came from this conversation where someone was, yeah, you've probably seen this nested fetching example where I have component A that fetches and renders component B, and then B fetches and renders component C, and then C fetches and shows its own data. Each one of these fetches in 3 seconds, but this whole thing takes 3 seconds. It doesn't take 9, right? It's 1, 2, 3, right? Whereas like in React, the act of consuming here, if you put use in these, I put my loading boundary at the top here in this case, but in React, if I put use in each of these, this would actually be 3 seconds, then 3 seconds, and 3 seconds. We actually created waterfalls. In Solid, it's not, and in Svelte, it used to be, but now in Svelte, it's not. They did some stuff with the compiler to enable that. So in a sense, when I'm talking about blocking, I'm talking in two things. I'm talking about, in the case of React and in most frameworks until recently with what Svelte did, these are also the same thing, like blocking the UI and actually blocking the async progression. I just want to point out for Svelte's sake that it is possible to separate blocking the UI from blocking the async propagation, which is, I'd say blocking the async propagation is the much more troublesome behavior. Blocking the UI is less than ideal for certain loading affordances, but it's not as big of a deal. But it's easier for people to visualize it if I show blocking with the UI. So here, just because I have loading up here doesn't mean I can't fetch these 3 nested components in that are in parallel. Whereas like, let me get back here. Sorry, this other example, what I'm more showing here is that the async can flow through our component tree and only block the UI or do, like, in both cases we're not blocking. We're just making the UI affordances be as low as possible. But the truth of the matter is we block along that stream. We just don't, it doesn't impact the UI until where you actually use it, because we get here, this throws, right? And actually it's actually more straightforward. It actually just flows down. We do numbers like, okay, I'm async, I'm waiting. You try and read it here. In this case, it's actually, this is just a function, so it doesn't run. This is just a function, so it doesn't run. This is just a function, but it could be derived if it wanted to. We get here, it reads it, calls all the functions up, and the very first function it calls goes props num number, and it goes, okay, cool. So I'm going to call this function, which goes props num times, props num calls this function, which then finally calls the actual function, and this function goes, oh yeah, I'm not ready yet, guys. It throws, but because it's all scoped within the bounds of this render effect down here, this catches it and goes, okay, use context, look up, find your loading boundary, toggle it. So nothing, like no other components need to rerun. When this completes, because we have this description, it goes, oh, who's listening to me? Oh, this guy down here is. This guy goes, oh, yeah, you have a good value for me now? I'll rerun again. So then it calls props num, and it goes here and calls props num, which calls here, which calls here, calls the number function. The number function goes, oh, yeah, I got your value. It's as it turns out, it is 1. And it goes, or what's the value? Fetch in 2 seconds. I can't remember what the value is. Doesn't really matter. I think it was 1. And then it goes 1 plus 1 is 2, times 2 is 4. Okay, let's put 4 in here. But it doesn't actually rerun on any of the components. It just reruns this one little expression here. So in a sense, we are blocking. It's just I'm using the fact that we throw to hide this from the types and to hide this from the actual interfacing of it, because we know everything follows through. These are all function calls all the way down the line. So I don't know if you're going to call this a trick, but essentially the blocking behavior is a natural part of async. It has to happen where you consume it. And in a sense it is. We just don't have to introduce a color because we already have a color. Everything's already signals. Is it right? basically we suspend where we finally use the value for real, which is down here. So we can render everything else around it. And then when we do it for real, we're just like, oh, actually, you know what? This is actually just straight up using basically something very similar to context. Like did we set a loading context above this? I haven't fully benchmarked it. JS Framework benchmark shows up as it's funny, when I did my original benchmarks, it wasn't too impacted, but I think about 0.01 marking. So like basically not very much. I think that we do have to deal with the code size is a bit larger, definitely, but the performance is, the whole challenge here was coming up with a transitional system that didn't do overhead on people not using the transitions. And that was the hardest part about designing this system. Was I'm not sure if we're going to hit ceilings where we can't get the performance faster in certain ways. Like the signal library itself takes a hit, but the signal's performance has never been that important. Like it's important to a point, but it gets overshadowed by literally everything you put on the system, like every effect, everything you harness off it. Even the creation of the memory for the graph itself is more impactful than generally than the performance of the execution of the signals themselves. So like, it's one of those classic things where you could like take the fastest signals implementation out there. Let's say R3 might be, but let's say alien signals, and swap out solids signals for alien signals. You're probably not going to notice any difference in like the JS framework benchmark, like almost none. Maybe it'll be 0.01 faster. This is maybe 0.01 the other thing. So far on my benchmarks, though I haven't read them recently, the new solid implementation is faster than the current solid implementation on signals, and yet I'm seeing a slight slowdown in the DOM benchmarks, which suggests that some other structural pieces actually slow down. Maybe not the signals library, maybe there's a certain shape consideration that's not covered in the benchmarks. But we are talking about we're talking about the tiniest of performance differences. We're not talking about like the difference between Svelte 3 and Svelte 5, or Vue 3 and Vue with Vapor or whatever. Like those, when they improved the performance on those ones, they went up 20-30% like on that benchmark. We're talking about a difference of like maybe 1%, scaled. It's not actual percentage because it's all relative scale to vanilla. So like if we're losing, like even React, when you use React versus React with transitions, there's a 20% drop on that benchmark between normal React, or 30%. No, maybe it was more than that. Was it 30%? Yeah, 30%. We're talking about basically identical performance here. That was my caveat. I wanted to make sure that the approach was fundamentally fast. It might be slightly slower, but not in a way that matters. Like if you've been using Svelte or Vue, Svelte 3 or Vue 3 or whatever for the last like 8 years, and you could have switched to the performance of Svelte 5 or Vue Vapor, but it would have required, let's say, an API change. Like you'd have to. A lot of people might not even bothered with that. Do you know what I mean? Like, even though there's like a significant difference in performance, this is not that. The checking for async is easy. It's like, is it a promise? Move on. That part isn't expensive. The hard part is the transitional part. It's the fact that the part that I can't get away from is that we need to be able to support the future happening at the same time as the past. So we can't throw away the past until we're sure that there's no async involved. So that means that we do deferred disposal, which means it's possible for stuff to sit in memory very briefly as its current and past versions, because everything's a transition. That's the overhead. The actual async stuff has no overhead. Like earlier versions where I didn't have implicit transitions, it was just straight up faster than solid. Today there's not, like, it was 2% faster. Like it was like there was no contention there. It was just like, you know, the challenge is actually this implicit transitional system, async first system. The stuff I'm showing in these demos right now is doesn't cost anything. Probably not. We can talk about this actually. I want to actually show something in a minute, but let's get past this topic first. Yeah. Anyways, this is showing cat level stuff. I love that. But yeah, a lot of people did not understand what I was showing with the demo or with this. It's one of those things that's like, to me, very profound as a framework author, like when you think about the way the mechanics work. But for your average developer, I don't think that like you don't, this is something you just feel when you start using it. It's just something where it's just like, that's kind of nice, you know? Can we disable transition? No. Yeah, no. You cannot. As I said, that's why my work was so, I wanted to make sure that it was basically not noticeable from a performance standpoint. If you weren't using async, there was almost no overhead. What I described as the only overhead. It's just deferred disposal. To be fair, the thing that you would be creating in the future, you would always be creating in the future, and the thing that you'd be disposing, you would always dispose. So you're actually not doing any extra work. It's just that now there's an overlap in time that has the memory pressure of both things existing at the same time. But if you think about it, you're not creating anything extra and you're not disposing of anything extra. They just overlap now instead of being independent. So yeah, I mean, this is freaking cool, and I hope this makes sense to somebody. It's funny, 112 hearts and 112 bookmarks. It's like the number of people who liked it, who also are like, I'm gonna have to come back and look at this later. It's like, I think that's pretty much says everything about this. Okay, yeah. We already talked about Brenly's article. AI metrics. Yeah, okay, we have some AI topics to do in a minute, but I want to actually, this one is a little bit different. What actually influenced this one was something else, and I want to show that something else right now. Sorry, what here? Dev said, so this is going to be injected to every coding agent prompt. So much for AI is good. React training set. Prefer modern patterns. Yeah. I think we talked about this last time, the fact that it was kind of like it's funny that people think that React doesn't change, or like somehow like old React is not where anyone really wants to be. Okay. This is the one. Oh, this post is unavailable. Okay, sorry. This is the one. Why did I grab this one? I don't know, Mickey. I don't think I've ever seen their content before this came up. But the video is literally like just there's nothing to it. It's a 10-minute video just talking about some cool stuff in Svelte, and at the end they're just like just there's a yeah, Shadsi and Svelte, yeah. Sorry, you just give it a try. Right, that was the whole thing. And this was the response. Yeah, but no. Context is important here. Svelte is for tinkerers and shiny object chasers. Next.js works, and there's no real reason to switch other than not wanting to deep for cell integration. Focus on building, stop chasing the next thing. A lot of people would say stuff like this. It wasn't a big deal. I was just when I saw what AI coach for founders, and I looked and I was like, he's followed by people I actually know and respect. I was like, I help non-tech founders build AI apps. So when you put in the context of this, you're like, okay, well, I guess if you're generally not talking to technical people, then that's fine. But this sounds like this is like person talking to technical people, talk about technical. And what kind of tipped me off, the funniest thing about this was when I was reading this, I was like, context is important. And then literally saying nothing that had to do with context, which is Dev, I think, quote tweeted that. And then I was just like, there's just some, the next thing, and the reason I highlighted this comment was, this is the thing that I was trying, that really made this set out for me. Because someone's like, Svelte isn't new. Yeah, but there's a misconception that shiny new objects need to be new. If you get bored with what you use, even old stuff feels new. It's most likely commercial incentive. The thing is, I can't think of one company selling Svelte that would have money to sponsor this. No, why would it be commercial? It's not even saying leave Next. It said literally try Svelte. Like, just try it. Like, open it up, maybe in a stack blitz. Try it. Yeah. Haha, wouldn't even say he did it for the views. I firmly stand by what I said. Never change something that works perfectly. What? The convex argument about the bad and convex. I think the funny thing is, and there's another comment like this too, or is this one? I think the industry, and I say this for my own motion, has a severe issue with shiny object syndrome. I've seen this 100 times with my clients. And the reason I speak out against the types of headline videos is because Mickey and many others have the ability to get people excited about things. The problem is that they don't consider what this does. Wow, this is terrible. If all you want is views, then this is a great strategy, but you're not really serving anyone. But then it goes, yes, and then he goes down here, he says, but I wouldn't say you did it for views. Yeah, because everyone knows you can literally produce the same generic React or Next.js content with nothing new or insightful in it at all and get 10 times more views than this video. And anybody who has an audience knows this. Theo could literally just be like, reacts back, and like literally just like regurgitate a previous video of his and get more response on it than the Solid 2.0 release video. This like, so what do you think that says about the choice to make a video like this? It's not about views. It's about pure excitement. It's about joy. It's about being blown away that these things could exist. It's not about money. Money? No. You think Svelte paid him for this? No. It's literally coming from the most pure place. You see at the beginning, he's like, man, Ben Davis was telling me to look at this. And then it's like the fun police show up. I'm sorry, I have no respect for the fun police because do you really think, like, do you truly believe that this is a problem in this industry? The shiny object syndrome. Like, aren't people basically React by default anyways? Like, is this really disrupting the flow of things? When people come to him and going, I'd like to try Svelte. And he's like, well, look, I actually have this document. Like, he could basically pull a made script of why not to try Svelte, because literally he has all the evidence, all the proof in the world not to try Svelte. Because this company used it. It takes no argument to say, like, look, you can, like, even if I don't agree with all the arguments, you could be like, oh, AI, this, blah, blah. He has a whole arsenal that he's worried about someone showing excitement, legitimate excitement about new technology. No, this attitude is what kills the industry. This is, I don't know how many of these, like, I mean, there's a lot of these guys out here peddling stuff, like the Corey Houses and the, I guess, Robin Ebers of the world. Legitimately pissed me off. And it's not because of some misbearing of reality. It's because these people forget that building stuff is fun. It's exciting. This is, Sorry, I'm like wanting to drink for some water, but it's empty. Like if this was about views or something, or some kind of like thing, like there was probably a point where this was kind of like controversial and you get views and stuff. This isn't even that. This is literally because there is no strategy to looking at different stuff. What there is a bunch of these guys, you know, industry experts who I have to be careful here because I don't know anything about this guy, so I can't really speak too much to him. I don't want to insult either his intelligence, his integrity, or anything like that. It's just, I have such a hard time anyone taking anything someone who could have this position seriously. It's because this is just one of those, there's too many of these guys and they keep on echo chambering their same bullshit. No, these guys don't use web components. No, this is like the status quo majority type guy, you know. The problem, like, these guys don't need any help. Like the physics of how community, how adoption works already cements the behavior that they're so ardently going to defend. Right? Like they can literally not lift a finger and nothing will change. The fact that they go out of their way to be like this is just being a douchebag. Like, sorry, I insult, but like, yeah, I mean, but I don't think this guy cares to, I don't know if he did this to bait. Like, look, even with all the attention of he only got, look, this video 270, probably maybe it's crossing. My ratioed post got 4, even with me ratioing, like doing the stupid post to surgery ratio 430 thing, like the original post was just 45. I just, honestly, these are dime a dozen. I only fixated on this one because this is one of the most obvious, like, it's hard to misinterpret what happened here. And if you go back and look, Mickey, who again I don't know, seemed like actually a little bit like this thing actually really bothered me. You know, like can we view quotes? Yeah, how do we view quotes? Concept for proceed talk without context. Super bad take. Yeah, someone's showing like all the professional sites that use Felt. So many whiny devs in the comments. Wonder how many of them make money. The thing is, it's neither. It like painting this as if it's like a black and white thing. It makes it easier to make these straw man arguments. Nothing ever changes or improves if everyone takes this sort of thing. Have you tried it? Did you ship something? I have 2 apps in product. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Stop chasing the next thing. That's exactly why you spell. Don't realize these are pointless arguments. I mean, I don't get that spell. 10, yes. Svelte was released, will be in 10 years this coming fall, was when the first Svelte release came out. When they say this about jQuery, Svelte is better than Next.js. I don't care about it. Stop chasing the next thing is such a bad take. I guess we'd be using Webpack today. It's too, And yeah, I mean, I've already wasted too much time on this. It's just every few months there's this like this tweet didn't go that viral, you know. It's just I I really want to I think it's really important that people don't fall for this garbage. You know, like I think this is like I feel like actually tweeting this usually, although this actually I think this is one of this is a sign of the change here. Tweeting this kind of thing a year or two ago would have got you like hundreds of like likes. Like this was like like yeah, you know, the back padding kind of thing. This used to be the per view, the for views take, you know, like, and I feel like we're kind of getting away from that, which is good, because this is the reason I'm bringing this all up is because this is actually why I did this poll, because I'm like, okay, since the advent of AI, technical decisions are more important, less important, unchanged. Since the advent of AI, technical risk tolerance, new technology less popular, has increased, lowered, or unchanged. So first of all, almost everyone agrees it's either unchanged or it's more important. Basically, 6% say less important. So everyone's like, okay, look, technical decisions are actually really important. And again, my audience are developers. So for them, they're looking like, look, I'm giving away my what's the right term? Like, I'm not writing the code myself. You know, I'm distributing my agency. It's important that I make the right decision. It's the same physics that is involved when you scale up a team of real people. When you were the hotshot coder and you did everything yourself, and then suddenly now you're a team lead or tech lead, and you're like, okay, I have to make sure everyone on my team brings stuff up to the same quality, and then that becomes, you know, multiple teams, and you scale up. When you go through this process of distributing your work, the actual like decision making becomes important. And I don't mean micro decisions, I mean overall architectural decisions, the laying out the design, all these things become important. I think everyone kind of recognizes this, which is why I asked like the follow-up question. Oh, sorry, I didn't keep with chat here. The problem with echo chambers is if people repeat it enough, unbecoming newcomers get sucked into the same garbage. Someone has to speak out or say something contrary to it, or highlight even in those spaces, because these guys are the guys who prey on the newcomers. Like they're the ones like industry expert shows you what to do. And in a sense, I agree. Their training materials should be focused on Next or React. Like, teach people how the industry actually works. But using that to poison them against innovation is a terrible thing. It's criminal. The AI guy talks about shiny arms. It's a little bit. Think it's hustle mentality. They can't fathom building something better because that's never the shortest term thing. Yeah, that's true. You the problem is I don't you don't want that attitude to influence other people to prescribe to their like same limits. Like, what, it's the old like those who can't do teach thing. um I have more respect for most teachers than that, but like it is kind of that's definitely the feel. And of course, I'm sure he'll pull up like, look at all these projects that I've consulted for and built and whatever. You know, I know what I'm talking about. And it's like, yeah, sure. I mean, and people can build stuff and be successful at building stuff regardless. And I'm sure you have information and insight to show people on this. But what you don't have any business doing is attacking the root of the innovation, because otherwise you'd have nothing. Don't worry, guys. You'll be soon be regarding web components. Uh, I, I love the constant optimism here, right? Like that somehow something technically will change from the fundamental design of these things. That you know the in like for web components, it's not that they have to change, it's that everything else around them has to change. But the reason I asked this question is the second question. And this one's a little bit more thing. Because my feeling is that my risk tolerance for new technology has increased. There's things that, like even me trying AI in the first place is showing that I would have never tried AI until something like the current AI existed. Like basically through its existence, I'm way more likely to try a new library, jump to Vite 8, do whatever the latest version of something is, check out the newest library replacements than I would before. For me, this is a no-brainer, and I feel like this is a weird place to be in history when both of these things align. And I at least 50% agree with me. Unchanged is always a reasonable place. The lowered, I get where it's coming from. The people who are saying lowered is just because if they don't know the technology, they don't think they can make the proper decisions, right? For me, I don't consider that as much of a boundary because you just have to understand the shape of the problem and trust that AI can fill in the gaps. If you don't understand the shape, then yes, AI is going to be problematic because it's going to do the wrong things. It's going to architecture thing and you're not going to catch it. But like, there's a difference between AI outputting an extra helper function that's unnecessary, like we saw in the router. When I was like, let's do, something I missed when I reviewed over the whole, like, let's update Solid Router to 2.0. There's a difference between that and like structurally missing. Like if you don't understand what your tools do, then yes, like at least a somewhat basic level, then yes, your risk tolerance should lower because like you're stuck. I don't see an AI as an excuse not to learn. I'm thinking like if I had a project and I want to try library, and I looked at the docs, and then I was like, okay, I think this makes sense to me. And you start playing and trying it, and you're like, okay, do a quick demo, and you're like, this seems okay, seems reasonable. Like what I'm saying is like that criteria to get to like, is this acceptable or has all the stuff it needs? AI accelerates me to get to the point to kind of like vet whether the solution fits my problem, and it can identify much quicker than I would be through that slow learning process. Like hitting the structural limitations. I'm still going to learn the thing and try and see how it works and like play with it a bit. It's not like I'm just going to use AI as an excuse not to learn. So from that perspective, it's just letting me learn faster, right? It's an extension of my learning, right? I might miss stuff and then like, maybe regret it further on the line. But to my perspective is because there's different types of learning. I'm always interested in the conceptual side. I'm always interested in being like, okay, what's this doing? What is this contributing? How this works? The ins and outs of a specific mechanism might not be worth spending my time on. But if AI can fill in that mechanism, then even me just looking at the code and going, oh, right, that's how it does it. Okay, that's not real learning. That's not the kind of learning that you can reproduce when someone says, okay, blindfolded, or like you don't have the tool anymore, you can do it. But if you can mentally make sense of the model and you do enough of learning yourself, this lets you try stuff and just go like, does it do the case? You could be wrong about it. It's still that like first part of the curve, like the curve to enlightenment graph. Where you're like really hyped about something and you realize it's not as good, and then you kind of come back around to it. You're still on the front end of the curve, definitely. But what I'm getting at is now it's way more accessible to you. I'm glad that most people who polled, although I didn't get as many on this one, kind of had the same thing. This is interesting that the split is more, but this is why I was asking the question, because again, this guy is an AI coach, I guess he's for founders or non-technical people, as you said. But generally speaking, my experience with AI suggests that you should be making the opposite conclusions. Now, I could be wrong, definitely. I'm not an expert, in AI, but that's why I had to ask the question out there and see what, at least from a developer's perspective, maybe a more technical perspective, which is basically who would be responding to my poll, what their feelings were. And other than lowered being maybe like 10% higher than I expected, I did expect this to be closer. This mirrors my take, or like my perspective of where I thought this would land. So I'm at the beginning, these were actually almost 50-50. So this is at least validating enough that I feel like I'm not way off base. But yeah, AI topic, but only like tangentially. There was something else that I wanted to look at, and now it's slipping my mind. That wasn't directly from. I said I would talk about it later, and it wasn't directly related to what we're covering on This Week in JavaScript. I wanted to sandwich it between these AI topics. I should have like made a mental note and written it down. Maybe it'll come back to me after I continue a little bit here. Solid 2 AI rewrite. Yeah. That's it, wasn't it? Not the JS framework AI benchmark. That's something else. How's it going? Exercise from 4 failures to 3. Oh yeah. How long did it run this time? Looks like it's 20 minutes. Biggest stub is no longer create optimistic store. Remaining stubs is refreshed, flat. The hard remaining work is mostly runtime semantics, not export planning. If you want, I can pick up the next highest leverage runtime target. Transition off to pending machining the both create optimistic store. This thing's been running for like, it's not nonstop because it's even when I try and tell it to like run long, it like never runs more than 25 minutes. There's probably like some backgrounding mode. So this is basically completely unguided. I just keep on writing the word continue like every 20 minutes. But this thing's worked probably like 2 or 3 days worth working on this reactive library. I think it's got 400 out of 500 tests passing at this point. This repo, basically, I only gave it a README and a semantics doc that I got AI to help generate to explain what the behavior is of the library. Like what these like what our goal is here. And sorry. It's not quite at a place where I need to be. I'm actually beginning to think that AI won't be able to do this in a completely unguided way. I did give it like, do this step, then this step, and this step, and this step, but it's gone so long past that. But essentially, I dropped all 580 solid signals tests in here, and asked it to just basically build out the stuff. And it's still going. Cursor definitely sometimes gets into this fun state. How are we doing? Index accord. Let's see what we got internal. What's reactive? It is sometimes interesting to look at what it's doing and comparing it to the actual one. I'm going to do an actual analysis later. In terms of code size, it's got about 3,400 lines in reactive. It has about, I know it's not optimizing for code size right now, about 98 in runtime, which is, I'm gathering, going to be this. No, this looks like it's actually the constants file. Interesting. Wonder if it started as something else. So this is just all the data structures. Nice. Like I have no idea what it chose. Like this next node ID, like what is that? I don't have any next node ID mechanism. Like it completely created its own data schema for how it's implementing this. Current owner, current observer, action epoch, tracking, next. What do we got here? Owner 84, not bad. So this is mostly about 3,400 lines of code. Boundaries is from index. That's an interesting choice. An index. So actually right now the code size is, oh wow, what's this index? This one's huge. This is like their version probably of like the signal interface API. Never mind. 2,300 plus 35. So they're at about 2,300. Yeah, so they're at what, 58,000 or 5,800 lines of code roughly so far. And they're not done implementing everything yet. So we'll see where this ends up. For reference, Solid Signals is about 3,400 lines of code with everything implemented. So they're almost at about double. And I have no clue. Maybe we'll benchmark this later and see how it does. Like they're still going. Just don't give them access. The funny thing, the Signals repo is local too. So the instructions very clearly say like just rebuild it from the tests. Oh, AI did some cross-session memories, so it might be cheating. Well, on the benefit here, I don't know how it's shared. I don't do practically any work on this computer. This is a completely isolated computer. Structural guesses didn't move the entanglement case. They speak in my language at least, so I'm switching short targeted trace instead of counter signal adjoints and campaign memo attaches the lane. The funny thing is, honestly, if they can remember stuff, that would actually give them some help here, because I think there's a non-zero chance that they will not be able to finish this task. This is my like long running test here, which is just like, yeah, I mean, this is a hard problem. You'd think that roughly when I started, the Signals library was about 3,000 lines of code and 550 some odd tests that have fairly decent code coverage. So like I asked AI if they thought they could do it, and they're like I asked the model if they thought they could do it, and they said, yeah, that should be probably doable. But like I've been adding more tests as we've been finding bugs in the actual Solid to kind of update the expectations a bit, and updating the test suite here periodically as we go. It's definitely interesting. I don't know if I have much to show here yet for this, but it just the core basics, when you look at like what tests pass, like create signal, reactive primitive type function. So it has the whole like override system, whereas if it's a function, do this. Otherwise, if it's not, to do this. The funny thing is like they're inlining some, like the optimistic logic and everything is getting like inlined into the primitives. Like you wouldn't expect create signal to be 20, to be like where's create memo? Here we are. Okay, that one's easier. Make access or create memo node. Create memo node. Where's create memo node? Here we go. At least this one's more straightforward. I guess signals have a bunch. Yeah, this one actually is much more straightforward. It's just the data structure. Create effect node. I'm actually most interested in when it actually completes the task and like comparing it to the actual signals library, if we're actually going to learn anything from this. Anyway, I don't know if there's much to report on this right now. I just thought this, I've mentioned this before. I just thought this was kind of interesting. Joinable, like it's inventing concepts that I haven't even, I gave it a little bit too much leeway. The tests are really hard to pass. I think what makes this so hard is in some ways, the tests are really tight. They encode very specific behavior that seems contradictory at times. But I gave it no very minimal guidelines on how the internals should actually work. I didn't talk about heap or like push pull versus like nothing like that. I just like gave it like where's the graph test in here? Like should be the graph test. Like, you know, this is the first one that it had no, it got through the first step pre-async, no problem. Like passing like making a reactive system that works, like, you know, solves the diamond problem and, you know, all the graph shapes and stuff. But right now it's in the middle of trying to make optimistic lanes work, which is like one of the craziest things. So the problem is I was only able to do this in the actual repo by multiple rethinkings of the base reactivity and then finally settling on like the right structure and the right type of reactive system, where they basically went from their first guess on what like a system, like a basic signals memo system would think. It makes sense to layer it on. They wouldn't be able to complete stuff if they didn't have the building blocks. But then like what happens when you realize those building blocks aren't quite right? I guess we'll find out. But it's good to know that AI is not replacing me anytime soon. This other experiment I want to kind of show off. It's not very far yet, but the idea was I wanted to compare to token usage between React, Solid 2.0, Svelte 5, and like vanilla JS. And essentially see how many tokens used. But I didn't want the tokens to be wasted on like too much on like terseness considerations or like setting up the project. So I basically give it a harness, which has like the Vite projects for each of these set up without, and they just, their whole job is basically just filling in the code based on where is it? Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna fill this out a bit as things continue on, because there's two tests. There's the blind docs test where it searches the internet to figure out how to do it, and then we're gonna which probably is pretty bad for Solid 2.0, which has no docs. And then the other one is going to be like if we have like a bit of a better reference, like actual like, you know, I figured I could use this to kind of figure out what works with AI in terms of prompting, in terms of understanding, like how to use Solid better. But I also was kind of curious if the shape of the framework solutions, basically all the, where are they, fixtures, all the fixtures are classic async problems. Search, dashboard, which is kind of like Trello, and then to do, of course. So essentially, these are async heavy workflows with affordances, and and the idea is that the AI can generate a version of these for these four frameworks and look at token usage. I'm building this in Cursor, but I'm using Claude directly, so I can track the tokens directly and trying to see if there's anything to be gained from this comparison. Yeah, this is very early, but this is just one of the coolest benefits of using AI is that I can work and focus like 80-90% of my effort on Solid stuff, like Solid 2.0 work, bug fixing, all that kind of stuff, but easily just keep these experiments floating in the background without worrying too much or thinking too much about them, just so that I can kind of like hedge against the future, essentially. So I'll let you know as this continues to go more, but that's the basic idea behind behind all of this. Yeah. AI for actual test cases. It needs some guidance. AI doesn't like it will find holes in your logic based on other stuff, and you can fill it in. But sometimes when you have to be like big picture, you're like, what about this situation? Like you're telling me everything's good, but what if this happens? And they're like, oh yeah, you're right, this could happen. And then they go off and then they actually come up with a bunch of reasonable test cases. But usually you kind of gotta like get it there so that it actually understands the implications, right? That's a question. Not completely, but I'm hoping that if we keep the constants being the same model, at the same time, we can get like a ballpark. Like maybe this is something you have to average. Right now, for example, let's see, can I run the vanilla tests now that we're in a clean state? Yeah. Okay, let's just ask it. How do I run vanilla now? Yeah, that's what I thought, is this set of commands. If you want summary reports, you can do that too. Cool. Let's run it. So, oh, we have an issue. Did Claude lose permissions? Oh, this is the new copy stuff. It doesn't work. This is funny because this experiment is also like the least hands-on I've been with stuff. So this is like the classic, like, it didn't work. Obviously, I should give, if I wanted actual help, I should give it more guidance than that, but. Oh, I tried to recursively copy the package's node modules. That's not great. Anyway, enough on this. This is still early. I think the opportunity to do these kind of tests, do these kind of setups is the unique opportunity AI has, because we wouldn't spend the time to do this otherwise. And I think for me, oh, I remember the other topic too. Visibility is kind of important in terms of figuring this stuff out. Sorry, before we finish up on the last AI topic here, I did want to mention one more thing related to this. After the async waterfall stuff, sorry, I know this is completely out of turn, but after I posted this diagram and showed people this, I got an actually really insightful comment on Reddit. I know, unexpected, but I just remembered what I wanted to talk about. What they were suggesting here is, if someone, and I'm gonna use this example, pretend you're sitting here in double and you have a prop number. You might not realize that it's an async source, right? So you might just use it to fetch some stuff and not realize that you're causing a waterfall, right? Like, it's kind of unintentional. You just like see you have a number and you're like, I'm going to use this number to fetch something based on that number. And while everything here makes this, really easy to do the right sort of thing and avoids waterfall as much as possible, there's always the possibility that someone, instead of using user ID from the router, uses user.id from the loaded model and unintentionally creates a waterfall because instead of using the ID prop directly from the router, which is asynchronously available, they used something that was from a model, and from the types they can't tell that it was down here. They can't tell that model is async or anything about it, right? And I'd argue that's not really their responsibility. But what I realized after that discussion was that even if we have every means possible to prevent waterfalls automatically, we give people amazing tools here so that when they write the reasonable, fun, easy thing to write, it just works properly. It is still possible to accidentally create waterfalls, even with a system that avoids them as much as possible. It's completely possible to avoid waterfalls, but it's still possible to accidentally create them, which started me on this other topic, which I don't know if I have much time to talk about, but I started thinking about, we have a unique superpower here with signals, and this is kind of related to what I was talking about before, being all in the system. We can actually see the waterfalls, like very easily see them, because there's this kind of async where we're going through and we're like throwing, where we're like propagating something that has already been consumed. But if I look at, actually, I have them both opened here. If I look at this one, where I have like the async components and the async components or whatever, actually, this one's not a good example either. Sorry, this one was a better example. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter. There's a difference. This one actually doesn't, this one returns a promise. It doesn't actually throw not ready. It itself throws not ready when it's read, but it returns a promise. So if you have some async and then you have other async below it that reads from it, so like if I make another await that returns a promise based on this, obviously if it reads this, it will throw. So like pretend if we had like a second function like this that read numbers instead. Like it was like something like num2 fetch something else, doesn't matter what it is, fetch something else that was based on number. When it goes to run the first time and sees that this is async and not ready, it's going to throw, which means that first run, this is special. This is the async source. This is just another propagation, just like these numbers. But when it resumes, it's going to hit async and return a promise again, which means that we can tell when because this is part of the same transition, this cleaning out, we can tell when async triggers follow-up async from the shape of the graph. Async is not opaque to us, like the way it is with promise change. You know how you lose context between awaits or whatever? We actually know that this is all part of the same transition. So we can see the waterfalls, right? And I mean, this is a pretty cool superpower, because if you go back to the silly graph I had here, when you're in this colored zone, the async is opaque to you. So our ability to trace in the framework level starts over here, essentially, which means that when you have a design like this, unlike almost any other solution, we can actually see the waterfalls for we actually, like, obviously if you have a bunch of chained awaits, we can't see that. But if you consume high and create waterfalls through the graph, we have complete visual control over it, because you're speaking within our domain. In this zone, we actually can see them. But we don't know what fetch will return a promise until it is run. That is true. But that's exactly why it works, though, because let me get back into here. Because if it doesn't return a promise, then it's not a reentry. We can clearly see that time 1, there is async, and then time 2, it just finishes. But if at time 2, it creates another promise that gets registered, we have created a waterfall of sorts. Now, not all waterfalls are bad. Some are necessary or whatever. But what I'm trying to get at is we can predict we can see every waterfall. And it's not even just this. What if it's not a direct dependency? What if, this is why I wanted the other example. What if someone for some weird reason, instead of just doing B here and letting it fall through, what if someone did something like this? Show when A, right? Someone does this. We do this today in Solid a lot. But because we have the null check, right? But my point is, if someone does this, sorry, did I undo out of this enough? Yeah, I did. Okay. When someone in Solid does this, you're creating a waterfall, right? Because A is async, you blocked it here, you're not rendering B, right? Before, like, let me see if this will show it. This will take 6 seconds now. See, complete in 3, completed at 6. The last two are parallelized, but we actually we messed with our parallelization because we blocked our rendering based on this data. We didn't mean to do this, but it can still happen if, you know, like this was unnecessary because hopefully because A is not undefined, it's a string, you wouldn't be show when it's a string, but it is still possible to block by putting like kind of these useless, like doing some kind of read or something. But what's the thing is, when this resolves and this renders for the first time, we hit async again in the resolution as part of the same transition. So we know we can see this waterfall from Solid's perspective. We can in fact see all the waterfalls. So like which is, it's interesting because the challenge becomes not, can we like, because at first you're like, okay, this is sweet. I can just warn people in dev mode whenever they create a waterfall. You have a waterfall. The problem is not all waterfalls are unnecessary, right? This one was. If someone told me that, hey, you created a waterfall here, and you'd be like, oh crap, why is this fetching? Like you might not have had the timer, you might not realize, like when you saw it come in because it's all under loading, you might have not realized like, oh, this is a waterfall. This is just taking a long time. Why is this taking so long? But picture if the dev console was like, hey, you know, this memo here caused a waterfall, and you'd be like, why is this one doing here causing a waterfall? And you'd like, or maybe it's this one, maybe it's the source you care about. Maybe you say that something downstream. I'm not quite sure of the exact shape of the design here in terms of like the messaging, but like you know when a waterfall's happen, and then you're like, okay, like then you have the tools to potentially fix it, right? The challenge is that not all waterfalls are unnecessary. Like in our other example where we're doing this, like let's say they did actually have to cascade like that. Obviously you can tell these things to override and be like, hey, allows waterfalls or something like that. But I like classic cases of where you might want to waterfall, or actually the one miss waterfall case is, you know how with cache APIs, you call fetch like in a preloader and you call fetch in the component. Well, if fetch hasn't finished like let's say you call fetch and load the lazy code at the same time, like the lazy route at the same time. So you go to the next page and you call fetch in the preload and you call the lazy code. But the lazy code comes back first, starts rendering, hits the previously prefetched promise, and it's not done yet. Then technically it looks like a waterfall because you went promise, but technically it's not a real waterfall from the perspective is you already have parallelized the fetching. You've just introduced a promise that you've already used in the past. Now, obviously we could register every promise that was already in a create memo or whatever, but in this kind of case, it's a preload function that's not in the React primitives. So, I mean, the answer there is provide an API that lets people register promises or promise chains, so that like if you were creating specifically a cache solution like TanStack query or routed query in Solid, people could register those promises, and then that way when you hit them or their promise chain later when you do the prefetch, you can ignore those and exempt them from the waterfalls. This waterfall protection plus that exemption already handles like, I'd say like the 80-90% case of like unintended, not actual waterfalls. But the challenge is, and the API to explicitly allow waterfalls, yeah, handles a lot. But I still think that it's probably a little bit too aggressive to kind of make that the default. But it's definitely a space that I'm designing in, maybe dev tool hooks so we can visualize the waterfalls. It's just very cool here from my perspective that, sorry, not this one, that because of this decoupling and this split, because we can bring this bar all the way to the top, we have more purview in the framework to actually be able to track and help people with this kind of these patterns. Because the truth of the matter is, if you're going to do this in React or Svelte or anything anyways, the second you use await or use, everything below there in this blocking zone potentially could be waterfalling. And if it's tied here, you might not even be able to see it. Right. So like, yeah, I think I'm hoping that this kind of, the biggest reason that I'm like looking at this from a dev warning perspective, if possible, is dev tools are great, but do dev tools help AI? Because what if we have those write warnings I showed last time, and we have the read warnings I showed last time. If we had waterfall warnings, like if we could build this into the system, the same kind of way Rust builds warnings and errors into the system of actual writing, AI has incredible guardrails, because as it starts trying to write stuff, either it's going to go in and say like, oh, everything should allow waterfalls and just cheapskate itself out there in pure slop faction. But there's a reasonable chance that when it gets told, like, hey, it built something and goes, oh, let me look at the console. Oh, it says that there's waterfalls. It goes, oh, that's something I don't want, and it tries to fix it. As I said, I can't say either way, but being able to structurally diagnose problems seems incredibly powerful to me. Maybe we can still get away with hooks if we instruct AI to kind of like integrate with those dev hooks so that it can like be aware of what's going on. I'm not sure, but I feel like having a system that is observable in this way is very, very powerful stuff. Obviously, I'm thinking mostly about dev mode, but this even ties into potentially work around like Sentry does, like in terms of like being able to understand like for monitoring purposes on production apps. I think this is like what stops us, because we control the async flows. Like we can instrument these things. Now this stuff is at odds with clients with performance, obviously, but it is an interesting area where if we refine the structure enough with good patterns, we should be able to like build in the instrumentation, right? Because this is purely a runtime mechanism. Yeah, exactly. For me, I wouldn't do it with like the untrack way. I would just, I literally in my sketch, I put allow waterfall as like a option on like the memo store or whatever signal object. And basically, yeah, acts as documentation to Toad. I'm fully on this. I think, and the other thing example people gave was like, what about like CSS preloading, image loading and stuff? And I'm like, well, when meta tags come into Solid, we're going to be the ones providing those mechanisms, right? And we can just make those always like be suppress it. Like if like essentially like if you have a lazy component and you load it in, you don't expect all the possible images to be preloaded before that lazy code runs. That's just kind of like you could, I don't know, like the problem is choosing proper defaults and not being too noisy so that people ignore it. But the thing is, we're at a really good point now where if people are already updating their code bases 2.0, adopting these async patterns for the very first time, we have a chance to basically get in front of this and be like, hey guys, like, look, as you do the migration, you see the thing and you go, oh, this is a possible waterfall. My biggest fear with all of this is when people do the migration, they're just going to get like a pile full of warnings that they just end up ignoring, in dev. They're just like, and the funny thing is they'll all be relevant, but yeah. Or maybe, some of them won't be, but who's going to go through and make sure? Is there a way for preload not to be explicit part of a router configuration, but run all the async in the graph? Well, I mean, router configuration just gives us a hook on navigation. I'm trying to think of async in the graph. Like async, we can unblock UI via async. The biggest blocker is code splitting. Maybe that's the answer to your question. Most of the time in routing, we code split, which means that it doesn't even have the code to run the downstream stuff. So to answer your question, yeah, that's generally it. See, server components were like, they were very happy with themselves because on the server, they don't care about code splitting. So then you're just like fetching the component, who cares, right? Where in the router, we're kind of pushed to, on client side, we're kind of pushed to preload at the route level where possible, simply because we don't have the code before we have the code. Once we have the code, this isn't a problem. So a lot of times, like the hover over preloading, even that triggering the code loading, it does more, triggers the data fetching and the route load, right? But even if that alone, doing the code preloading, kind of so we can get the JS soon enough, is enough to stop a considerable amount of waterfall latency. It's just the problem is code splitting on the client pretty much. Yeah, that's why it gets associated with the router, because the router is the most logical place to do the code splitting. Not a ton. The thing you gotta understand about Solid is, if you're talking about like JavaScript APIs, we have moved. Solid 1.0 did not do stuff like optional chaining and whatnot. We've kind of moved to like an ES, I want to say like 19 base instead of like a like an ES5 base. But everything else, modern, like from my perspective, if people want to use platform APIs, they'll just use the platform APIs with Solid. Like there's nothing that we internally do that needs to leverage that. Really, like maybe when they have those new APIs around like moving the nodes without moving the nodes, but generally speaking, we have a reactivity system that has nothing to do with like say the DOM or like the platform at all. I mean, async iterables, I guess, would be an example of us adopting new API stuff. Proxies aren't even new anymore, and then we have you know what I mean? Like most everything else belongs outside of Solid itself. Like they're things that you build on top. So like, because Solid's designed to be multi-platform, right? It works on the DOM, it works in the terminal. So like there is a Solid web portion, but the Solid web portion is as far as like rendering some DOM elements. It doesn't really, yeah, I wouldn't say that there's anything particular. Like most of the time, like you're like, oh, there's new navigation APIs. Well, the router would care about that, but SolidJS itself doesn't care about that, right? Like most of the core stuff is not very influenced, except for like when something changes how native DOM elements work, like web components, like that like if they decide to change, behavior there, then yeah, that spikes us. But most of the time, everything else is just additive. Where are we going? I think I am ready to get to the end of this. I generally like, yeah, okay. I had that long post where I said that lines of code was silly. This whole rest of this thing is the Gary Tan train, which, as you guys know, he's I think like the CEO of Y Combinator. And what did he say here? I'm trying to teach software engineers their sacred cow of LOC is bad. It's probably wrong in agentic engineering. You won't believe that in another 5 years. Lines of code is bad. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, who am I to say? But everyone's an expert, and it's funny that you can have experts with completely different. Yeah, Dave was trying to suggest that we should look at commits. I think even he's not saying this is like perfect. He's just saying that progress should be along tangible goals, not on measuring output. The funniest thing is I consider my success in Solid with AI is how few lines of code I add, because I don't want to add lines of code. So like LOC is just, it's so weird. The funniest thing is what I have noticed is since I've been using AI, I've been committing more often, and I feel like I'm moving faster. Whether that's like a psychological thing, I'm not sure, but the connection between shippable pieces, i.e. testable, like pieces, they don't have to be full features, but as long as like there's like the thing you fix and the test thing, those kind of units together so that they could be shippable as a commit, and being able to break bigger things into multiple small ones, I feel like that is a better measure the rate of that than lines of code ever could be. It's not perfect, but like I feel like that already in my own work, I feel like it best reflects how I feel AI has sped me up. And when I get slow or bogged down and I get stuck on some stuff, or, you know, working through stuff, that commit level does actually drop down. So I feel like you could be like, some people commit smaller things and other people larger things, but being able to break things into smaller units is actually a good thing. I consider that a success. Yeah, consider it too. You know, I made a comment. It kind of reminds me of story points when you like look at things in a vague idea of complexity, right? If agile technique, right? One of the things using as an engineering manager in terms of doing estimates, but like that's closer to the reality. Lines of code is silly. Of course, this is all because Dave Tan did. Let me get here. He did this thing where he was like, absolutely insane week for agentic engineering. 37,000 lines of code per day across 5 projects, still speeding up. So he considers his rate of success by how many lines of code created, right? 261,000 added, 57 deleted, net 204K week. Like, of course, this guy, is his blog site on? Yeah, Gary's list. Yeah, so his blog site is one of the things here. So this guy decided to like analyze his blog site and like go into like the thing is built with like stimulus and like, which is like from like Rails community, like Turbo, you know, it's like the super low JavaScript. It's like their version of Astro kind of thing, where it's like partial hydration, all this, but it still manages to ship like 6 megabytes. I don't know. A lot of it is probably like image compression. That's the thing that gets everyone, but the guy goes through in this heavy analysis of it. But for me, I was like, okay, well, just give me a holistic. Let's look at Lighthouse for a second and see what we get here. And obviously, I mean, we can look at the site. Where is the site? Gary's list. I mean, this is a, let's see, is it, it's, no, yeah, this is not, is this, I'm trying to see, this is using like, okay, so some of the links are full page refreshes like that, but most of them are actually like HTML parcel swaps. Okay, so yeah, it's using like almost like an HTMX style kind of thing. But it is basically a static website. So it's like, I don't know where the 6 megabytes are coming from. I'm not going to pretend to know, but a mobile score of like 18 seconds for largest contentful paint is horrendous for any site. And you know, so these numbers are not amazing. 6 seconds for contentful paint. These are very brutal scores. And for those wondering, I just went to page speed. You can go to like page speed web dev and you can get this sort of these numbers. You just put in the URL. I've used to use this a ton. So yes, you can see that from what this guy's saying, this is like not a great site. But the funny thing is, if you go to PageSpeed Insights, you also get something called Core Web Vitals, which is actually the numbers coming from your actual users, not based on a simulation. See, people miss that Lighthouse, even though this is neutral, it's not running from my computer. This is like from a, you know, like a neutral thing that you can test everything comparatively here. It is still a simulated benchmark. It's not an actual, like, it's just like a simulation. Whereas for his actual users, large contentful paint was 2 seconds, and first contentful paint was basically 2 seconds, and 88 imp, it's fine. Like, it's actually, these numbers look pretty reasonable. Like, maybe first contentful paint is a little, like, this is a slow site at 2 seconds, but it's not like well, most sites might be like 1.2, 1.4. It's not like I waited 18 seconds for the whole page, like not even the whole page, but for like the largest content of the page. This would be like I don't know if the image is considered in it. It'd be interesting, but basically what this is saying like is I couldn't view most of the page for 18 seconds, where this is saying 2 seconds. It could be the type of users who use them. Maybe his actual users all have amazing internet because they're, would be YC types, but it is kind of interesting if this is a reality on our stuff, because yeah, this horrendous backs up everything this guy was saying, but reality maybe okay. So like it's scary to me that this will pass. Do you know what I mean? Like this gets through. I said I wonder if this captures bounce rate. There's this old e-commerce, like I don't know if it's a myth at this point, that like basically someone was getting really good like metric scores, but because all the slow users were getting discounted because they were bouncing off the site, so they weren't counting towards it. So like something silly like 30% of the users like were just bouncing, which meant that they weren't getting the full picture, and it artificially boosted their metrics. I don't think that's the case here. I think it is just people with good internet, but it is funny if this is going to be the new norm, where we're just like celebrating 6 megabyte pages with 78,000 lines of code for a site that's basically static. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, I know. I feel like though when I was reading the comments, most people just want to dig on him just because they don't like him. Like a lot of this is like really aggressive. I think to be fair, for his site, there's no problem here. I hate to think that this is the norm and people think this is acceptable, because this is horrendous. But yeah, I mean, maybe he knows his audience. Yeah, it's made with hot wire. Which gave me an interesting question. I wonder if and this started me on my benchmark journey. I wonder if AI could be more performant page with React, even for a case like this where React would be overkill. I suspect the answer today is yes, funnily enough, yeah. Because I was thinking like, I wonder if AI had built the page in React, which again, wouldn't make sense to make that a spa. It would probably be heavier and all this stuff. Would the React, just because of like where we are today in terms of patterns and stuff there, be smaller? Hard to say. Like I remember React producing like a 200 or like something like I forget what it was. It was like a 400 kilobyte like to do MVC demo, and I was like, man, that's overkill compared to 5K. But I mean, 6 megabyte page. I don't have the rest of the numbers here. I believe when I ran them, there wasn't that much JavaScript. Maybe there was. I think no, there was 6. I think in the end there was 6 megabytes of JavaScript. Yeah, kind of crazy. Anyway, let's go back out of here. Yeah, I talked about this. Okay, last topic for today, and then we're going to call it. Control components make an imperative API declarative, but does it really buy you enough for theoretical implementation complexity? This is the other thing I wanted to get back to. He's just saying like, why set it in state when you could just like write the thing? He's talking about like one button basically triggering an input. You could just have the event write directly to the DOM rather than encoded in state, right? The DOM is full of useful imperative APIs. Are we trying to make them all declarative, uncontrolled modes and pushing everything in FP theory? Or we just do some idiot brained imperative calls and leave the declarative stuff to managing elements, not their effects? The things you can't expresses declare streaming markdown element likely have methods to push new chunks in most trade-offs this too. Yeah, I mean, he's got a point, and people overuse this or overuse state where they don't need to, but it does come down to this. It comes down whether you need to dynamically drive other logic from this check state. If the same state can be consumed in multiple places, then each write point needs to absorb those. That can be extracted easily though, even so, like, because you could just call a function in all the locations and have them write to the same state that, or write to the same things. The problem is when it's dynamic, the write logic depends on additional states, like whether that ref exists or there are new future refs that you don't know yet that would likely get changed. Yeah, like essentially, like the challenge here is that, like, if the shape doesn't change, this is easy, but not everything is that shape. It's arguable that until you get to this problem, you should be doing it the other way. The danger of that, actually, you know what? It's you worry about losing all the points that you have to update until you get to that point, which is fair. But on the flip side, introducing a bunch of temporary states you never need is one of the most awkward things. Because, I mean, I think there's some comment about state machines, and I don't know if I'm trying to remember if I actually talked more about this. Yeah, the declarative model buys you guarantees. Marco getting in there because the controllable components is arguably the best design in the space for making stuff, because you can just author in a single way and it stops being a problem. Even Kent's like, I don't like synchronizing stuff. Yeah, maybe it wasn't this comment where I was talking about state machines. That's too bad. I was hoping that it was here. I don't remember my exact wording of my points, but yeah. Sorry for the guy who asked earlier about state machines. It wasn't here. Never mind. And I honestly don't feel like getting into that too hard. But I think maybe I'll just say it anyways. I think the challenge is that when we mushroom out, like expand out the numbers of states here, and we're focused only on the transition of state to other state, we miss the behavior that's encoded into the state itself, right? Like at a certain point, like it gets so complicated to know like the path that we've gotten to go from point A to B. It's challenging to actually like see the full picture. That's funny. I wish I knew where I wrote what I'm talking about, because I swear this, like, it's starting to trigger in my mind what the discussion was about, because it was about predictability. Maybe it's something on Blue Sky. No, this wasn't it. It was it's not coming to me right now, which is unfortunate. That's fine. I am tired. It's been 6 hours. So we will leave that for another day. I think state machines solve a local problem. The issue is all too solving things can span a whole application. Yeah, which is why it's interesting, because the whole point of this is so that like you can express intent in a local sense and have it play nicely with global orchestration. It's very intentional that we're pulling more of those pieces, like where the boundaries are, like where we're pouring more of the pieces into the framework. The async stays kind of on the outside a bit, but we are trying to absorb as much of the realm around the actual UI rendering as possible, so that like we can control all that orchestration. Because in a world with AI writing in 10 billion different places, it's going to be really hard for people to keep that all in their head, which comes back to that previous comment about like, are we just going to use vanilla JS to do everything? And it's like, abstractions are still useful. Yeah, that conversation was on Blue Sky. Now that I think about it, it was Matthew Phillips. Maybe that's what I'm looking for. Did I bookmark it? Please tell me I bookmarked it. Matthew Phillips. Matthew Phillips, come on. I think. No, where are you, Matthew? I think this is going to be it. Like go through my. Okay, here we go. Yes, I found it. Sorry. We're switching one last time. Here we go. Reactivity will not survive the agentic error. As a wise person once said about something else, it's pure overhead. So then I ask him, so compilers, language level, reactivity isn't the goal, it's the means. What reactivity does is encode guarantees. The former two are better at that in many ways, but also more limited at runtime. But in the absence of either, there's significant weight being carried. I would bet on some form of pub sub, okay? My view is that humans think imperatively, but resort to declarative when their brain hits a wall. And LLMs will blow through that wall and not need declarative data binding layer. We will see. Yeah, I think time is that wall. Once there is potential for overlap parallelization, our imperative thinking gets lost. Not even overlap, just different events impacting the same representation over time. This is why we like immutable models instead of mutable models. State machines is one way to look at it. Make the transition consistent. But that doesn't account for emergent behaviors. You need to be very explicit around potential source state conditions. If instead the states encode their behavior, that inconsistency should be structural impossibility. What I mean is like once you actually make the rules the way signals do in a graph, like with reactivity, you basically preclude the option of them getting out of sync. Whereas state machines can still, even if less likely, can still get out of sync conceptually because they're only tracking the transitions and they lose, like if it gets complicated because the state and like you have to basically like it's like having a bunch of switch statements, right? Like I like state machines. I think they're a very clear way to structurally follow from moments in time. Signals, on the other hand, suck at that because signals are literally like, what do I look at now? But both provide kind of orthogonal guarantees. Which is why I don't think like you can either say like, even though they sometimes feel at odds with each other, I don't think you can like just either say like reactivity will not survive versus not, because the types of the potential of getting out of sync is a real one. That's why I'm still focused on declarative models. I don't think they are just for humans. Feels like so much context to keep in mind. Yeah, my take is backbone era taught us imperative event buster actually are tough for humans to deal with, and scope component of manual. I've been surprised it reversed itself. Opus has 1 million token context window. A year ago, it was 200K. About 3 years ago, 4K. We're already beyond human constraints and we're getting started. So any future paradigms must account for this reality. I could be wrong, but I think declarative is about human context constraints. I think it's an interesting question would be how big a human's context window roughly is. It's a lot higher than 1 million tokens, 10 billion more. Our problem's closer where I think heading. Size isn't a concern. It is navigating a large amount of knowledge relevance, right? So essentially, like he finishes up here just saying that like he can't keep everything in his brain anyways. So it's like long-term memory versus context, which I think is fair. But on the other hand, having dealt with these agents the last few days, I think that we are definitely in a situation where it would help if the AI had long-term memory because they can't reference the stuff anyways. Anyways, I've hit my hard stop, so I got to go now. Thank you all for joining me. Have a great weekend, and I'll be a couple more weeks until the next stream. So catch y'all later.